Assemblyman Dr. Faith B. Israel, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And thank you to the members who are here. It is an honor to join, the third budget debate sitting on this side of the Assembly chambers. I would like to start by sincerely thanking the electoral district of Belgarden, Glamorgan, for allowing me the opportunity to represent them as an assemblyman, which I think is my first priority, probably the most important of the functions that I hold. And that is extended to the entire island of Tobago. I would also like to thank, before I forget, the hard-working members of staff at the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, who, without them, we would not be able to be here providing the type of wellness, as in public health, and social protection type services that we do. I would also like to thank the extremely hard-working members of the Tobago Regional Health Authority, because without them, we would not be able to provide the kind of stellar health care services that we are able to provide. I would, though, before I go into the areas that are specific to what the division or what the TRHA will be doing for the next fiscal, I would like to take a little bit of time to simply respond to a couple of the things that were said before, and it is unfortunate that the individual who spent so much time spewing information that was downright inaccurate has chosen to not be in the House with his other colleagues to hear the responses to the many questions that were asked and to hear the correction to many of the inaccuracies that were spewed. I would like to say to Tobagonians, though, that you need to be extremely, extremely careful, through you, Madam Presiding Officer, of individuals who are willing to so frequently repeat information that they know is downright untrue, and repeat it so many times as if they themselves believe it. We definitely, Tobago, I am asking you to pay very, very, very close attention to someone who is willing to tell such untruths repeatedly and say it with a straight face. Of course, saying it because it is what is written and it is what was told, and I am assuming it is the speech that was given at the sports day when they went to South a couple of days ago. So let me correct a couple things. There is this idea that $7 million was spent by this administration, and therefore we should be in a different space, and how much each member of Tobago would get if we had given each Tobagonian that. But it's important to note that for the 21 years before we were in this position, close to $57 billion was spent in that period. And if we are talking about money spent, and if we are talking about value for money, I would think that given the 57 million that was spent during that period, billions, thanks for the correction, given the 57 billion that was spent in that period, we would not have to have been in the position that we are in now, spending 2.5 years trying to continually clean the level of mess that we found when we got in. Another thing that is said repeatedly, and again, I really, really wish that the member was here so that he could understand. There is this idea that this Tobago House of Assembly got so much more money than previous Tobago House of Assemblies, and therefore we should be happy, and therefore we should be quiet, and therefore we should just sit down and accept it and be fine. But this is basic mathematics. Mathematics that even a standard 4 or 5 pupil should be able to understand. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, the budget of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, coincidentally was increased at the same time that we got into the administration. What does that mean? And I'll break it down to small little maths. We know that we are getting, Madam Presiding Officer, the 4%, 4.03%. But 4% of $100 is $4. Simple maths. Now, if we are now looking at a number that is bigger than $100, let's just say, for example, $200. 4% of $200 is $8. Now, yes, when you look at the overall figure, the overall dollar figure, yes, the $8 is more than the $4, yes. But when you look at the percentage, it is the same 4% that we have been getting. And I again want to warn Tobagonians that somebody who is willing to play smart with that kind of foolishness is somebody who you should never, 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 never trust. Because it shows that they are willing to sell your birthright. It shows that they are very willing to sell your birthright because they wear a certain party color. And that is what they have been told to say. I was hoping, Madam Presiding Officer, that I would have heard the member say that instead of repeating again the other foolish untruth about if we had taken the bill that was flawed, we would have gotten the 6.8% that bill promised. I was hoping that the member would have said that, one, he thoroughly understands that the DRC currently allows us between 4.03% and 6.9%. So if his colleagues in Trinidad were interested in giving us the 6.8%, they currently have a mechanism that allows them to do that easily. But more important than that, Madam Presiding Officer, I was hoping to hear him say very loudly in front of all of Tobago, to say to his colleagues in Trinidad that this Tobago House of Assembly, having budgeted the way we have budgeted this presentation, is deserving of at least the 5.8% that the former Secretary of Finance indicated that we should get. Particularly since when individuals who are outside of this space were asked about whether the budget presentation was a sound one, including the chamber, including the business community, including all of those people, they actually said that they thought it was a wise, honest, simple ask, and that the Tobago House of Assembly should be allowed to develop in the way that we want to develop, given that 5.8% request. So, to Tobagonians, the next time you see any of the members of the minority, please ask them, why are you not advocating for Tobago to get at least that 5.8% of the budget? And I think the last thing I want to talk about, because it is one that I don't like to link. I have always said that crime and criminology really should not be something that we politicize. It should not. It is something that affects us all, and it is something that requires all of us to do our part to ensure that we reduce the level of criminality that is happening around us. But if we are honest, and if we are truthful, though the levels of criminality seems to be inching up in Tobago, it is nowhere close to what we are seeing our brothers and sisters in Trinidad experiencing. So if we are to compare what, quote unquote, the government is doing as it relates to preventing crime and criminal activity, then we cannot pretend to care about it in Tobago and not use that same argument for our brothers and sisters in Trinidad who are experiencing way higher rates of criminal activity than we are. You can't be selective in your outrage. You can't be selective in your placement of blame. You can't be selective in your placement of who you think is responsible for these things. Now, Madam Presiding Officer, I recognized today that if I were to spend all of my time, as I have done in previous debates, rebutting what the minority says, that like the previous 2 years, I would really spend no time whatsoever speaking about the amazing work that's been happening at the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection and the Tobago Regional Health Authority. So I would let Tobago know, because I understand it was a talking point, that yes, the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, as it relates to proposed allocations, is getting or has been estimated to receive a really large sum, a big, Madam Presiding Officer, piece of the pie. And that is because the subvention that runs the entire Tobago Regional Health Authority, meaning what runs the hospital and the health centers and pays the doctors and the nurses and everyone that is part of the healthcare system, actually comes out of the subvention that goes to the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. And as a result of that, as a result of us, in essence, handing over a check every single month of $42 million. $42 million is the value of the check that is handed from the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection over to the Tobago Regional Health Authority every single month to ensure that we are able to provide the kind of services that we've been able to provide. And that adds up to over $500 million every year, just that. And by the way, that does not include, because that is just recurrent, that does not include the monies that we need to spend, for example, to buy the new ambulances and to buy the new CT scans and to buy, that is just maintenance. And maybe it's good at this point, Madam Presiding Officer, for me to make that differentiation, because the Tobago House of Assembly spends a significant chunk of the monies that are received from the central government on recurrent expenditure. Of the request made this time, $3.95 billion. Of that request, $2.81 billion is being requested because we simply have to pay people's salaries, because we simply have to keep the lights on, because we simply have to maintain the vehicles, because we simply have to do those types of work. And therefore, the request of a little over $1 billion for development work is what we are forced to then use to lift the island and to create the economic drive that's needed on the island. Which is why, Madam Presiding Officer, last year, when after all of the hooing and harrying, after all of everything that was said and done, it was so disappointing, Madam Presiding Officer, that the Tobago House of Assembly only received a little over the $200 million, even though the request was as high as this year's request. We only received $200 and a little over million to do development work, and 260. And let us just take into consideration that the refurbishment of the Red House took about $200 million. Let us also consider 400. Let us also consider that the zoo, is it, was just refurbished, and I guess I need to take a visit to the zoo to see what was done there that cost $57 million. So let's just think about this Tobago. The whole Tobago, the whole island was allocated $260 million, but they chose to spend $57 million on a zoo. Let that sink in, Madam Presiding Officer. Let that sink in, Tobago, which is why it is so difficult to sit here and listen to the members on the other side speak about all of the things that we did not do, all of the accomplishments that did not happen according to them, given that we were only given the $260 million when they are very willing to spend $57 million on, I guess, animals? I'm not sure. Tobago, think about that. So what are some of the things we are doing and some of the things we hope to continue to do? At the Tobago Regional Health Authority, we are now wrapping up a strategic and operational plan that would allow the organization to have very, very clear goals and objectives and so forth going into the next couple years. That activity will be quickly followed with one that allows the organization to have a set structure that makes sense for what the organization is there to do. So, for example, at this point, Madam Presiding Officer, when you ask the officers at the Tobago Regional Health Authority to show the structure, they approve the structure that is on paper. And when you look at what actually is happening on the ground, the different positions that we have and the number of people in the different positions and so forth, the two do not match up. So the idea is we will take some time to think about what does healthcare look like? What should healthcare look like 20 years, 30 years down the road, and create a structure that works for that. So that some of the things that the member opposite was talking about, we would be able to fit in seamlessly because it makes sense. Madam Presiding Officer, it's really, I'm excited to indicate that if everything goes as planned, that before the end of this calendar year, we would actually have 8 brand new ambulances landed in Tobago and in use for Tobago. And because we understand how this procurement works, there was an instruction to order 4 more one time. Levy and wait. So, hopefully by the end of the next fiscal, we would have at least 12 brand new ambulances working on the ground in Tobago, and therefore we would be able to provide that kind of service. The member on the other side spoke about, I am not sure. So this is what happened, Madam Presiding Officer, when somebody give you a speech. The member on the other side spoke about not knowing what these fancy surgeries are and why we're doing these fancy surgeries, and specifically identify the laparoscopic surgeries that we would be doing and talking about whether we are ready for that and that kind of stuff. And you could tell that the member is not the one who did the speech. Because, well, apart from not being able to pronounce the word, if the member had simply done a Google search to show what laparoscopic surgery is, you would recognize that it's basically a little keyhole surgery. So it means instead of having to cut somebody the normal way you have to cut them, you can just do a little incision and use the tool to go in and do the surgery. Talking my business, at least 10 years ago, I did a surgery that was laparoscopic in Tobago. So this is not cutting edge, this is just us doing basic types of medical procedures that we are ensuring that what happens at Scarborough can be replicated at Roxborough when that facility is finally up and running. I am not going to spend any more time talking about the Roxborough Health Facility. Honestly, I'm tired. The question was asked at the last sitting, I think it was, or the sitting before that. I gave a very detailed explanation of what happened then. And this is why, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm saying to the people of Tobago that you need to be very careful of people who are willing to listen to the correct information and then come back a month or so after with the same incorrect information, even though they know that the words that are coming out of their mouth is a blatant untruth. The new initiative, though, that I would like to chat about really quickly as it relates to the Tobago Regional Health Authority is one where we are partnering with the TRHA and using some of the social protection component of the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, is that of a new initiative that we would like to include, which is that of a baby box. What does that mean? It means that currently, if you have a baby at the hospital, for example, and you happen to give birth on New Year's, Christmas Day, or Mother's Day, then you get a nice little hamper to go with. But we've recognized that in many instances, we are sending home mommies and babies and daddies, and they may not have all that they need to take care of the baby. So we will be initiating a baby box, which is, the name may be, Madam Presiding Officer, a little bit misleading because it's not just items for the baby, but it would also include items to ensure that mommy, having gone through this miraculous process of giving birth, is able to also take care of mommy's hygiene needs and so forth. So that is an initiative that I am, it's kind of near and dear to my heart because of the relief that we believe this will provide to the families that are going home with their charges. And the final thing that I want to talk about as it relates to the health component, Madam Presiding Officer, has to do with digitization of our services. I remember a couple years ago, Madam Presiding Officer, that my now deceased grandmother was hospitalized in a health facility in Florida. And I was able, in Tobago, to be able to log into their system and to be able to see that my grandmother had a medication at a certain time, that these were the things that were her issues, that this was, in very basic terms, her treatment plan, you know, that kind of thing. While in Tobago, I was able to log into a system to be able to see that about my granny. And it is where we are heading at the Tobago Regional Health Authority. We have already started the process and we already use some digital functions. For example, when you go to the pharmacy and you give them your prescription, the pharmacist types the prescription in, that information is digital. When you go to the lab, that information is digital. But when you are on the ward or in A&E, you realize that the doctors and nurses still have to write the medical records. So that is the step that we are going to add so that everything will be digital sooner rather than later. It's an Herculean task. It is one that is going to cost a whole lot of money, but I think it is an investment that is worth making for the healthcare system, for the people of Tobago. Allow me, Madam Presiding Officer, and I promise I will not be very long, to talk very quickly about the two other components that deal directly with the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. The first has to do with our Public Health Department. Our Public Health Department is one that most people don't really think about, most people don't really, are not very familiar with. But public health, unlike medicine, treats with ensuring that we are all safe. They are the ones who are responsible for managing garbage collection, for managing vector control, for managing food safety, and those things. And while in Trinidad, we are seeing reports of, for example, cases of dengue and possible cases of malaria and those things. Because our Department of Public Health...
Member, you have 1 minute of speaking time.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Because we have that cohesion between the Office of the County Medical Officer of Health, the Public Health Department, and the TRHA, we have actually implemented systems in Tobago that allow us to not have to treat with those issues right now. And specifically, I'm proud of the fact that we are months away from being able to have our vector lab, insect vector lab, and we have our public health individuals who are continually training to ensure that we can do the kind of testing to prevent us from having those cases of dengue and so forth on the island. One more quick thing, Madam Presiding Officer, as it relates to the Department of Social Protection. Of course, my colleague, Assistant Secretary Megan Morrison, at the last sitting spent quite a lot of time speaking about all of the work we have done there.
Member, your time has elapsed.
Madam Presiding Officer, I ask that an additional 10-minute speaking time be granted to the member.
Honourable members, the question put is that an additional speaking time of 10 minutes be added to Assemblyman B. Israel presentation, to complete her presentation. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and I promise I will not use all 10 minutes. To wrap up for social protection, I was very proud to be able to pilot a project that the member opposite keeps speaking about, which is the case conferencing, which is where the social workers from across the Tobago House of Assembly collectively come together and speak about social cases. I have said it before, I am saying it now, but of course the member is not here again, so maybe next fiscal he will come with the same question. The case conferencing has actually been happening for at least a year now, where all of the social workers from the different health, social protection, settlements, education, the hospital, they all get together at least once a month, speak through and work through what is needed for cases, and they co-opt people as needed. So if there's a situation where there's a child, we may have to co-opt somebody from Children's Authority. If there's a situation where there's a legal thing, we may have to co-opt somebody from the police who come in and are part of the process. So let it be recorded on the Hansard for the member who is not here that the case conferencing mechanism that we spoke about quite some time ago has been happening and has been going on at the division for at least a year now, so that the member does not have to ask that question another time. I am asking, Madam Presiding Officer, that that specific piece be highlighted for the member. And the final thing, the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection has increased, as my colleague indicated, the REACH grant from $7,500 to $15,000. The reason I was late this morning, Madam Presiding Officer, is because the members of that unit specifically are actually at an event right now where the recipients of the REACH grant and other individuals who are business owners or who would love to get into the business are actually doing training right now to ensure that their businesses are successful. That training includes learning about business funding from NEDCO, learning about basic bookkeeping from the division with responsibility for finance, learning about banking for businesses with a rep from First Citizens, learning about registering your business with a rep from OPR. That is actually happening today, and that is because, Madam Presiding Officer, at the division, we are hoping to build resilience, which means that this program is aimed at ensuring that those who are vulnerable, those who come, for example, for the food card or the rental assistance or whatever it is, are able to get that seed business grant. And we're not just giving you the business grant, but we are providing the other technical support that you need to ensure that your business is well developed. With that, Madam Presiding Officer, I thought it important to simply highlight some of the areas that we are working on assiduously. I would also like, again, to thank the staff at the Tobago Regional Health Authority and the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection for all of their hard work, because it is their work. It is the work of all of my colleagues sitting around here. It is the work of every single Tobagonian recognizing our importance to allowing us in the Executive Council or in the executive of the THA to realize that vision that we have of Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, which is making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. And with everybody collectively, I see us realizing that dream within our lifetime, because we collectively did the work. I thank you.
Assemblyman Joel Sampson, you may now join this debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to always present in this honorable house. To my colleagues, I thank you for your unwavering support. To the electoral district of Bonaccord and Crown Point, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to always represent you. Madam Presiding Officer, it gives me great pleasure to join this debate this afternoon, both in my new capacity as the Secretary in the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sports, and as the proud representative of the electoral district of Crown Point. As I reiterate each year, the budget debate is not an exercise to be taken lightly. It lays the framework for the development of the island throughout the upcoming fiscal year. Madam Presiding Officer, I stand here before my colleagues and the people of Tobago with great pride and hope, knowing that I have the privilege of contributing to Tobago's developmental potential. We must understand that the fiscal waters that this administration finds itself in, we have had to be nothing short of constitutional magicians and administrative geniuses. I must say that with a leader like the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, we are all motivated to deliver to the people of Tobago without excuses. Madam Presiding Officer, before delving into the plans and goals for the upcoming fiscal, let me remind my confused friends on the other side of some strides that this administration have been able to make while being in a fiscal chokehold from our friends in central government. The improvement made to social aid in Tobago has been the largest in history. We have improved the aid received by Tobago intellectuals, as well as major upgrades to several sites and address infrastructural challenges under our purview, which the administration before us seemed to have forgotten while they fed at the political financial buffet at the expense of Tobago's development. Yes. I listened carefully to the minority rinse out our ears for as long as cow was coming home, and that was very difficult. It was funny that he mentioned no clear achievement came out of the last fiscal. Need I remind him of the countless desperate attempts to stop productive development with court action? By the way, Secretary James, the road and the roundabout looking good. We coming to come. Yeah. Madam Presiding Officer, even the dead Ray Charles can see that this administration has delivered. But when you are busy carrying out Trinidad's orders, how can you see the development that's taking place? The minority leader spends more time filing FOI requests through his minions. But when you spend more time trying to please your handlers in Trinidad, you cannot see our achievements. Maybe I should ask the goodly Dr. Faith to schedule an optical appointment for the minority, thus adding him to the list of successful eye-saving operations. This administration has done more in 2.5 years than the previous administration in 21 years. But again, the minority is at a loss due to the fact that he is a greenhorn to representational politics. And I want to address something as well. And I want to encourage the minority to not be like a certain reporter and take comments from a fake page and bring it in the public space. I heard him make mention about the job done at Cocoa Reef with the ponding, and he always comes with a figure of 3 million. News for you, my friend. That's not the figure. You have friends and colleagues working in the division that pass the information. You can always ask them what's the cost of that project. Yep. And if you take a careful look, we have had rainfall for about the past 2-3 months. Right. Has there been any flooding there? No. Can we keep any, not say, swim fest or swim line there? But I know of a place in Trinidad called Port of Spain where we can keep a big river line there. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration has taken this island out of darkness on the theological basis of let there be light, and that was possible with the island's largest lighting program. Yes. Big up Polly and Naya. Madam Presiding Officer, in consideration of the overarching framework for the development of Tobago, and as the world grapples with the myriad of changing realities, including low birth rate and population decline, we must acknowledge the need to maintain a people-centric focus in our development. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to elaborate further on what the division has achieved to date and the impact we have had on the people of Tobago as we adopt the People's Division. Madam Presiding Officer, we acknowledge that the development of community spirit begins from within. For example, our recent Father's Day initiative, the Man Cave, which celebrated fathers in the division. To this end, the division has taken several steps to reignite the internal camaraderie from within, which will serve as a catalyst for the entrenchment of true community development throughout each electoral district on the island of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to be the first to acknowledge the stellar contribution of my predecessor, Assemblyman Terence Baines, and the team at the division for the extensive work that was put into the development of a solid plan to put our communities on a path to sustainable development, addressing the socio-economic realities of our people, with a view to improving lives and livelihoods and keeping the promises we made to the people. Madam Presiding Officer, therefore, with univocal pride, I take the time to mention a few of the defining parts of the successes achieved under the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. Under the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, CPEP, we provided economic relief to some 600 community residents in our 15 electoral districts who are now employed in the program. Following our restructuring of the program, successfully improving efficiency in the operations of the program. It was a pleasure to see my people in CPEP being able to do more with an increased salary before the minimum wage increase from central government, which just goes to show that we are a caring administration who value our people and their daily efforts. And before I go on, Madam Presiding Officer, the minority ranted and raved about 10 on, 10 off. Is this the first time we have had 10 on, 10 off in this space? 1970. My grandmother always said to me, half a loaf is better than no loaf. At least we are trying to provide and put food on the tables of homes in Tobago. And we don't have to do what they do in Trinidad, where we see Cobo and man fighting for sponge cake. Madam Presiding Officer, the program is now fully engaged in community cleanup exercises, litter eradication and environmental beautification projects in over 37 communities, to the extent that these communities are visibly and aesthetically pleasing in most instances and free from major health hazards. Madam Presiding Officer, in community development, the Vocational Skill Development Program saw a 44% increase in participants in 2023, attracting 1,370 persons and a further 43% in 2024, enrolling 1,950 persons in 31 skilled areas that will benefit 35 communities. The division, in collaboration with the Division of Finance, has already made plans to roll out an extensive tracer study to measure the extent of the impact and derived economic benefit of the program. Madam Presiding Officer, the plans to transfer the management of our community centers back to the communities, it was essential to first take the time to retool and revitalize the existing councils to ensure they were adequately prepared to manage community assets. In that regard, Madam Presiding Officer, 36 of the 39 councils are fully functional, with most actively participating in the ongoing capacity building program. This achievement provides a clear pathway for the implementation of the intended plan to resource communities through the Electoral District Development Fund and support communities in transitioning to full management of the community assets. Madam Presiding Officer, in sporting development, the building of the capacity of the associations who manage sport on the island received focused attention, providing direction and financial resources to support improved athletic performance in various disciplines. We continue to see the need for development in this area, not only in the interests of developing the sport itself, but also as a vehicle for improving the lives and livelihoods of our youth and increasing their development potential. Our hosting of the Commonwealth Games provided an impetus for change, and the division under the astute leadership of Assistant Secretary Clark is working tirelessly to actualize the vast potential of our athletes. Madam Presiding Officer, reigniting the community spirit and sporting activities that has significantly dwindled in previous years remains priority on our agenda. And I am happy to report that since assumption of my duties, I have successfully hosted numerous events in the community, inclusive of the Nazi Fast 5 sports event, held over a 3-day period, inclusive of windball cricket, netball, and this famous small goal football competition. Madam Presiding Officer, in the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, we have had some successes, encountered some obstacles, and we are ready to go. We learned from Henry Ford, who said, "Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off the goal." Madam Presiding Officer, with a clear focus on our goals, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport has adopted a more targeted delivery mechanism. By collaborating more closely with communities and key stakeholders, we are committed to implementing initiatives aimed at improving the current socio-economic conditions, unlocking the development potential of our communities, and our path to developing sustainable communities. Madam Presiding Officer, having said that, permit me to provide a little more detail on the measures outlined in the Chief Secretary's budget statement. Implementation of the integrated Spark, Step Up, Take Charge, Innovate, Restore, Monitor and Evaluate, STIRMI, operational plan of the division. STIRMI is designed to create safer communities and environments for us to live, play, work, and grow in. The following projects and initiatives will be rolled out in 37 communities across the island on a phased basis under STIRMI at a budgeted cost of approximately $38 million. The division will ignite a spark through the implementation of our Spark IMS digital platform and take steps to fully digitize our operations to improve efficiency in the delivery of our services. A massive registration drive will commence soon to allow for the registration of all civil society organizations and individuals to facilitate improved access to our services. Under our Take Charge umbrella, we will execute an extensive capacity building program to assist our community, youth, and sporting organizations to take charge of their organizations and communities in a managed and coordinated response to crime and violence, and to promote the sustainable development of our people. Organizations will be exposed to further training in understanding their roles and responsibilities, facilitating their NGO registration, financial management training, conflict resolution and mediation, customer service, proposal writing, and project management, and managing their NGOs and CBO. We will also conduct parenting and family training with expanding support services in communities. A targeted 20% of families across the island stand to benefit in phase 1 of the program. Training will include parenting, household budgeting, and financial literacy, planning for retirement, and other areas pertinent to supporting our parents in managing their households in these difficult times. We would introduce a community-based management system that will be resourced through collaboration with civil society organizations, the private sector, and the THA. Implement the Electoral District Fund to activate the THA's commitment to inclusive and participatory governance and ensure that community-based development initiatives are funded. In fiscal 2025, we have budgeted $3 million for this program, with an allotment of $150,000 per electoral district, and then the remaining $750,000 earmarked to meet administrative costs based on available resources at the time. It is anticipated that this program will deliver community-based solutions to some deep-seated community challenges. Under our innovative umbrella of programs, the division will expand the community-based vocational skills training program as a feeder into the TVET Academy, an institutional strategy for developing our vocational skills and handicraft industries to satisfy local market demand and boost exports. Currently, we are refurbishing the handicraft outlet at Mount Irving for direct sale of Tobago's handicraft products. In fiscal 2025, we intend to provide introductory level training to well over 2,000 participants in more than 40 skilled areas. Madam Presiding Officer, it is no secret that the Tobago House of Assembly provides employment for over 60% of the Tobago's working population. With this understanding, we intend to develop the entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth by providing avenues for the formation of cooperatives, as well as establishing strategic linkage with financial institutions for the provision of seed capital for their businesses. Under the Step Up umbrella, the division will enact the Tobago Youth Empowerment Strategy, aimed at mainstreaming youth development priorities and concreting sustainable futures for our youth. The Youth Empowerment Strategy has 4 developmental pillars, which will receive our attention this fiscal. 1. Creating an enabling environment for positive youth development in Tobago. 2. Co-creating Tobago's sustainability futures for our youth. 3. Prioritizing youth economic participation and empowerment. 4. Creating safer spaces, peaceful environments for all youth. We are about to complete the upgrades of existing sporting, community, and youth facilities and initiate a continuous program of maintenance, bringing all facilities to a minimum of 70% operational capacity with the intent of reaching full capacity within the next 18 months. Under the Restore umbrella, the division will implement the Tobago Community Safety Program with the tagline, "When you are safe, I am safe," as part of our crime prevention strategy referred to in the Chief Secretary's budget statement. So unlike those across the water, we won't have to do like Erla and say, "Let's pray." The Community Safety Program has several components and will be launched by the division as a matter of urgency. In this regard, $5 million has been allocated to the execution of this program. Madam Presiding Officer, in addition, we will conduct upgrade works to the Scarborough Community Center at an estimated cost of $2 million. The Scarborough Community Center in the past has been overlooked and is now in need of major repair. The upgrades to the facility is earmarked to improve the cohesiveness of the community of Scarborough and environs and foster camaraderie and collaboration to improve the opportunities for residents. Establish the Technical Vocational Education Training, TVET Academy. The Academy will provide for CVQ and TTNVQ certification at all levels. We are currently examining appropriate locations, including the Old Mount St. George Youth Campsite, recognizing the importance of the training of our skilled persons to meet industry standards. Launch the Youth Agricultural Training Program and Tobago Youth Shade House Project to introduce and upskill our young people in modern agriculture practices to boost food production, processing, and export, and engender sustainable development practices. Discussions are well progressing towards the location of this project at the Cove Eco-Industrial Park, with a view to exponentially increase food production while building the capacity of our young people in this sector, contributing to enhance food security. This is premised on our understanding that a nation that can feed itself is well on its way to sustainable development, and who better to drive this than our young people. Implement the Active Involved Citizen program to provide ongoing programs and support services at all community, youth, and sporting facilities to actively engage residents and cater to their personal growth and development. This program will be rolled out on a phased basis to start in 4 districts in fiscal 2025. Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude this presentation, I wish to reiterate our unwavering commitment to the people of Tobago. The Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport remains steadfast in its mission to foster an inclusive, vibrant, and resilient society as we work towards unlocking the development potential of our communities. Our strategic initiatives and investments are not merely about infrastructure and programs. They are about empowering our people, enhancing our communities, and unlocking the full potential of our youth and citizens. We are acutely aware that the journey towards sustainable development and improved socio-economic conditions is not a sprint, but a marathon. It requires dedication, collaboration, and an unyielding focus on our goals. With the support of this esteemed House, our partners, and the community, I am confident that we will achieve our vision of a prosperous and dynamic Tobago. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my predecessor, Assemblyman Terence Baines, my able assistant, Assemblyman Wayne Clark, my dedicated administrator, Afisha Melville McCain, and my hard-working heads of department and team at the division for their continued contributions, unwavering support, and commitment to the communities we serve. Together with our partners and stakeholders, we have achieved significant milestones, and together we will continue to build on these successes. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities ahead, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to the development of our beloved island, ensuring that every Tobagonian has the opportunity to realize their full potential. In closing, permit me to say that with the financial restrictions put on us from central government, I am extremely proud of the creativity of this team to give Tobago a chance in this upcoming fiscal. There are many more plans to roll out as we move forward together. In the words of Henry Ford, coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. Let us embrace this spirit of unity and collaboration as we move forward, ensuring that every step we take brings us closer to a brighter and more prosperous future for all Tobagonians. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and may God bless our beloved island of Tobago. I thank you.
Assemblyman Clark. You may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. First, let me thank my district of Lambo Lowlands, which includes a piece of Signan Hill, Camby, Kanubi, and a little piece of Canaan, for the opportunity to represent that district and by extension Tobago to serve in this honorable House. Madam Presiding Officer, every time we come here to go through this exercise is a bit, I stand with a heavy heart. I tell you the honest truth, you know why it's frustrating? Because talking with people as we traverse our daily lives, I'm of the understanding that a lot of people just doesn't something keep escaping a big part of the public, that when the Chief Secretary come here and spend 3.5 hours delivering a proposed budget for Tobago, the success of anything that is said in that statement depends on what we get from the central government. So he simply says that I can give you this if I get this. And in other words, we never really get the this. So we can never really give you the that to the fullest extent that we would like to deliver. So I came here with a speech all well written and all the things we would like to do, but really, is it relevant? I much prefer to come here when the allocation is given to Tobago to say what we're going to do with what we get. Because too much at times people hold you at your first word, forgetting that it is not up to you and that word is not final. It's sort of like they say the first impression lasts. People hear the first thing you tell them. You come and you say, I'm going to deliver 10 community centers in this new fiscal. But everybody forget the part that if I get what I'm asking for, this will be possible. And we have a duty to keep ringing it out for the public to understand that the things we propose in that initial statement could only be possible if we get what we ask for. This period of the term that went so far, of our 4-year term, which I must say is the first of many to come. We have had no shortage of challenges. But Madam Presiding Officer, take one moment to stop and ask yourself, why were there so many challenges in the first place? Why we have to be fixers instead of just getting on the progressive path and just move Tobago further forward? It means that in many ways that we were sadly lacking at the back in many instances in trying to create a better Tobago. Well, I'm not sure if those who went before had that in mind, creating a better Tobago. Because sometimes you listen to the other side. And be it the past regime, this regime, or any regime to come, nobody gets it all right. That I could admit to. But 21 years is a long time to be still stumbling and trying to measure it with 2 years. We could sit here and talk about all the things that went wrong before. I don't think we need to be repeating them every day. People have eyes and they are seeing. And people could understand when relief is on the way and when relief is actually taking place. People could understand that a large portion of our society was earning under $100 a day, namely CPEP, URP. And those same people could understand that it was this regime in this short period of time that raised that living wage to a place where they could breathe a little easier, where they could get their maternity leave. Must see that why Tobago birth rate was so low, people they frightened to take time to make baby. Because you ain't sure what will happen when you go off to make your baby and come back. So let me look now and measure from now to the next fiscal and see if the birth rate got raised, and we're going to know it's one of the things that was keeping it down. Well, I didn't say that. Madam Presiding Officer, let me just fast track a little to the Corlan Beach facility. And let me just just as how other people see it fit to ring out negatives, let me stand here and ring out positive. We was able to deliver a world-class facility in Tobago by Tobago people in less than 2 months, I should say. Where we hosted that aspect of the Commonwealth Games, Commonwealth Youth Games. And may I say, we didn't stop there. We hosted other tournaments. Recently, just over about a month and a half ago, we had Junior World Cup qualifiers in beach volleyball. And I know the minority wasn't present, but so it's my duty to tell him what went on while he wasn't there. Good things though. Every one of the coaches of the 12 participating countries came to me, shake my hand and said, oh, let nobody let believe less about it. Said, this facility is world class. This facility is the best in this part of the world. And we look forward to coming back here, to working with your people, your coaches, the various organizations to develop beach sports. We need to understand sometimes that running off and building a facility is one thing. But in building a facility, more so a world-class facility, you build it with a plan in mind. We often talk a lot about tourism, Madam Presiding Officer. Tourism linked with sports, namely sport tourism, has proven that is one of the most rewarding aspects of tourism. Because the studies show that sports people traveling spend more. So that should be one of the areas that we should be interested in and trying to build capacity there where we could encourage that kind of tourism on our island. Madam Presiding Officer, in the recently concluded Commonwealth Youth Games, may I report to this House and to Tobago that every single event that took place in Tobago was a resounding success. Everyone. The Colon speaks for itself. We did an upgrade in Shaw Park. That's the recreation ground. We redid the dressing rooms, we do over the surface, the field, do some work on the fencing. We just did a total upliftment on it. And after the Commonwealth Games, a number of tournaments were hosted there. And everybody gave the same review that this is indeed a facility that we should be proud of. Go to the cultural complex or the Shaw Park complex, whichever you want to call it, the big building that represents the biggest spend in Tobago history. People call me all over to ask me, Madam Presiding Officer, when I look at that floor, I say I must give credit to the past administration. We didn't get it. The past administration purchased that floor, but also the past administration saw it fit to prevent Tobago from using that floor and had it locked up in a room for nearly 10 years.
Wow, this is it, right?
Well, we find the floor, we didn't find the zip line. Madam Presiding Officer, in a time when we're talking about youth and sports and promoting youth and promoting sport, to have a fine piece of equipment like that locked away, isn't that a measure of cruelty?
Of course.
I ain't blaming the minority for that, but I just blaming the umbrella which you stand under. If your umbrella has a hole, you're going to get wet. Nearly 10 years, Madam Presiding Officer, and we took out that floor, put it down. When you see the netball playing on it, and we had basketball tournament after, and people think it's a new floor, it was there all the time. Whoever brought it there didn't see it fit to use it. We not only gonna try to upgrade sporting facilities and other sport-related things on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, it's a big concern, a very big concern, to note that a lot of our sportsmen, like the minority leader was talking about the bright talents that we had, we have to go and work with these people, encourage them, and teach them financial literacy, because too much of our sportsmen, 2 days after they stop compete, they're scrunting. We have to give them that support, that they could sustain themselves with what they earn, instead of coming back to the THA and showing them your hand palm. These are people should have been providing in terms of what they went out there and do the expertise to offer it back to the youths, that they could have a chance to go out and even go further than them. I heard the minority talk about difficulty to get to Tobago. I don't want to quote him wrong, Yeah, it's difficult to come to Tobago, and he mentioned some other things, but the THA and own Cal? No. We're talking about access to Tobago. THA and own Cal? That's an easy fix. Yeah, don't watch me, I ain't get amnesia. I know exactly what I was saying. I hear you. You can go and play it back if you want. I was talking about difficulty to come to Tobago. It's difficult to come to Tobago only because you can't get a flight. Who is responsible for that? On another note, we talk about foreign exchange and all that. Who in their right mind, Madam Presiding Officer, say that you have such a dire need for foreign exchange? Little Tobago has a perfect platform where you could earn that foreign exchange from, and you continue up to this day. Nearly 3 years in this administration lifetime to deny Studley Park a license. You give me a word for that, I don't want to say it. Look, the Secretary for Infrastructure, you got the license yet for Studley Park? You're waiting and 3 years gone. In many instances, Madam Presiding Officer, in the Tobago space, we could come and talk about all the nice things. We could come and talk about all the things we would like to do. It simply stems back to saying, we will do this if we get this. There's no other way that could be possible. And I really need for the people at Tobago to understand that, because in many instances, people take you on your first word, which was the statement the Chief Secretary delivered on Monday, not understanding at times that Tobago never really get what it asks for. So we could never do what we set out to do. We also talk about, they must see the right job out of school quick, they try to fool me with percentage. If the Dispute Resolution Commission say you could get between 4.03 and 6.9, why are you to agree to pass a paper to get 6.8? That's stupid? That the workers stupid people. So true. How you could let me believe that you're willing to give me more if you never give me what they know? So true. That's stupid, right? Well, I know what you call it. So, Madam Presiding Officer, it is easy, very easy to come here and talk about all the nice things we would like to do, all the nice things we propose. But the reality is that if the releases don't come the way we anticipate it, or the way we peg this statement, the budget, it's really impossible. And people continue to hold you on what you present that first day, not knowing or not understanding that because you ask for 10 to do 10 projects, you get 5. might only be able to do 5. So Tobago development is always hindered by a part that you can't predict where you're going to get, but you just have to measure for the lower half. How much years now that Dispute Resolution Committee ruling was made?
23 years now.
If in 23 years you ain't give me in the upper half, I ain't kind of insane to be coming every time asking. Just tell me what percentage I gonna get, and then we go work on that. It seems more sensible. It seems very much more sensible. In closing, Madam Presiding Officer, I wouldn't be long here because I tell you, as much as I come to present this, it really with a heavy heart. And I much prefer, when we know what is what, that we could come back in the realignment and actually say what is possible and what we could do. Because we will stay here and propose all the time, raising the expectation of the Tobago public, not understanding that it wasn't possible because you didn't get what you asked for. In winding up, Dr. Jeff Davison in his book talk about Tobago was at odds with Trinidad between 1900 and 1925 because Tobago felt it wasn't treated properly. It wasn't being treated fairly. You use 1900, 100 years passed. You use 1925, next year going to be 100 years. If in 100 years in progressing one particular way, nothing can change, I'm very unsure. Right? I'm not sure at all that going along the same way could bring any different result. Sitting, pleading, asking, I'm not sure anything will change. In my mind, Tobago's real enemy reside in Port of Spain. Tobago's real enemy, Madam Presiding Officer, is the PNM.
Yes.
And like anybody else, elections come and elections go. People have their choices to make. But if you want progress in the Tobago space, if you want this little island to go forward, if you want this little island to have a chance of becoming the greatest little island on the planet, the road you take in 2021, the 6th of December, hold that road and progress is possible. Stay with the change. Keep the people that you voted out, keep them out, and Tobago will stand a chance to succeed.
Amen.
Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you for this opportunity to... Well, the good thing about I ain't in red, so I just thought the truth. Let me turn off the light red. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, it is now 4:27 p.m. According to Standing Order 16-2, at 4:30 the presiding officer shall suspend the sitting and order it to be resumed at 5 p.m. I am posing the question to all members. Are we going to sit through until we complete the order of business, or are we going to suspend within the next 3 minutes? All in favor for sitting through until the business of the House is dispensed with, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. We have collectively agreed to sit until the business of the order paper is dispensed with. Honorable members?
I don't know if it is here.
Honorable members, please be seated. Member for Roxborough Argyle, Assemblyman Watson Duke.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Bible says when a man ways please the Lord, even his enemies agree with him. Thank you this morning. Thank you this evening. To my colleagues and to the Deputy Presiding Officer, thank you for the opportunity to be among you and to address you and the good people of Tobago for yet another time. I stand here on behalf of the people of Dalaford, Ruido, Betsio, Roxborough, Argyle, Kendall, and I'm a proud son of the Tobago East. I am also proud of my colleagues on the other side. I'm also disappointed. Mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. I'm proud that they have gotten the opportunity to sit on that side, the executive side. We stood here for a long time, looking at that side across there, wondering how the breeze was blowing. And we used to be laughed at and told we will never come on that side. And I always, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I was always suspicious about that side. I always felt something was wrong with that side. Until I got there, I recognized that something is wrong with that side, across there. And so today, that's one of the disappointment. Something is wrong on that side. I can't understand how come such brilliant people with such great resolve, such great mental faculties and natural abilities could continue missing their mark. This is the third budget, and it is the third mistake, or third colossal mistake in this house. Here we are, presenting a budget for the island of Tobago that is a deficit budget. We continue asking for big figures when big figures to spend, that is. When we look at our revenue generation remains stagnant at about $210 million. Let me take a sip on that there. Yeah, that's so-called it. I don't drink from it already. This is a new style we have brought to the house. Spartan style. And so, I want to be slow and I want to be a bit deliberate, as that's my main context this evening. How could we continue to put before the people of Tobago a budget that says we are spending 10 times, back about 15 times the amount we are making? That cannot be good business for nobody. Even if you are selling chenet, you must know the cost that you are paying a man to climb a tree and the cost you are paying someone to tie the bunches must be less than the overall cost you're going to make from selling each bunch of chenet. Yeah? Simple maths. If you are making kumara, you must know the cost for the flour and the ginger and all the little things you're going to put together in it. You have to put the cost and ask yourself, what can I sell this at to make a profit? I've seen places like Ansa Macal report $1 billion profit. I've seen the cigarette company report millions of dollars profit, and everybody's reporting profit. Even the man who throw a little fat, a little wet fat or great fat, even they report profit. And could you tell me how much profit did the THA report last year? Yeah, $7 million. $7 million. You know how much they've reported for this year, meaning in this budget year? About $4 million. It means that we are making less and less profit, but we are asking for more and more money. This is where my problem lies, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. With all the intelligence on this side, right around this horseshoe here, all the intelligence, they are unable to put their collective wisdom together and come up with some type of activity that would be able to generate proper and decent income for Tobagonians, so much so that Trinidad, who has a central government, could be able to look at it and see, these people are using their money wisely, let us give them some more. I am totally against asking for more money when you can't spend that which you have. I'm totally against it. I want to make it absolutely plain. If you cannot properly spend the money you have, why ask for more? Is it just to show off? No. You have to put your money to good use. I sat and I heard my colleague from that side, the red side saying, or my right-hand side saying, that the road along the along that Canaan, Milsherv, going down back to the airport side down there, was to be built by central government as a part of the airport's plan. But I heard they rush it. Things like that shouldn't even be something to even debate. The fact is, if Trinidad and Tobago, because there's no place called Trinidad, if there's Trinidad and Tobago decide to do a road in Tobago, let them do it. Take the money and do something else with the money. We have to have value for money. But the games we play across here, we want to play big spenders. And they want to take the road and name it after Dr. Winston Murray. That again is another insult. Dr. Murray was never into construction. He was an educator. He spent all of his life into education. His children wrote to me and they told me upon his death, if they could name this wrote to me and they told me upon his death, if they could name the Scarborough Library after him, the member for Lansome Palatavere, was there. They knew of it. But they decide to cover their political sores with Dr. Winston Murray's name as a good band-aid. So it makes the thing tongue sweet. Nobody wants to offend the good name of Dr. Winston Murray, so they say, all right, leave it so. I am against that. I want to make it absolutely clear. Like I say, you're all full of potential, you know, but you all can't tap into your own potential. You can't tap into that. And I'm worried about that. You know, the brightest smiles I've ever seen is when I sit on that side, you know. Something about that side make them feel that life is a joke. Unless they come on this side and understand the struggles that people are feeling on that side, they're always smiling, they're always talking, and this affects them from performing. When I was going to school, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will tell you this. Many a times, teacher will be complaining about students in the class who love to talk and smile. There was the happiest bunch of students until exam time come out and they fail. Let's be the most crying students. A day set for an exam here, called an electoral exam, when they will have to come before the people. On that day, they will be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. Because the electorate will ask the question, why should I renew their votes? Why should I give them another chance? They have a grand opportunity. We fought hard, tooth and nail, to come on that side across there. Some of them don't even know how to get across there. Just appear there, happy. They don't know the cost. And now they are squandering the opportunity by writing frivolous things in a book called the budget. Is this a serious budget, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer? Not a graph, not a pie chart, not a graph, not a pie chart, not a picture of a project they have done, no project at all, not one project, not even a full coup they build, nothing. But they bring it to us, this half-done book. Half-done book. I swear the printer break down. Because I don't know if it is blue, if it is green, if it is yellow. A dirty looking color. And they present this to us. This is what I'm saying, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. We have a lot of potential across there. Smartly dressed people. Smartly dressed people. Some of them very cocky when they walk. The chest swell up, expanded. While the Tobagonians can't buy tea, they're still going to bed hungry. They're cocky. As if they come to last. Full of potential, but not using it. Tobago will judge you all. This budget is what I call utter rubbish. They have not shown any progress at all, Deputy Presiding Officer, as to how to increase the profits of Tobago to make us a more viable island, or more viable ward in the Trinidad and Tobago relationship. Not one idea. But they're guessing. They're guessing. As they say, they're whoopsing. From one ball to the next, just wild, blind shot. Hoping something will connect. I am hoping that they sit down and they think about Tobago properly. How much money does the goat race bring in? How much money? None. How much money the goat race bring in? How much money the rental of Shore Park brought in? None. But to ask ourselves, we have people buying cars and selling cars, and they are making hundreds of millions of dollars. Tobago is a corporate. Tobago Self-Assembly is a corporate organization, which means that they could go into any business. They could decide, apart from planting, to open a car factory as a cooperative and place it into the hands of the palliative and so many people, or the Bethesda, Lescato people, Golden Lane people, and say, look, you know what I mean, we want to do a car factory here and make a profit off of that. Let Tobago bring in money. In China, they are in control of almost every single thing, but China sees everything as a business. Everything as a business. This is why the economy of China is growing rapidly. The government is involved. In every hotel, every construction, the government is involved, one way or the other. We have our Chief Secretary advertising for Food Systems Bank. Well, I was shocked when I see that. I want to know how much he's being paid, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, to advertise for Food Systems Bank. Telling Tobagonians, go and get a loan there between $700 and $3 million. And I ask myself, what is the profit in that? But you must be qualified. In South Africa, they are practicing positive discrimination, where when people are unable to get loans, the government of the day will come to them and say, look, let me help you with this. What you need, and support them. I would have thought that the Tobago House of Assembly, under my colleagues on that side, would have had maybe a $10 million put down and say, look, this is the stand security for people who business idea has the potential. And then they will say to you, go to your bank of choice, because they have that negotiating power in Tobago. And we will put this down, but we will help you manage your business. You'll only be able to take over this business when you have made some progress. You have begun to make profit over expenditure. None of that. They're telling you, go buy Food Systems Bank, but make sure you qualify. What kind of advertisement is that? Since when our Chief Secretary has become a mouthpiece for Food Systems Bank or any bank of this country, they have lost their way. This budget speaks of agriculture, and access road is now, they know we want access road. All the roads that they built, what was the financial returns on those roads for $20 million? What are the returns? They're spending $20 million to build one piece of road to cross two drains in Scarborough. Two drains in Scarborough to cross. $20 million. What are the returns on that road from agriculture, from businesses, or even from people simply going to school and back? What are the returns? Did anybody weigh the value of that? None. No return whatsoever. They built something out in the sea, they put some rocks in the sea, like they had excess rocks up in the quarry, and they want a place to store them. They put it in the sea and they waste some asphalt, as if they had maybe paving, they were paving road a day and excess asphalt remained, and they say, look, let's finish pave out there. They pave out there. It's falling away in the sea. $3 million. What is the financial returns on that? They replaced somebody's steps. Somebody have about 6 steps up in King Peter's Bay Road. They still put a that car road there, spend $25 million. $25 million, replacing 6 steps. 6 steps alone. 6 steps. What is the financial returns on that? What is the financial returns? We ask ourselves those questions. And again, I say my colleagues, they're full of potential. There are a lot of ideas on that side. But they simply do not have the fire in their bosom to convert it into willpower. So ideas without willpower remain dreams. That's all they have on that side, dreams. Dreams. They do not have the fire in their bosom to convert that dream into willpower. And that's the problem Tobago is having with them. Fancy talk, they have it. Fancy clothes, they have it. They have it. But there are no real action behind those thinking. When we look at sports, my good friend is now in sports and I expect good things to come from that. My good friend across there, from member for Bonaccord, Crown Point. My good friend. Throughout Tobago, there are many of those places where there are lights and the lights are not blowing. And nobody's replacing them. Nobody at all. And there are some places where people want to play sports. And there are no intention to even put lights there. Years they're asking for lights. Yes. Every year, for the last 3 years, sports would have money to do all of those things. Where the money go, I don't know. This year, they say they'll do some lights in my area, which is up at Louisville. The Roxborough courtyard has been begging, the Roxborough complex, yard outside has been begging for lights for a long time. No lights. No lights. Again, we're asking ourselves, what are we doing with the money? If we put the lights there, and we have timers when the lights will come on or come off, or we task person with the responsibility of managing those lights properly, money will be well spent, you know. If we have a proper repair work going on, that when one light down, somebody replace it, people will be able to do more with sports. But that's not all. It takes more than lights. Where are the clinics? Where are the football clinics? Where are the basketball clinics in the community? They have all these fancy plans, you know. They are not lost for ideas. They have no fire in their bosom that propel them into action. But you know what worries me the most out of all of that? My friend, the councillor, Councillor Boris, responsible for tourism. I went to the fort there last evening, and as soon as it became dark, it was real dark. That light at the lighthouse failed to light. And I recall standing right here in 2017, raising the issue about the lighthouse. Yeah, that's how long it is. And nothing has been done to the lighthouse, to put the light in the lighthouse. But plenty big ideas, plenty big ideas about tourism and this and about that. When we asked about Manta Lodge, what's going on in Manta Lodge up there? I wouldn't tell you the half of the story that I'm hearing about Manta Lodge. The papers carry it. Then ask yourself, what about Sanctuary Resort? 60 million was spent for that. What's going on with that? There are people who are interested in Sanctuary Resort. It's parked up there, a place for bats, zombies, and gargoyles. Well, Voice is going to make a little show every now and then, a little cut a video every now and then. That's what's going on there. $60 million resting in the bush. The problem is, they are spending money, but not getting returns on the dollar. It means something is wrong. This is a business we are running. A government is a business for the people. Yeah? It's a business. You have to make money. If you don't make money, you have to tax the people to get money to do what you need to do. But we're not making money. We're just spending money and asking for more. More. I say not 1 more cent for Tobago until we begin to spend properly the money we have. Where the money going? 7.5 billion spent already. 7.5 billion. $7.5 billion. What we have to show for that? Nothing in Scarborough. Not even a shop paint up, nothing paint up, nothing. Scarborough run down. Run down. But the money spent and they want more. We want more. Not one slammer Tobagonian. Full bread Tobagonian. Pure bread. I know my ancestors from way in Africa. I go in the village and sit down and they will know my name. I'm a Tobagonian. But I do not stand and support any call for any more money, not 1 more cent for you. You all can't spend money. Full of potential. All I know is figures. One more. Bad spending the money. Bad spending the money. And I understand why, You see, when people not accustomed to money, they don't know the value of it. When people not accustomed to money, and none of them on that side are accustomed to money, not one of them accustomed to money. So it's come right down to them. They want more. If you all had knew the value of money, you all would have fixed that place down called James. Fort James? I call it in Plymouth there? Fort James? The Plymouth Fort by the football field there. That has no toilet in it. It's a chemical toilet. Most of these places have no proper toilet facilities. We came up with a plan from way back in 2017 that every single tourist destination in Tobago should have restroom facilities, proper restroom facilities. There is none there. When you go to the Aga waterfall, if you want to use the restroom, you have to come quite back out. The world has changed. We have to find a way to accommodate people that when they reach the destination and they say, I reach. If they want to use a restroom, our restroom is available. But the restroom at the same time does not conflict with the environment. We're not doing that. When you look at health, it's the worst. We're in a crisis in health, You have to go and line up to get a mammogram. And when you get a mammogram, you have to wait long to get your results on it. I hear now started speeding up things and that kind of stuff. But that should not be the case. We came up with a plan to convert some of those health centers into wellness centers. Since 2017, we came up with a plan. We have not one single wellness center in Tobago. Cancer is killing more Tobagonians than gunshot. Let me repeat that. Cancer is killing more Tobagonians than gunshot every single month. 2-3 people die from cancer. Who die from cancer? Die from high blood pressure. That's what's going on. And who high blood pressure and cancer not killing? Sugar killing. How come can't we master these diseases? When our ancestors came from Africa, they never suffer with high blood pressure. They never suffer with sugar. They never suffer with these things. It's a lifestyle. We have to put it into our environment that we beat these diseases by the way we eat, the way we live. We have to change our lifestyle. That has to take place from the health centers. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, again I go back to the fact that we have a few more months here. And this will be the last budget money they get in. All right? It's the last budget money they get from this. When they get money here in December, that's the last money they get in. And I know the hand done dribbling for it already. The hand dribbling to touch it, to touch the money. They're touching it. My office in Roxborough is in the most uninhabitable condition, so to speak. And it's under the House of Legislature, Assembly Legislature, and up to now, they cannot even fix my office. No air condition, toilet run down, bats leaking, all kind of things. The gate can't close. Every time I close the gate, it just falls and pin somewhere in the ground. So they leave the gate open perpetually. And that's my office. They had no money to fix that. This house has no money to fix that. So how can we spend $7.5 billion? 7.5. And every time somebody try to close the gate of my office, just pin them to the ground. How come the bats still live in the roof flying around? How come they try to flush the toilet in not flushing? And there's no air condition. How come? And $7.5 billion spent? No, man. Something is wrong. How come in Scarborough, there is no ice factory in Scarborough at the port right there? How come? And $7.5 billion spent, and this is the capital where I'm going to rush and say, I want some piece of fish now. I'm going to get fresh fish now. They must bring their ice inside. The ice plant is not working, and $7.5 billion spent. Something is wrong. But I ask myself, how are we looking after our fishermen in this particular season? As I look at my sister across there, member for Bacolet. How are they being looked after? They are crying out about the oil in the sea and how it's affecting the ability to fish and even people buying fish, etc. How are you meeting out to them? How much of these fishermen can access loans in ADB? That's where the rubber hits the road, you know. Not all this fancy talk about fancy plans where they can access the money and they put it on paper and people can't read it, they can only hear it. We have to let this money reach into the crevices of our society and create a better society. This is Tobago. I believe that Tobago could be better than it is. I also believe my colleagues, if they commit themselves, they can do a better job. But I believe politically, they're in a happy place. Politically, they are planning on the next 20 years in office. So they say that they're going to complete a master plan for 2025 to 2045. That sounds like rubbish, right? You have 3 years. You had no master plan for this 3-year period. But all of a sudden, your 3 years coming, your year you got coming to an end. You now have a big plan for the next 20 years, and you want somebody to give you a vote. That is smart manism. Smart man thing that. Smart man thing. You want next chance again. No, that wasn't good enough. I want next chance. Tobago is not in for that deputy presiding officer. I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up by saying we really need a new finance secretary. My friend, my colleague, member for Lansome Pallitivere, is indeed an English teacher. Don't know maths at all. Don't know figures. You cannot be wanting to ask Trinidad for 8%. Yeah? We now have a maximum cover of 6.9% of the national budget, but you want more than that. You want 8%. But in your ask, in this budget here, you are asking for 5.8%. You don't even want a maximum. You want 5.8%. I think if you want a maximum money, you want the maximum. Go back with the same 6.9% or ask for 8%. But no, you're asking for 5.8%. That simply says to me that you don't even believe in your own story. You don't even believe that the 8% you're asking for is enough. So you want less than that. In fact, that is too much money for you. You want less, 5.8%. We have to get used to figures. And we have to get used to working for Tobagonians. Tobagonians are outside these walls and they don't even look at this challenge. They don't even look. Because all the big words inside this budget don't understand anything. What they want to find out is what kind of work we're getting outside. And the work we're getting outside is cutlass work. How's the look is cutlass work? 900 person hired, 10 on, 10 off, cutlass work. You have to work 6 months for 3 months pay. How could that make sense? Put in Tobagonians to work for 6 months and all they're getting is 3 months pay, a whole month for half month pay. Something is wrong with that. That is next to slavery. And those people like to wear dashiki, you know. Adita is big freedom fighters. Like to wear dashiki. You swear that they're real freedom fighters. So we have to be careful. We want jobs that elevate our people out of this kind of slave environment. I look at my good friend again, the member for Lansome Pallitivere, going Speyside, say that somebody in Charlottesville gave them.
Member for Roxburgh, you have 2 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Right, I'm wrapping up. They have come to compound slavery on us. They have come to compound slavery. My good friend here, from Lansome Pallitivere, gone to Charlottesville, got 90 acres of land from a landowner up there. And all he wants to work on the land is cocoa. They have so much cocoa estate here. Roxburgh cocoa estate, Darfur cocoa estate all over Tobago. But they're taking somebody private land to work cocoa estate to give Tobagonians work. What happened to that? There's over 2,500 acres of land under Tobago. That's about 25 estates. And you're going to ask somebody for 90 acres of land to go and work cocoa? I thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. They have gotten it wrong again.
Member for Scarborough Mongrace.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, members of the House, members in the gallery, it's always a pleasure to stand in this house. I always stand on the strength of the good voters, the district of Scarborough Mount Grace, who, by their vote, allows me to be here. The budget statement was premised, among other things, on two fundamentals. One, that the resources that rightfully belong to Tobago are not calculated in the revenue for Tobago. And two, that the premise of the DRC Commission that hinged the bottom figure of the range for which Tobago should be budgeted within was based on the population size. And we have sat in this house, this is the third time, where we have attempted to come up with a budget that those people in the parliament in Trinidad can approve in full. We started out with requesting closer to the upper limit of the range, 6.9%. And both times, the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, who is Tobagonian, refused. So we are here again, doing what we can do to appease our masters, because they are in fact our masters. To appease them, to say to them, listen, we are doing the reasonable thing. The member for Roxborough, let me deal with him first. The member for Roxborough, I believe he wants to apologize. I believe his impending bankruptcy is finally getting to him, and he needs an increase in salary. And therefore,
Member, I caution you about your motives.
And therefore, he wishes to be on the side that he criticizes. But in his absence, I want to say to him that apart from nations in the Middle East, every nation in the West, and maybe China, every nation in the West runs on a deficit budget, including Trinidad and Tobago. In the region, the Tobago House of Assembly, and I keep making the point before that we don't realize that we have a Barbados House of Assembly, and a St. Vincent House of Assembly, and a Grenada House of Assembly, which forms the government of those countries. The government of Tobago, therefore, is probably the only government in the region that cannot borrow, that cannot budget effectively, that needs to ask some other public servant in Trinidad permission to spend, to ask them, can it, till we are at the place where our forefathers fought for some level of autonomy, some level of internal self-government, where we are given a budget and we are given responsibilities under the 5th schedule. And we hear both PNM and PDP saying, coming to the house and saying, let's give up the rights that we have fought for so hard that Robinson almost get killed for in the parliament. And they come to this house to say, let the people in Trinidad starve us for budget so they could build infrastructure works in Tobago. And I mean, how do you, as a Tobagonian, come to the house of the seat of government in Tobago and argue that the government in Trinidad must have the right to deny us our budgetary requests and then to turn around and say to you, sit in your corner, I will do this for you and we will accept it because you must kneel to me.
Oh, slave.
And it is amazing that remember my good cousin from Roxborough, Argyle, can come to this house today and argue for that. Now listen to the member for Darrell Spring Wim. This gentleman continuously in the house, on the television, repeat lie after lie after lie in the hope that one day somebody will believe the lie.
Yes.
So I want to change up my entire speech because I plan to start with quoting Section 43 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, where the Parliament in Trinidad and Tobago admits to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that the government, the cabinet of the day, must give due consideration in considering the budget estimates, must give due consideration to the financial and developmental needs of Tobago. Not to the size of the request, but must give consideration to the financial and developmental needs of Tobago in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, and shall allocate resources to Tobago as fairly as is practicable. It's fairly subjective, and so we'll get to that part. Because they admit that they centralized into Trinidad the center of commerce for 135 years. They admit in 1996 that is what they did, and therefore they must now pay us for physical separation from Trinidad. That's what they admit.
Yes.
They admit that Tobago is outside of the principal growth centers, meaning that they have built no structures, physical or economic structures, to allow Tobago to grow. And they must now pay us for that. This is after. They admit also that the absence of the expenditure that takes place in Trinidad, which they orchestrate for 135 years. You know, we had our ancestor, APT, having to fly to England in the 50s to get a road in Mount Thomas and street lights and books for school when they had a government in Trinidad. Because the government in Trinidad under Ho Choi and then under Eric refused to spend money in Tobago.
Which Ho Choi? Solomon.
Solomon Ho Choi. They admit in 1996 that they had restricted opportunities for employment and career fulfillment. 70% of my family reside in Trinidad because of that fact. And they come to the house to say, and this gentleman from Roxborough, this member from Roxborough comes to the house to say that Trinidad and Tobago should not pay because in his mind we have misspent, bad spent, or cannot spend. But the people in Trinidad can spend, and they can go back mid-year and ask for another spend and get it through the Parliament when they can't even account for $2 to $3 billion. And the member for Argyle agrees. And the member for Wim agrees. But we think so lowly of ourselves that we are willing to... I watched a movie, I don't remember the name, is Samuel Jackson and Jamie Foxx, a Western movie. I think Samuel Jackson was the real house slave in the movie. Django. And that is what they remind me of. Massa, come build the road for me. Today, after in 2022, we wrote to the NITCO, we wrote to the Ministry of Finance saying, let us have a conversation, according to the THA Act, let us have a conversation on how we can participate, give our input into the construction of the new terminal. They keep calling it the new airport. It's just a new terminal they're building, you know. New terminal and new apron, that's what they're doing. New terminal and new apron for $1 billion+. That's all they're doing. And they refuse to meet with the THA.
Disrespectful.
They refuse to meet. We had to go through all kind of rigmarole just to get the plans. They find gas. They say it's methane. Who in Tobago knows what kind of gas they find? 95 feet, digging a shallow trench to put pipelines, fuel lines, which should be 9 or 10 feet, but they end up 95 feet to say they find methane gas. Maybe the member from Darrell Spring Wim has the report, because I ain't get it. The chief second get it. Nobody in Tobago get it. The same Indian man that who the same one?
Disrespectful.
They operating in this land with impunity because they, by some law from the English, control what goes on in Tobago. And we, whose fathers work in the cane fields and the plantations in Tobago, are left homeless. Oh, that's what we are, homeless. And want to come to this house to say that, listen, let Trinidad build the road. This guy, what he's been saying for years, he's been saying that. Let Trinidad build the road. And making noise about a 2-lane dual carriageway. And saying, this will never get it in Tobago. And the next one saying, well, you're going to make appraisal for that. What is the sense? And I don't have to criticize other people's plans, but what is the sense in building a dual carriageway from Canaan to Cove? What is the sense of that? Canaan to Cove, and then end up back on a single carriageway. What is the sense of that? We looked at some of the plans, we decided what we were going to do. The dual carriageway plan, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, $144 million. That's what they said they were going to do. We are spending much less than that. But it is not good enough because the plebs and the commoners in Tobago must bow to the PNM intern and say, come and build it. If what the chief said, they are traitors to Tobago. They're not Tobagonians in any way. They are traitors and haters of themselves. So the budget statement was premised on two fundamental things among others. The other one, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, was population size. It's not my argument, it's the population size being the basis of the argument that Dr. Vanush James and others put forward to the DRC back in '96. We are saying no, that the population has grown and the population in Tobago has taken it has taken, the last census I remember, other than 2011, was 1980. 1980, the population of Tobago was 50,000 people. From 1980 to now, 45 years, the population has now gotten, if we have to believe the member for Darrell Springwim, to 60,000.
Misquoted figures.
But
Misquoted.
like what he said, he does his research. So he come up with the 60,000. So let me use his figure, right? Because the CSO can't disaggregate nothing. Nobody in this country, in Trinidad, not banks, not energy sector companies, could disaggregate anything between Tobago and Trinidad. Not CSO, nobody. Because the PNM wanted so. But this population thing has always been a concern for me. Like I said, 60% of my family in Trinidad, where their taxes are accounted for, in Tobago or Trinidad. Where does the Prime Minister, where does his taxes are accounted for? When he pays his taxes, where are they accounted for? Tobago or Trinidad? And
That's a developmental tax.
his salary tax. Right? So the economic impact of the Tobagonian has been migrated to Trinidad. And now Trinidad takes benefit of our economic activity because they admitted that we've had restricted opportunities for employment and career fulfillment. The Prime Minister might have been Chief Secretary now if he stayed in Tobago, who knows?
Never did they.
Who knows? But the career fulfillment pathway, nobody trying to do anything, the career fulfillment pathway took him to Port of Spain, and now his taxes, his expenditure is being accounted for as part of the GDP of Trinidad. Now tell me, where does that make sense in a so-called unitary state? And so half of our income, half of our revenue is being counted in Trinidad. And we are powerless, we have no way of deciding what it is because the government refuses to disaggregate any accounting in Trinidad and Tobago. The chief talked about the energy reserves and linked the budget on the definition of Tobago and Trinidad. That is important, that is of critical importance. Now listen to Mr. Duke, that is of critical importance because probably he doesn't understand. To be a multi-state unitary state means that every state in the unitary state is a state. Every component of the unitary state is a state. So Tobago is a state. The only way Tobago and Trinidad could be one state is if Tobago is a state and Trinidad is a state, or else Tobago is one of the archipelagic islands of Trinidad, and we know that is not the case, right? So Tobago is already a state, and Trinidad is a state, and the UN laws of the sea says that coastal states are surrounded by an economic zone.
Correct.
That extends 200 miles, and if another country is within your 200-mile radius, it extends to the middle line between those two. That's just simple.
Eastern international relations, when you know this.
I don't believe that. And therefore, delineating Tobago and Trinidad again is simple. But the PNM refuses to do it because they want to call all the waters around Tobago. No, they're calling it Trinidad. Whatever they're calling it. Northeast marine area.
Yeah.
That's what it is. North Coast, sorry. North Coast marine area. Energy deposits in the Tobago Trough, northeast of Tobago. Between Tobago and Grenada, off Castara, Palatavere, and Lansformy. Block 22 on the energy map, off Charlottesville, is the North Coast marine area of Trinidad. So they can now have Shell run a pipeline from Iris and from Orchid to the platform in Poinsettia and take that gas and never come for it to Tobago because that is theirs. That is part of their GDP. The Iris and Orchid are 11 miles off Castara. And so when Prime Minister Passad was offering 11 miles, they jumped down all over Trinidad and said, no, define it. You can't do that. Leave them at 6.
Because they know.
That is them.
They knew.
And they come with support of the PDP to say, give them no more money. Give them no more money. And so, I want to tell Tobagonians, especially there were some young people there this morning. I think the member said that it was his godson. Came to hear him speak and then left. I want to tell the young people, those in Standard 5 and in Forms 4 and 5 and 6, and some of the teachers, that if we don't teach these kids the truth of what this relationship is, we are going to be lost forever to Trinidad. If we don't do it. In the United Kingdom, which is probably one of the oldest concepts of unitary statehood, one of the oldest concepts, who Eric modeled this thing after. Scotland controls the oil deposits, the energy deposit in the North Sea. And it's accounted for as part of their GDP, and a portion of it goes to the national so-called UK Parliament. Belongs to Scotland. In Tobago, nothing belongs to Tobago, not even we. Everybody buy a new car now except me. When the member for Lambo, Lowlands buy a new car. But he ain't paying taxes on that, that's a bad example. When the ordinary citizen in Tobago buy a car and pays the 35% duty on it, all of that is calculated as a Trinidad income. All of that. When we buy food and we import grape and apple, and we must ban that just now. All of that taxes is counted for in Trinidad because, again, we can't separate it.
Insurance, financial.
Everything. And we sit here and repeat the words of the Prime Minister. $200 million in revenue. Nothing could be further from the truth. Let me get to, before my time runs out, let me get to the details of the budget by just stating some of the facts. I know the member want to talk about the road and all of them things, and how James so corrupt, and the member for Palatavere so corrupt, and all the 700 million that they spend and give to whomever who the auditors say value only 400 million, they take the 7 and give it to their friends. They can't talk about that. But I don't have time. Public sector investment program. Trinidad and Tobago. In 2022-23, under the item called Improving Productivity Through Quality Infrastructure and Transportation. That's where it is. That's the development budget for Tobago and Trinidad. And before we came into office, Tobago, I am told, never submitted a project to the PSIP in the format it should be submitted in. We did it this year for the first time, and I applaud the staff at the division who worked tirelessly in a short period of time to try to do it, under the guidance of the administrator who is here today. For the first time in 20 years, no division in Tobago submitted a project in the format they should submit it to the PSIP, to be part of the PSIP program in Trinidad and Tobago. And they come here to talk about governance and about budget. Anyhow, the central government in Trinidad, 3 items under the Ministry of Works and Transportation. Drainage, 2023, $298 million. Roads and bridges, $995 million. This is the development budget. Only the development budget. And let me keep in mind that in Tobago, certainly in the Division of Infrastructure, the development budget comprises $41.6 million as wages that we inherit because they failed to do what they should have done and cut short the development program every year. And so everybody knows that work in development are in fact recurrent expenditure. So the recurrent expenditure component of the development budget at the Division of Infrastructure is $41.6 million per year. Keep that in mind. Under these 3 items, drainage, roads and bridges and transportation, the Ministry of Works and Transportation received $1.68.5 billion in 22-23, and in 23-24, $1.402 billion. In Tobago, the development program for the Division of Infrastructure received under the same items, aggregated 2022 to 2023, $61 billion, $61 million. And in 23-24, $44.9 million. You take away the recurrent wages from that, and Tobago received $19.4 million to carry out development works under drainage, roads and bridges, and transportation. Transportation here means carriageway and roads and so on. $19.4 million to buy material and do development work and hand out projects and do whatever we have to do. And in 23-24, $3.3 million. Which works out at a percentage of between the Division of Infrastructure
Member for
and the
Scarborough
Ministry of
Mongrace.
Works and Transportation. It works out to a percentage of that.
Member for Scarborough Mongrace, you have 2 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Which works out to, in 22-23, 1.1% of the money given to the Ministry of Works to build out infrastructure in Trinidad. I mean, how could anybody in Tobago stand in this house and say, not another cent? How could anybody in Tobago say that this is fair and this is right and this is just? How could the members for Tobago East and the member for Tobago West be silent in the House in Trinidad on Tobago issues? How could a Prime Minister who born in Mason Hall be silent? How? So this year, we're asking for only $138 million under these same headings. $138 million, and we submitted to the PSI, in the format of the PSIP, projects for Bad Rock, Turpin Bend, Runnymede, Easterfield, Cove Roundabout, secondary roads program, and of course upgrade to the Claudenwell Highway. We in Tobago need more than ever to come to terms with the fact that we need a different arrangement, a different funding arrangement, a different legislative arrangement with the state of Trinidad. The state of Tobago needs a different arrangement, otherwise we will be stuck. My kids, my father went through this problem, I went through it, my children are going to go through it if they come back here to live, and all of us, generation after generation after generation, will be going through it because we have people in Tobago who support a Trinidad ideal over a Tobago one.
Member, your speaking time has expired.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I move that the member for Scarborough, Congress, be given an additional 10 minutes to complete his term.
Honorable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be allowed to the member for Scarborough Mongrace to finish his presentation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Thank you, members. So let me respond to a little bit of some of the things that the member for Darrell Springwim spoke about. CAF, Central American Development Bank, he said that the division had designs in place for coastal protection. Outright lie. If they have it on the computer of Mr. Chadban and he won with it. They don't make the division. We've sat with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Housing, I think, who is the executing agent for them, for this loan, where they sat with the previous administration and promised them $15 million US. Identify the 3 projects. The project at Grange Bay, where if you get up, before you get up to Mount Irving Hotel turnoff, the failure there is maybe 10-15 feet from the road now. For revetment protection there along the seawall. No design. All lie and fake news. Plymouth Back Bay. No design. That road has eroded completely from the seaside to the inner side.
The chief of the expert players down there.
If what?
The chief of the expert players down there.
Yes, they started a wall down there.
Cost millions.
I know how much it costs. The road has eroded and failed completely. The house on the eastern side of the road, cracking up, nobody can live in it. Pigeon Point, they ups and build a breakwater, a nearshore breakwater off Basso, Andre Basso renting from Pigeon Point down there to somehow protect him. No design, no study, no EMA approval, nothing. Them is PNM. They could just do what they want. Just do what they want. Sana Cretin where you shouldn't have Crete. Basso still getting flood out. Decide now that we go fix that. Government agree. The 3 projects identified. 2.5 years. $0. CAF came to Tobago to discuss with us in person. $0. IDB. Again, Saturday agreed with the previous administration, $41 million for road infrastructure in town, some money for the project in Riseland, a housing project, and upgrades to the botanics gardens. $41 million. with instructions from the Tobagonian in Parliament, $0. My good friend spoke about the quarry already. Turpin Bend, one of the things he spoke about. How we now going to do it? Well, we know that the Udicot was hired by the division, and when we win, the Udicot get instructions to stop all project work in Tobago.
Including Baccalaureate complex.
The Udicot get instructions from the Prime Minister after the Prime Minister tell them, here now, I am a geologist, my head hard, I know a rock. Let's not go down that hill. Let's go behind Pat Turpin house and go down in the back. Otherwise he can't approve it. After he tell them that, and Garcia agreed, Garcia came to us in the Executive Council and agreed that that's what the Prime Minister tell him, and he agreed we should go there and it will cost us some of them $2 million or whatever extra. And then a week later they write a letter to say they're done with that. No more project in Tobago. And so we now have to find the money through some means, through some procurement modality we would find to pay later, to build that road, to prevent people who run off the road with buses for years, 23 years, 21 years they paying them there, can't fix the road, and then want to come and blame us for 2 years for delays caused by your Udicot. The thing is so preposterous that I could only smile, and Brother Watson want me to smile. Tender process. The next thing the member for WIM, Darrell Wim, talk about how tender process was expedited and some contractor win. Well, I want to say that at least we have a tender process. At least we have a tender process. We have a tender process for the same road that on the books are the estimates that went to the Executive Council the last THA for $40 million to build the same road that we built for $19.5 million. And we had a tender process for it, and yet still they make noise. It is like if they're so against any development in Tobago, yes, and like the roundabout kind of put in the head that it come out there, they go, like they're going crazy. They go, any development in Tobago, they're against it. Yes. Don't do nothing. Because we didn't do nothing, and we have instructions not to do anything, so you don't come and do nothing. How do we not say that you are against Tobago? Because all the data, what did I say? All the data, when two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking, all the data says that the PNM has been against Tobago development and continues to be against Tobago development, and therefore they want to sell this story that if every time you spend any money on real development, because you know all the $700 million they do in Tobago and spend money on is not development. It is fixing a piece of road here and a piece of road there and a drain here and a drain there and making the life of Tobagonians better. But it is not economic development or infrastructural development, because it brings no economic return. It doesn't allow for the movement, the ease of movement from the airport to the seaport, and reduce the cost of transportation if you want to export something. That's what the road in Friendship does. Today, the PS from Works calling my PS, I don't call him PS now because he's doing more work than she for half the money. And nobody's saying nothing. The most of the divisions in Tobago, the administrators are doing more work than the joking ministries they have in Trinidad. And have PS and deputy PS, and we have to subordinate ourselves to deputy PS and then try to get promotion down there. She called in to say, let me talk about the road. You know, let me talk now. Let me do go through them politicians. Let me see if you could talk.
Member for Scarborough, Mount Grace, you have 1 minute of speaking time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. So in conclusion, let me say that to the young people in the 5th forms and the 6th forms and the people in Tobago generally, that you have to understand that we are positioning Tobago to be able to spring off, and we have to go quickly with some of the development projects because we have been stagnant for too long, and we have been put a plethora of stumbling blocks in our way, and we have to hop, skip, and jump to get through. So on that note, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Member for Bagatelle Bacalet.
Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me begin by sincerely thanking my constituents of Bagatelle Bacalet for their continued support. After decades of living in darkness across Bagatelle Bacalet, we can finally celebrate street lights with Celestial View, French Fort, Cradley, Bacalet Point, Bacalet, Inez Development, and other parts of the constituency. So when the Tobago version of the Trinidad PNM comes at your doorstep, tell them to vote for the anchor. To the wider Tobago electorate at home and abroad, the scripture says, "Take heed that no man deceives you, for many shall come in my name and say, I am Christ, and shall deceive many." For the PNM soweth division, corruption, alienation, hatred, spite, vindictiveness, and naked oppression, and in December 2021, they reaped what they sowed. Let me remind Tobagonians to never forget the weaponization of the PNM state against all of Tobago, even those who voted for the PNM. Poor handling of cargo ferry affecting food supplies, Tobago suffers. Delays in granting blast license to the Division of Infrastructure, Tobago suffers. Licensing assault on our vehicle owners, Tobago suffers. Heartless wrecking of vehicles in Scarborough, Tobago suffers. They even brace a Tobagonian with a summary offense threat for not having the driver's permit, but when a cabinet minister did not transfer the ownership of a Porsche, that summary offense did not attract the attention of the licensing department in Trinidad. All accrued PNM political strategy to keep us hungry. And when we have to unite for self-determination in Tobago, our brothers have to be our enemy. The time needed to transform this island into the greatest little island on the planet requires a steady hand of disciplined, dedicated, progressive, innovative, and empowering governance, which requires the TPP to lead this transformation. Deputy Presiding Officer, to my hard-working staff, Assistant Secretary, Administrator, and all of the members in this House, I sincerely thank you for signing on to the vision of transforming Tobago into the greatest little island on the planet. Due to our team approach towards everything we have accomplished so far within the 2.5 years, that should not go without acknowledgement. A special thank you to the staff of Agriculture and Tractor Pool for attempting to clear the 300 backlog of over 300 farmers waiting for tractor services with the spanking new wheel tractors, 6 of them purchased by the division. Deputy Presiding Officer,
I want to strongly point out that this administration would have exercised prudent spending to ensure that the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development got some relief from this mischievous PNM central government, who allocated a further $400 million in 2024 to improve agriculture in Trinidad and less than $4 million after I pay wages to improve the agricultural sector in Tobago. This secretary and her division didn't even have the luxury of receiving $56 million this fiscal to fix the agricultural sector in Tobago, but the PNM government allocated in Trinidad $56 million to build a zoo to cage up innocent animals, while leaving unaccountable individuals responsible for the missing $3 billion unpunished. Madam Presiding Officer, if there's a will, there's a way, and we are praying people at the Division of Food Security. It is important for us to appreciate the malaise of the agriculture sector and other sectors inherited by this division. Deputy Presiding Officer, the absence of adequate information to allow for strategic planning and sustainable development of the various sectors prevailed. The last agriculture census was conducted in 2004 with the assistance of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. There was none conducted by the Central Statistical Office in 2013 when it was statutorily due 2 years after the population and housing census. In 2004, there were 969 commercial farmers in Tobago on 2,042 hectares of land, but this was down from 1,966 commercial farmers on 5,872 hectares in 1982. Deputy Presiding Officer, the sector lost over 1,000 farmers and 3,000 hectares, or over 7,400 acres of productive agriculture between 1982 and 2004. This brings clearly to our realization the challenge of achieving the objective of food security for the island in an environment of increased rates of population growth, inter-island ferry uncertainties, and the pressing issues surrounding the impact of climate change. The absence of a robust agriculture policy with adequate support for the capital investment needed for the sector is among the main reasons for the decline in agriculture in Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration is therefore acutely aware of the need to arrest these structural issues with sound policy, leveraging technology, institutional strengthening, and efficiency in the delivery of enabling goods and services to our stakeholders in the sector. The overall policy must therefore address all three levels, namely home gardening, commercial agriculture, and export agriculture. Similarly, in the area of marine resources and fisheries, we must enhance commercial and export fisheries and ensure that the biodiversity of the island and vegetative coverage remains robust and managed in a sustainable way. In the process, Deputy Presiding Officer, we will resuscitate the sector and place it on a productive and sustainable footing for which the island will be proud and the economic, social, and environmental goals are met. Deputy Presiding Officer, at the 30th sitting of this House on the 23rd of May, I moved a motion for the Tobago House of Assembly to adopt the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The motion urged the Tobago House of Assembly to align its Tobago development strategy, namely the greatest little island on the planet, to the SDGs, and also align all aspects of policy formulation and implementation to the SDGs. Deputy Presiding Officer, I thank all members for their participation and approval of this motion. I am pleased to highlight that this budget for fiscal 2024-2025 aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Tobago Development Strategy. Deputy Presiding Officer, this alignment was completed even before I received an invitation to attend the Regional Seminar for Parliaments of the Caribbean, where more than 50 participants from Barbados, Cuba, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and Cayman Islands gathered in Port of Spain from the 27th to the 29th of May 2024 to discuss the state of climate change impacts in the Caribbean and making loss and damage and climate finance a reality to support the achievement of climate and sustainable development goals. Two of the key actions identified included advocating for the reform of global finance and to make use of existing parliamentary powers and prerogatives for enhanced involvement in discussions and decisions related to climate finance and enhanced transparency and accountability of government action. Deputy Presiding Officer, I love it when Tobago leads and others follow. Aligned to Pillar 1 of the greatest little island on the planet and improve per capita standard of living, our budget has allotted $2 million. Aligned to SDGs 1, 2, 8, 10, and 6 in the area of Pillar 4 and efficient, effective, and accountable public service, we have allotted $14 million. Aligned to SDGs 16, 8, 17, 9, and 10, $18 million is allotted to Pillar 9. A united, peaceful, safe, and secure population, aligned to SDGs 16, 11, 13, 14, 15, 3, and 17. $58 million is allotted to Pillar 10, green, modern, state-of-the-art public infrastructure, aligned to SDGs 7, 9, 6, 11, and 10. And $14 million to Pillar 11, food security, aligned to SDGs 2, 1, 12, 15, 11, 14, 13, and 3. Deputy Presiding Officer, allow me to highlight some of this division's achievements which contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 1, 2, and 3, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being. Total registered home gardeners, 970. 24 training sessions conducted by Plant Tissue Culture Laboratory, inclusive of subculture operations and aseptic techniques and use of autoclave. 4 lab tours and experiments that led to further propagation of new plantlets in breadfruit, avocado, ginger, and plantains. In May 2024, the home gardening team conducted a training session and demonstration on crop production for inmates at the Tobago Prison Service. It was a successful and interactive session as inmates were able to learn new skills and improve their knowledge on crop production. Crops they transplanted included lettuce, tomato, pachoy, melangen, sweet pepper, pimentos, beans, and herbs. All registered government schools, including early childhood centers and one home for the aged, have received self-watering hydroponic systems as at March 2024. Giant African snail eradication, 189 exercises conducted with 129,643 snails destroyed between 2023 and 2024. Extension officers visited 488 crop farmers and 220 livestock farmers, 95 mixed farmers between 2023 and 2024. Veterinary officers visited 381 private farms and responded to 427 government concerns on government farms between 2023 to 2024. Planned quarantine unit, they conducted 284 airport inspections, 46 cruise inspections, and seized 612 items between 2023 and 2024. Between October 2023 and March 2024, number of bee colonies inspected by the APRIS unit, 340. SDG 7, SDG 11, and SDG 13, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, climate action. Installation of solar panels at the Bloody Bay Rest Stop and Orientation Center. Partnership with UNDP to electrify the science lab at the Speyside High School with a solar system. Install a solar water heater at the Speyside Health Center to support all hot water needs. 15 kilowatt standalone solar system at the Charlottesville Methodist Primary School. In the event of a power outage, the school will get its electricity needs. Partnership with the Ministry of Energy to outfit Scarborough Methodist, Signal Hill Government Primary, Castara Government Primary, and Bishop's High School with a 7 kilowatt solar PV system. This will build climate resilience and support disaster management and preparedness in light of climate change. The launch of the Tobago Electric Transport Project, a partnership with EIDCOT for electric vehicle charging stations. Approximately 20 sites across Tobago have been identified to support sustainable transportation and support the growing adoption of electric vehicles. EIDCOT is taking the lead on this. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Wages increase for all categories of workers under the reforestation program. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, imagine there were workers in the program working for as low as $86.25 per day. This administration fixed that, and now all NIS payments are up to date for these workers. Lure, estate, cocoa rehab, invasive control, mistletoe workers also receive wage increases in line with daily rated workers with all their benefits. Deputy Presiding Officer, the focus of TADCO is to provide decent work and foster economic growth. As an innovative strategy, TADCO piloted the poultry contract farming initiative, which resulted in 67 poultry contract farmers participating in the project between 2022 and 2023. 21 Tobago farmers participated in the Lamb Fest in 2023, and 5,145 pounds of lamb meat was purchased from them at a cost of $128,625. TADCO received revenue from the capital of Paradise 1 from 2022 to present in the amount of $3,445,636.49, and revenues from dry storage, cold storage, ice, feed and livestock from 2022 to present in the amount of $9,423,368.32. The SetNet Restoration Project. The division and TADCO worked together to finally bring the SetNet to Tobago in 2023. This SetNet was given to Tobago by the Japan International Cooperation Agency, but it was in Trinidad and not in operation for 20 years. This SetNet would now be used to develop the Tobago's bait industry. While consultation began with fisherfolk in November 2023, the recent oil spill delayed this project. And Deputy Presiding Officer, I just want to remind the minority again and again and again that the Novo company actually purchased fresh produce from farmers and engaged in processing. But because they didn't understand the mandate and created so much problems in this space, the farmers didn't quite get to understand their contribution. However, Novo has moved on into Canada, Guyana, and to Suriname. They have set up a lot of new technologies, cutting-edge technologies in agro-processing, and of course, they continue to support the stakeholders of different countries except Tobago, because the minority communicated wrong information. So you see how you can miss out on opportunities. Deputy Presiding Officer.
Members.
Deputy Presiding Officer, the Prime Minister isn't here to scold him, so he will talk.
Member for Bacatel. Member for Darrell Springwim, I'd like you to allow the member to finish the presentation.
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I have a ruling on the standing order, please? And have the member withdraw that statement.
Member, I see no.
But it's true. Yeah, it's true. But he just said it earlier.
Absolutely no conversation with an investor as being responsible, and I take absolutely no responsibility. So it's incompetence.
Deputy Presiding Officer.
Member for Bacatel, continue please.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to digress a bit to demonstrate how this administration repaired and upgraded 7 facilities with $390,942.98 and constructed 15 access roads, while the last administration refurbished 1 facility, the Scarborough Market, with $48 million. Notably, this Tobago version of the Trinidad PNM was about inflating the cost of projects and therefore deliberately underdeveloping the island, especially as it relates to agriculture. They wanted to create a Tobago that is 100% dependent on Trinidad while violating the principles of reducing corruption in all its forms as required in SDG 16. Deputy Presiding Officer, let us look at these 7 facilities that only cost $18,390,942.98. Repair works to the worker facility at Studley Park Nurseries at a cost of $341,629.50, VAT inclusive, by a Tobago contractor. Fisherfolk are actually using the Barbados Bay Fish Facility after its repair and upgrade at a cost of $1,515,066.50, VAT inclusive, by a Tobago contractor. Repair and upgrade to livestock pens at Hope Farm, Louis D'Or Demonstration Unit, and Charlotteville Breeding Unit at a cost of $1,748,458.22, VAT inclusive, by Tobago contractors. Repair and upgrade to Charlotteville Craft Market at a cost of $137,377.35, VAT inclusive, and this was completed with in-house labor. Upgrade of Shore Park Food Hub at a cost of $1,461,214.68, VAT inclusive, by a Tobago contractor. Agricultural Access Roads Program, all executed by Tobago contractors. 15 roads commenced in May at Belmont, Gibbergully, Mount St. George, Windsor Link Road, Cradley Trace, Connector Roads, and Grenadian Hill, Bell Garden at an estimated cost of $11,369,631.58 and should be completed by September 2024. Points are now being picked up for another access road program for fiscal 2024-2025. Deputy Presiding Officer, listen to how much work this division did with just $18,390,942.98 compared to $48 million for the Scarborough market, and the market is still in need of upgrades. Madam Presiding Officer, I am sure more than the $3 billion is missing under the PNM government. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will now speak about projects that are expected to begin the last quarter of this fiscal. Repairs to Culloden Fish Facility, project awarded to a Tobago contractor and work has commenced. Repairs and upgrade to locker storage at Charlotteville, project awarded to a Tobago contractor and work to commence in July. Repairs and upgrade to Roxborough Fish Facility, project awarded to a Tobago contractor and work to commence in July. Repairs and upgrade to the Buku Training Facility, procurement process almost complete. Repairs and upgrades to Louis D'Or Processing Facility, procurement process almost complete. Construction of Palliative Fish Facility Phase 2, procurement process almost complete. And with this facility, the foundation was done over a decade by the PNM. So this administration will now construct the facility. Drainage at the Scarborough Fish Facility, work to be done in-house. Construction of tractor pool storage shed to be done both in-house and with a contractor. Construction of workers facility and installation of tire changer. Various tasks to be completed to ensure OSH compliance. Estimated cost of work $5 million. Upgrade of laboratory facility for tissue culture, entomology and plant pathology. Upgrades to be done with in-house labor. Work is necessary at the laboratory to eradicate mold infestation at a cost of $200,000. Painting of the building, changing partitions to concrete board, construction of an external wash-up area, and construction of footbath in the hardening area. Research and development of information systems, RADIS. Equipment has been purchased to allow for more sophisticated method of collecting data. This unit conducted a survey local utilization of agro-processing products in Tobago businesses 2024. A total of 107 businesses within Tobago were engaged and relevant information gathered. Prices on selected agricultural commodities are collected weekly from 15 green grocers, 8 supermarkets, and the Scarborough market. Currently, 353 farmers and 131 agro-processors are in the Research and Information Unit database. Repair work has also been prioritized for the Bloody Bay Rest Stop, Buku Fish Facility, Scarborough Abattoir, and the Scarborough Botanical Garden fence. And the procurement process for all these upgrades has begun. Consultations to inform the designs for the construction of the food hubs, market-type facilities took place in 2023 for Mason Hall and Roxborough, and one fish facility for King Peter's Bay Road. Designs have been already submitted. Materials to repair the 2 bird viewing platforms on Little Tobago have been procured, and trail signs also procured, and they will be installed in July 2024. The Executive Council approved the engagement of the IDCUT for the construction of a new veterinary diagnostic laboratory, where the first phase of this project will involve the completion of a feasibility study, pre-design consultation to identify the desired products and services to be offered at the lab, as well as fashion the appropriate physical structure to house the lab. A similar approach will be adopted for the building of the abattoir at the Hope Estate. The Agri-Tech Conference. This project has 5 phases and planning has begun. The goals and objectives of the conference: exploring emerging trends and innovations in agri-tech to benefit stakeholders, fostering partnerships and collaborations between the division, industry experts, farmers, and technology innovators, promoting sustainable practices and their role in ensuring long-term viability of agriculture, improving agricultural practices and outputs over time by developing the KSAs, knowledge, skills, and aptitudes, and making them available to the stakeholders. Phase 1 has already been complete: preliminary research and analysis, a comprehensive review of current agri-tech trends and innovations, and identification of key industry experts, farmers, and technology innovators for potential collaboration in conjunction with the technical team at the Division of Food Security. Phase 2 is ongoing, and that involves conference planning. Deputy Presiding Officer, if you listen carefully, you would hear that everything was run down and needed to be fixed, which signals abandonment of the agricultural sector by the Tobago version of the Trinidad PNM. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, we will offer all these projects, so I'm hoping that Tobago would get the money that is legally owed to pay these off. Hopefully, Senator Lawrence Hislop wouldn't whisper to his Trinidad colleagues that we do not need more money, because he has a track record of not wanting more money for Tobago. When he's walking around Tobago North and Tobago East campaigning for the Trinidad PNM, I hope he's reminding Tobago people that the PNM implemented a huge property tax and it is due September 30th, 2024. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. The division collected approximately 1,785 pounds of garbage from wetlands in March 2024, and the division facilitated the collection of the recycled plastic bottles, aluminum cans, Tetra Packs, and other garbage in the amount of 23,827 kilograms between October 2023 and March 2024. Life below water. The division refurbished the Safari Tree vessel at a cost of $79,170 by a Tobago contractor and conducted ongoing joint surveillance of the Bucca Reef Marine Park with the TTPS and the Coast Guard, which began in March 2024. The division, in partnership with the Institute of Marine Affairs, with the support of BPTT, the Division of Tourism, Culture and Antiquities and Transportation, Tobago Emergency Management Agency and Land Management under the Office of the Chief Secretary, embarked on a 5-year marine resilience initiative, which started in May 2024. Following an 18-month pilot, this project aims to implement coral and seagrass rehabilitation strategies to maintain biodiversity and support livelihoods in Tobago. In February 2024, a pilot reef restoration study was done using innovative artificial reef technologies in conjunction with Bucca Reef Trust and experts from the Dutch company Boskalis. SDG 15, Life on Land. The division produced approximately 5,000 hardwood seedlings such as cedar, sip, mahogany, and we also held consultations for the preparation of user fee guidelines for Corland Heritage Park and Little Tobago in conjunction with the reforestation program. The division also recruited 80 honorary game wardens to curb poaching and illegal activity. The division established a pollinator garden at the Scarborough Botanic Gardens and at Corland Heritage Park between 2023 and 2024. SDG 2 and 17, Zero Hunger and Partnerships for Goals. Mega Farming Committee, the Mega Farming Development Committee, Coordinating Committee, recognized the importance of cocoa and the fact that cocoa has in the past contributed to the socio-economic development of the country. Several attempts were made by the government of Trinidad and Tobago in the past to rehabilitate the cocoa industry. Their attempt led to the creation of the Cocoa Board of Trinidad and Tobago in 1945. However, the cocoa industry still declined. Against the aforementioned information, the committee, in collaboration with the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, held 2 consultations with cocoa enthusiasts in Tobago in December 14, 2023 and March 7, 2024. The first consultation engaged in a fact-finding mission about present-day issues in the industry, and the second consultation provided strategies for the rehabilitation of cocoa sector in Tobago. This led to the consideration of a public-private partnership arrangement with TAGCO and Trinidad Fine Cocoa Company, and also the Tobago Reforestation Program. To foster the rehabilitation of the cocoa industry on the entire island. Another useful partnership was formed with the Cocoa and Coffee Industry Board, Tobago ARC, and Trinidad Fine Cocoa Limited, which led to the training of 22 workers from the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program in cocoa production at the Turpin Family Charlottesville Estate. The training also...
Member, you have 2 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Pest management and nursery management with the hope of matriculation of the reforestation program workers outside of the company and into the cocoa industry. The division also submitted a proposal to Digicel and Shell and was successful in obtaining funding to purchase 2 bird squawker deterrent systems to assist with parrot and cockrecrow control, which are common bird pests to cocoa and other agricultural commodities in Tobago. The coordinating executive was part of an intense 2-day fact-finding mission in Trinidad with the Department of Agriculture with the hope of sourcing, assessing, and eventually purchasing purebred parent breeding stock to improve the genetics of small ruminants and other animals such as rabbits on the demonstration stations in Tobago. This would also support the Small Ruminants Development Project, where the division seeks to acquire 1,000 lambs and 500 goat kids to rapidly expand the productivity capacity and improve the economic viability of the small ruminant industry in Tobago. Notable benefits to participants in the Small Ruminants Project: a certificate of participation from the Tobago Agricultural Research Institute and the division, access to veterinary services and professional services, access to specialized training including records and production management strategies, small ruminant slaughter and meat fabrication training, management of non-genetic factors, and management and care of newborn lambs and kids. Preferential access to large commercial pool of young stock when they become available. The executive will recommission a mango pulper that was not in use for almost a decade. Ripe mangoes will be collected and processed into molasses for use as an energy source for ruminants and other animals. Also, forages will be harvested and processed into bales for access by farmers. The executive will continue to upgrade infrastructure.
Member, your speaking time has expired. Honorable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be given to the member for Bagatelle Bacalet to finish your presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Continue your presentation.
Thank you, colleagues. Additional plans for fiscal 2024-2025, fresh produce data collection drive from schools, from school feeding service providers, hospitals, and hotels. This is in an effort to create a local fresh produce supply chain from farm to school, farm to patient, and farm to tourists. The data gleaned would create a centralized market for local farmers and agripreneurs, uniting farms with schools, healthcare, and tourism. This would be the Farm Connect initiative, which would inextricably link the inextricably linked to the Mega Farming Development Program. Development of a herb and spice production unit and tea bar agrotourism experience. The Mega Farming Development Program Coordinating Executive Committee intends to develop a product called the Tobago Spices Holistic Wellness Experience at Goldsboro Estate. The refurbishment of 3 shade houses and installation of irrigation systems is currently being done in-house, and contractual services will be procured to build a tea house and orientation center. The Tobago Agriculture Research Institute, TARI, is collaborating with the University of Trinidad and Tobago to offer the diploma and certificate courses in agriculture to Tobago students. TARI's committee is working on a recruitment drive to recruit prospective students for its first cohort in September. The practical elements of these courses will be executed at the Kendall Farm School and other TARI participative units. Infrastructural upgrades will begin next fiscal to accommodate both teaching and practical elements and to include a laboratory that will serve both students and the public. SDG 5 and SDG 10, gender equality, reduce inequalities. In April 2024, the division partnered with ICA Trinidad and Tobago to conduct a 2-day training, which was geared towards strengthening the local supply chain for better domestic marketing for export readiness. This journey began with a program launched by the division on March 8, 2024 for the first time, where the division celebrated the extraordinary women driving Tobago's agriculture and natural resources sector forward. This initiative was guided by the division slogan, "It's a science, it's a business." We were privileged to have Dr. Lisa Harinanan of ICA, Gaspard Taylor of Network of Rural Women Producers, Trinidad and Tobago, Tamika Seals and Chanel Braffett to share their wisdom and experience, emphasizing the importance of gender equality and sustainability in agriculture. 122 participants were in attendance, including artisans, farmers, agro-processors, fish processors, makers of body and skin care products, and horticulturists. Stakeholders happily participated and continue to benefit from a series of workshops, including an agro-processors forum in May, which the division hosted together with the business development unit, which resulted in greater awareness of available incentives. The renewed revival of the sector resulted in an increase in membership under the Agro-Processors Association, and recommendations were made for increases in grant funding as well as increasing the ease of access of these grants. In July this year, the British High Commission, in collaboration with Women-Owned Media and Education Network, will launch a UK-funded initiative, Grow Smart, empowering rural women in sustainable agricultural practices. The High Commission will partner with us for this event and host future sessions geared towards improving the sector. Deputy Presiding Officer, the achievements of the reforestation program are also aligned to the SDGs, and some of their deliverables: commissioning of a bucket truck and offering services to the public. Scarborough Botanic Garden Christmas Glitz 2023 saw over 11,000 persons from all over Tobago, including foreigners, and provided support for over 17 vendors. The Christmas Glitz involved several movie nights on the greens, and it was so successful that Senator Hislop tried to host one on the Moriah playing field for Easter, and I was reliably informed that only 14 P&M people attended from all over Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, that figure is probably more than the number of people that contested positions in the last internal election. Deputy Presiding Officer, for Easter 2024, the reforestation program also held an Easter extravaganza at the Scarborough Botanic Gardens, which supported over 8 vendors, and hundreds of Tobagonians attended the movie night on the greens. I must pause here to say that the new version of the reforestation program under this administration has achieved so many remarkable things in a short space of time that I must say special thanks to the board members, the management, and the staff of this company. The reforestation program continues to provide a means of employment for 115 persons. This program refurbished the steps at Friendsfield to assist the elderly. They participated in the oil spill cleanup, and they co-hosted a public consultation with the Department of Forestry for the user fee implementation and user policy for the Corland Heritage Park. They have partnered with the EMA, the Department of Forestry, and the Village Council in Lekito to replant a riparian strip in Lekito, submitted a proposal and got approval for US $20,000 under the UNDP Small Grants Program for a Bagatelle Bacolet Community Group Bay Leaf and Spice Tea project. This year, the reforestation program part-funded the Zion Hill Youth Association's second Breadfruit Festival. And lastly, but certainly not least, through the BioReach project, the reforestation program will be the project managers, where there will be a study on the white-tailed saber-winged hummingbird. Deputy Presiding Officer, when I requested reports from my lead officers, I did not receive a few pages, but each department presented an epistle that it would take an entire day to report on the success of this division and the success of this administration. I want to end here by asking Tobagonians, what did the last administration achieve under food security for the last 21 years? I can say confidently that this administration has unlocked the division's sustainable development potential. Over to you now, minority, and to your political leader who wears white boots.
Member for Signal Patience.
from yard, boy. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Deputy Presiding Officer, Honorable Chief Secretary, Father Service Augustine, all assemblymen, councillors, administrators, specially invited guests, members of the media, the viewing public, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank the Secretary of my Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, Ms. Natisha Charles Pantin, for her continuous hard work in bringing this division in an upward movement for the betterment of food security for Tobago. And let me also extend great thanks to the administrator also of the division. Let me also thank the persons of Signal Hill Patience Hill for their continuous support. If it wasn't for them, I would not have been here for today. And of course, I must give thanks to the Almighty Father for giving me health and strength to be here today also. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me go straight to the achievements and my recent activities in the Division of Marine Resources and Fisheries. Basically, my secretary have already outlined most of the things in the division, and I know if she was given more time, should have been here at least 2 hours, and we might have run up to midnight tonight. So I'll go straight to my achievements. Thus far, we have training for fisher folk in a mind-band digital selective calling, very high frequency radio communication, in which 50 fisher folk participated in collaboration with FAO and the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. 80 fisher folk throughout Tobago were targeted from all fishing districts. 50 participants completed a 3-day training and paid fully for the 3 years maritime license. Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. We engaged Tobago non-artisanal multipurpose commercial fishing vessels for registration with International Maritime Organization and Maritime Services registration to receive IMO and TTO numbers, updated fishing fleet and vessel category information for the Western Central Atlantic Fishing Commission and the Fisheries and Resources Monitoring System Regional Vessel Database. Restart of the boat subsidy program for subsidy of up to 25% of cost for newly constructed vessel. Staff sensitization for the restart of the fuel rebate program. Outboard engine registration drive throughout Tobago. Fisheries letters to stakeholders on fish handling, fish storage and processing. Collaborative training with Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, ODPM, in safety at sea for fisher folk in recognition of May Safety Month. Participation from Northeast Tobago from Charlottesville, Speyside, Delaford, and Belgarden fisher folk. Participated in meetings with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard to develop a collaborative management strategy for the Buckle Reef Marine Park, which included, but was not limited to, joint monitoring and surveillance and public sensitization, collaboration with research and educational institutions in conducting field research on marine species, fishing methods, fishing livelihoods, continued management of facilities staff and stakeholders' activities at fish landing sites throughout Tobago, launched of data collection databases, offered fisheries services to stakeholders, vessel registration and transfer, fishermen ID processing, VAT exemptions and queries, reporting on damaged vessels and recommendations for disaster relief payment, re-establishment of fisheries extension monthly meetings with representatives of fishing associations throughout Tobago, attended a project inception workshop and steering committee meeting for strategic technologies and social solutions to manage bycatch in tropical large marine ecosystem fisheries, attended meeting with Woodside Energy to update stakeholders of the new exploration block in collaboration with Shell at the Boko Integrated Facility, Project Shipwright, Deep Water TDD seismic survey to determine presence and the value of oil and gas, recommissioning of the Barbados Bay Fish Facility. We also hosted a ceremony there. Site visits at Culloden, Castara, Palatevier, and Bloody Bay Fish landing sites. Met with fisher folk operating at Barbados Bay Fish Facility to outline rules and facility and invite them to utilize the facility. And at present, we are doing the distribution of flockers to the boat owners and vendors at that area. Site visits to Lambo, Pigeon Point, Corlan, Boko, Charlotteville, and Fort Granby fish facilities. Management and processing of boat process registration, transfers card renewal, card submissions, AB forms and provisional approval forms to Maritime Services Division for TT number registration, monitoring reporting on facility infrastructure and orchestrating repairs as required. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me say at this point in time that I heard the minority saying that no consultation was done at the Palatevier Fish Facility. Let me say that that was a lie. Deputy Presiding Officer, my mother once said to me, do not use lies, say false. So let me rephrase my statement. I overheard the minority leader saying that no consultation was done at the Palatevier Fish Facility. Deputy Presiding Officer, that is a false. It is a false. I was present with the fisher folk of Palatevier in company with the Honorable Chief Secretary Farley Chavez Augustine, who is also the area representative for that area. No problem. So again, I say that this statement is false and my statement is truth. And as we still on that rebunking, I also heard the Assemblyman for Roxborough Argyle saying that the oil spill and fisher folk are suffering and nothing is being done for them. Let me also say that an oil spill relief committee is in place at this point in time, and meetings are taking place to bring some sort of relief in a short order for the fisher folk who are affected by the oil spill at the Cove area. I have that now. We also have developed a draft user policy for the fishing facilities upon their completion. We also facilitated and assisted the Glamorgan Youth Foundation regatta on the recently sporting activity. We did site visit and consultation with the Tiki Bar owners at the Boko Reef Marine Park. We participated in meetings with Shell. Officers of the Division Collective Unit participated in the Tobago Fish Livelihood Survey. Research officer contributed at the Oversight Committee level. facilitated interagency meetings, remanagement of the Boku Reef Marine Park, collaboration with Boku Reef Trust, the artificial reef project, conducted site visits to monitor said artificial reef structures within the Boku Reef Marine Park, coral reef check mission to assess Elcon corals within the Boku Reef Marine Park. The diving unit investigated reports of a fish kill along the Atlantic coast on Tuesday, 24th October 2023. If you all could remember that some fish came up floating up on the Atlantic coast sometime late last year. The division did an investigation on that. The diving unit assisted the Institute of Marine Affairs in the reinstallation of a coral reef early warning system on Tuesday 24th and Wednesday 25th October 2023. The diving superintendent attended a number of meetings to discuss a number of issues, including the recently oil spill in the Cove area, the use of the reef patrol vessel, other vessels for the department, and installation of an artificial reef for Boku. IMA Marine Project, maintenance of diving compressor, and we assisted IMA in dives for the marine project. The Department of Marine Resources and Fisheries has under its purview the following projects: improvements to the Boku Reef Marine Park management and ecological maintaining, improvement to reefs at Boku and Speyside, establishment of a marine control unit at Gibson Jetty, installation of moorings buoys, improvement to beaches and landing facilities. Deputy Presiding Officer, these are some of our projections. The continuation of the fuel rebate program, continuation of the outboard engine registration, the management of all divisions of fish facilities, reconfiguration of some of the fish facilities in Tobago, as Secretary Pantel has stated before. Deputy Presiding Officer, we recognize that training in various disciplines is crucial to the growth and expansion of the fishing sector. Therefore, a series of training programs are being arranged to facilitate the upgrade of the skills and capabilities of those who wish to make fishing their main source of income. Towards this end, focus will be placed on the following training initiatives: women in fisheries, training for females in the boning, filleting, and smoking of fish, outboard engine training for fishers, development of fishers' handbook and videography, feature on skills in the fishing industry, net mending, fish pots, and boat building, precept training for senior officers, scuba certification for fisheries staff to bolster diving unit workforce, safety CPR training. The division is willing to partner with ADFA and TUFA. Let me explain ADFA and TUFA. ADFA is All Tobago Fisherfolk Association, and TUFA is Tobago Unified Fisherfolk Association. So the division is willing to partner with both ADFA and TUFA in continuation of training of fisherfolks throughout the island. Continued training with Tobago Sea School and all our stakeholders for the safety at sea for all fisherfolk, where fishermen must know weather conditions, the right type of engine for vessels, all safety gears and PPE that must be used while at sea, along with radio and VHF training. Deputy Presiding Officer, we at the division will continue to do our best in provide training to educate and safeguard the livelihoods of those who ply their trade at sea for their daily living. We want to continue discussion with members of the Tobago Jet Ski Association and reef boat tour operators for increasing safety for patrons and other users of the marine park. Continue close affiliation with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard for the protection of our marine parks and environs. Deputy Presiding Officer, the fishing sector is in need of an injection of strategies, plans, programs, and various resources to provide the boost needed to expand the number of persons who operate in the sector, as well as to promote efficiencies in the operation of those who are already invested in industry. It is about time fishermen, reef tour operators, jet ski operators, divers, and all stakeholders feel comfortable in Tobago whilst plying their trade. The vision articulated as well as the planned collaborations between fisherfolk and all stakeholders of Tobago and the Marine and Fisheries Department of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, as well as other stakeholders, is well placed as we move ahead to a better living condition for our citizens who depend on the marine sphere for a sustainable way of life. Deputy Presiding Officer, allow me the opportunity again to thank my Chief Secretary, Assemblyman Terence Baines, Assemblyman Wade Clark, and all members of this executive for putting lights on the Patience Hill Recreation Ground after begging, clamoring, making noise for years. Nothing was done. But this executive have proven that we don't make promises that never materialize. We don't do that. We deliver on our words. Let me also thank the residents of my electoral district again for supporting the District Football League that is playing under lights. And I must say lights because yeah, God said let there be lights. So when we're having games now, people could see me and I could wave. So they just wouldn't recognize me by my gold teeth only. Let me also say this. I, Nigel Tate, will continue to work with members of my electoral district and walk the ground and give a listening ear to your issues. And I will bring your issues to this executive and we'll try to have your issues resolved. I remain your humble servant as we all try to make Tobago the greatest island on this planet. Deputy Presiding Officer, I thank you. Let's actually move over.
Councillor Tashia Boris.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. It's kind of hard to come after all of the robust presentations of my colleagues in this House. Member for Scarborough-Mount-Grace has a very special ability to interrogate the autonomy conversation. Member for Bagatelle-Bacolet always wows me with her attention to detail. Certainly after I listened to my colleague, Assemblyman Clark, it was an opportunity for sober reflection about the realities that we face. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join the debate at this time in support of the budget presented for fiscal 2024-2025 under the theme Unlocking Tobago's Development Potential. So before I begin, let me say, isn't God good? Yes. Ain't God good? Yes. You could imagine if the member for Roxborough Argyle was the Chief Secretary, where we would have been this Tobago here. God is good. Let's say it again. God is good.
God is great.
I wish to thank the Chief Secretary and my colleagues for their support in all of the times that we have faced together as a team. God has indeed covered us. Let me also thank the staff of the division, our industry stakeholders, the people of Tobago and the diaspora for your prayers and encouragement that continue to fuel our drive to show up daily and give of our best. And finally, I must thank my family for their support and unwavering commitment to understanding that public service is a sacrifice. And as the journey continues, we all remain committed to do right by the oaths that we have sworn to the people of this island that we call home. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I just lost 196 minutes and 43 seconds of my life this morning, listening to minority mathematics and Pinocchio logic. I further lost half an hour of my life listening to the rant of a failed leader. He stood there complaining about bats in his office, but it seems like if bats are his only followers these days. And the only difference between us and them in the past is that they are now looking down on him. Yes? So if we were to simply listen to the minority leader and his supporters, you would think that the only thing that they can say is that nothing has been done in Tobago, on this island, since we assumed office in December of 2021. And they are so passionate about shaping their narratives of chaos and despair. But I want to remind the minority leader of the words of the former president when he took his oath of office the same day as all of us in this room. And her words to him were to defend the public interest and not simply oppose for opposing's sake, but to add value to the political purpose. And I could dare say that the minority leader has continuously demonstrated limited capacity to do so. Instead, it's all about defending his party's interests and supporting those who are anti-Tobagonian. His chicken-licking mission, because it's always that the sky is falling. A drop of rain has fallen on his head and the sky is falling. And he wants to convince people that this is the worst administration that Tobago has ever seen at all costs. But unfortunately for him, there are many on this beautiful island who do not agree. You see, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, minority mathematics dictates that because he did not physically see 100,000 cruise ship passengers all in one place to take a head count, that nobody came here. But certainly the people in the cruise industry, the Maximen, the taxi drivers, the bars, the restaurants, all of these people who benefited, they will disagree with his logic. Minority mathematics also dictates, this were his words last year, October, that the October Carnival got bust. But yet a few days later, thousands of people flocked our capital city. And this celebration attracted more participants than the first year, and many persons declared it to be the most successful, safe, beautiful, memorable carnival they experienced that they have ever had. Even the Chamber of Commerce indicated that businesses recorded 500% increase in revenue for that weekend of the carnival. It's not I say, it's tongue say. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, minority mathematics also always dictates to him that the numbers are down. The tourism sector has been decimated, but nothing can be further from the truth. Because already for first quarter of 2024, the year-to-date report on arrivals already highlights a 9% increase in total international passenger arrivals by air and a 14.9% increase on international stay-over arrivals when compared to the same period last year. And for the period January to the close of the cruise season on April 21st, 2024, the total cruise passengers recorded was 71,821 persons, an increase of 90.8% over the same period in 2023. Does that sound like if our numbers are plummeting? For domestic arrivals by sea and air for the first quarter of 2024, we have seen an increase to 229,829 arrivals versus 224,647 arrivals for the same period last year. And these wins were gotten against the backdrop of Caribbean Airlines still not returning to the pre-COVID number of flights. 2 vessels going on dry dock by the Port Authority and an oil spill of all things. If that is not performance, I don't know what performance is supposed to look like. But clearly, Finally, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration is not and cannot be judged by the yardstick created by our predecessors. We have instead set a new standard when it comes to delivery under duress, delivery before, during, and after disaster, and delivery outside of campaign season. Delivery morning, noon, and night. Some of us have not slept in months because delivery has become the mantra of this administration. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm pleased to present the plans and projections for fiscal 2025 under the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, ably supported by yourself, and allow me to give a realistic overview on what has been achieved thus far. Our plans to help unlock Tobago's development potential. Let me express gratitude to the former Assistant Secretary in the Division, Assemblyman Megan Morrison, for her passion, drive, and commitment during her stint. And I continue to wish her God's greatest blessings and more success at the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we can say that Tobago has made great strides under this administration, ably led by our Chief Secretary. Our resilience has been put to the test, and our ability to navigate through difficult circumstances which have threatened to jeopardize our reputation as a prime tourism destination. And these challenges include climate change-related circumstances, crime, man-made disasters, and willful neglect at the level of central government. But despite it all, we have been able to survive, to recover, to thrive, and to stand proud of who we are as a people. Greatest Little Island thinking and Greatest Little Island vision does not come without struggles. But rest assured, we are all up for any challenges that may be placed in our way. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, through the presentation made by the Chief Secretary on Monday, you would appreciate that there's a level of pragmatism that is being applied. He only asked for $5.80 for every $100 being spent nationally. And we understand that while we are destined for great things, our objective is to tailor our operations based on practical realities. So please understand, regardless of the boo and cry on the other side, that the same $2.3 billion that was given in 2013 can no way in 2024 do the same things. It is impossible. Come on, let's be real. The cost of gas in 2013 is not the cost of gas today. Gas raised 3 times already. The cost of bread in 2013 is not the cost of bread today. Every single item of a good or service has increased in price over the last 11 years. And the prices have been further exacerbated with the advent of the global pandemic. However, what has remained the same since then are the salaries of public servants and the insistence of the central government to limit Tobago to receiving the bare minimum of the DRC's recommended percentage at the national budget. So if the minority leader and his minions want something to fix, let them fix that and advocate for the island to get what is our just due. Despite these facts, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we have been able to do a great many things with the resources that we have to work with. And despite what may come, we intend to creatively and responsibly manage our allocations. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me outline some of the key achievements of the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation. And mind you, these wins are largely demonstrative of the Division's commitment to the sector's recovery, development, and growth post-COVID. As well as, I would like to highlight the dedication of the administrator and the staff of the division and all our special purpose companies and industry stakeholders. I place on record my sincerest gratitude for their commitment. Our stakeholders continue to openly share when they engage for feedback, ideas, and suggestions, and they remain a very valuable part of our tourism ecosystem. And even during this budget presentation process, they were solicited for feedback, which they provided. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I started talking about the figures this morning, let me talk about our visitor arrivals and let me debunk this notion about a decimation of the sector and decreasing figures. Our numbers have been steadily increasing since we took office, despite the ignorant utterances of those on the other side. I'm happy to report that Destination Tobago experienced visitor arrivals totaling 762,054 passengers via direct international air, domestic air, and ferry for the period January to December 2023. This represents a 12.7% increase over the 681,508 total arrivals for the same period in 2022. Direct international stayover arrivals saw a 56% increase from 9,324 in 2022 to 14,530 in 2023, while domestic arrivals sea and air saw an increase of 12% from 667,351 in 2022 to 747,524 in 2023. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, regarding cruise, it must be noted that for the 22-23 season, the island welcomed 46,864 passengers, and for the 23-24 season, the island welcomed 103,833 passengers. The increase between the 2022 season and the 2023 season is a whopping 121%. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, still on cruise, the amount of calls we received for the 22-23 season were 40. This represents a 66.67% increase over the 24 calls in 2019, just before COVID. And I'm also happy to report that for the 2023-2024 season, we had 64 calls, which represents a 60% increase over the 2022 season and a staggering 166.67% increase over the 2019 season. That is performance. That is how it looks under this administration. Let me pause to add that we are currently undertaking major upgrades to the Charlottesville jetty in time for this year's cruise ship season. And I would like to publicly commend the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development for prioritizing these upgrades in this fiscal year to ensure that Charlottesville can continue to attract world-class cruise business. Thank you and kudos to your team, Secretary. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me turn our attention to the significant strides that we have made with regards to our tourism industry in infrastructural development. Since we have assumed office, we had a lot of things to fix. Maintenance did not take place during the 2 years that we were closed. So therefore, we had to embark on an aggressive upgrade and maintenance program across all the assets under the management of the division. And these included upgrades to roofing, electrical, plumbing, HVAC works, washroom facility repairs, staircases, railings, fencing, signage. We commissioned a lifeguard tower. We upgraded our lifeguard towers. We also did extensive upgrades to our security booths, to our staff quarters, and other general repairs and maintenance. All of this came up to a total of just over $7.5 million, and these upgrades happened across the island at our different sites, attractions, and beach facilities. And this is indeed money well spent because we remain committed to enhancing our facilities and enhancing the experience of the many users. And all of this was done over the last 2 years and is an indication of our push to raise the profile of our destination. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, people like to talk about Manta Lodge, so let me give some information about the infamous Manta Lodge. Manta Lodge was handed over to this administration in February of 2023, and disappointingly, and I'm putting it on public record, Judy Cott was the project manager for Manta Lodge, and we got a building that looked very shiny on the outside. But we inherited a facility with an extensive list of defects that only reared its head when we prepared to open the facility. And we spent the last year fixing those major defects, from termites. Imagine handing over a new building and termites in less than 1 year. Incomplete commercial kitchen, incomplete HVAC, inadequate accommodation for staffing. We had a number of things to fix, and Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we had to get it done. And I'm pleased to say that Manta Lodge will be officially opened on July 1st, 2024. We spent over $6 million. This is additional money to what UDCOT insists that we pay because, to add insult to injury, we received this building with all of the defects, but they had the unmitigated gall to send us a bill for $5 million in March of 2023. God knows for what. But the reality is, if it wasn't for the hard work of the team at EIDCOT, not UDCOT, I'm going to say it again, EIDCOT, Tobagonians, Tobago strong and proud, they were the ones that worked night and day to get Manta Lodge ready for opening. And as a result, we'll be able to commission this new facility, which will form part of the rebuilding of our dive sector that has seen a tremendous boost in business post-COVID. And this property would be a key resource for that dive sector post-COVID. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me speak about the contributions that the division has made, the investments that we have made through the division and the special companies to the stakeholders across the tourism sector and even within the orange economy via grants and sponsorships towards building capacity, promoting recovery post-COVID and increasing visitor arrivals and spend. Support which totaled approximately 58 million TT dollars, and this was distributed as follows. Through the division, to date, we have spent over $1.3 million, and this is support that we have given to youth and non-profit organizations, cultural organizations, sport tourism and event tourism initiatives, and to individuals representing the island in various cultural and other activities, as well as community organizations. Via the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, over $42 million were distributed as follows. Under the Tourism Accommodation Relief Grant Program TAG from 2022 to present, a total of $36,059,499.83 was distributed to 124 applicants. Under the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program TOP, which ran from 2022 to present, a total of $4.8 million was distributed to 41 contracts under this program. With respect to support and sponsorship of stakeholder organizations, cultural groups, individuals, and the THA's hosting of major events to date, that support totaled just over $1.8 million. Expenditure towards events, sport, and community tourism initiatives totaled $42 million. Via the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited, assistance to stakeholder organizations and special interest groups totaled $13.9 million, and this particular set of money was spent to support cultural and community stakeholders for the staging of national and Tobago October Carnivals, the Tobago Heritage Festivals, and the Blue Food Festival. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in our push to establish meaningful collaborations through partnerships to benefit our sector, we have engaged several national, regional, and international partners in the areas of tourism development and technical cooperation, capacity building, event hosting, technical exchanges, knowledge sharing missions, and destination promotion. And some of our key partners include the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO, the Ministry of Tourism, Jamaica, the Tobago chapter of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the British High Commission, the Embassy of the United States, and the Embassy of Spain. And further, we recently got a commitment from the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, central government, to support the development and enhancement of our community tourism efforts on the island. And he also gave his commitment for joint destination marketing and support regarding increased airlift. So we look forward to those collaborations at the level of central government. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, through our efforts, we have established solid relationships with each of our regional neighbors, including Grenada, Barbados, St. Vincent, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Anguilla, the British Virgin Islands, and many others. And these partnerships have been instrumental in raising Tobago's profile in the Caribbean. We are bringing the world to Tobago's doorstep. And we foresee that these relationships will redound to the level of the persons operating in the Tobago space, because we will see development, we will see investment, we will see opportunities to build the capacity of our stakeholders in tourism, trade, and industry. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in culture and the arts, Tobago has continued to shine with stellar performances at the national level in competitions such as the National Music Festival and the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition. The Tobago Performing Arts Company has become an incubator of excellence in the performing arts space. Whether you're talking about Bitter Cassava, and most recently they did a remake of Turn of the Tide, they also have been able to engage in some very strategic partnerships with international universities and other organizations, and have the young persons who are residents in that company be exposed in places such as London, Canada, and the United States. And this is how we are taking Tobago's talent to the rest of the world. Through this administration, the Festivals Commission has injected millions into our indigenous festivals and events, and this has resulted in the stimulation of commerce within the orange sector in Tobago for artists, artisans, and service providers. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to remind each and every one of us that it was under this administration that events such as the Tobago Soca Titans, when a central government in Trinidad refused to support the Soca Monarch, and we did not have a Soca Monarch for 2 years, this administration took the decision to support our indigenous local soca artists. An initiative such as this competition and the artist development program that we piloted in 2023 and the recent Elevate workshop that we supported, these programs resulted in direct benefits to the finalists of the competition, and the Elevate workshop served to teach skills in dance and costume making to our young upcoming artists, which would serve to strengthen and enhance the overall quality of their productions. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, with respect to international destination marketing, we have led successful delegations to World Travel Market in London, ITB in Berlin, the International Bird Fair, the CTO State of the Industry Conference, the Roots Conference, and the DEMA Show, which is specifically for the dive sector. In 2022 and 2023, back to back, we placed in the top 3 most desirable islands in the world, according to readers of Wanderlust magazine. And this is an achievement that only Tobago has. Cumulatively, we have invested more than $5 million in these marketing activities. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm pleased to say that we have maintained our relationships with Condor and British Airways to have Tobago directly connected to the UK and German markets. And as per the mandate given to me by the Honorable Chief Secretary, I want to say that Tobago is about to benefit from a significant uptake in additional direct airlift from key markets before the end of this fiscal year and well into the next fiscal year. And we look forward to these new partnerships and increased visitor arrivals to destination Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to address this view. Everybody says that we should be doing more with less. I don't know if it is we have magicians on this side. Doing more with less doesn't apply for the people across the road? No, just us. Okay, yes. So apparently we are magicians on this side, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. So let me put something into context for you. TTAL's allocation, $41 million this fiscal year. And that allocation is to cover airlift agreements. So we pay for airlift into the destination, recurrent expenditure, and marketing spend. We are expected to pay for marketing and make strategic tourism investments with approximately 11.3 million TT dollars. That represents just under 28% of their overall allocation. Tourism Trinidad doesn't fare any better because their allocation is just over $30 million for fiscal 2024. But however, they are not saddled with airlift contracts, so they don't have to pay that, so their money could go just into recurrent expenditure and for marketing. In contrast, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, with respect to one of our nearest neighbors, Barbados, according to their 2018-2019 report of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated, their spend on marketing in 2019 alone totaled $27,887,560 Bajan dollars, which amounts to roughly $94,583,131.86 TT dollars at today's exchange rate. Therefore, While we continue to pay lip service, or not we, while central government continues to pay lip service to the tourism sector, our regional counterparts are walking their talk and reaping the benefits of it. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is only in Tobago where the phrase cut and contrive applies to this administration. Clearly, it doesn't apply to our central government, who is only too happy to continue to underfund the tourism sector. But they place all their hopes and dreams on the sector's growth, on this beautiful hotel in Rocky Point that someone is going to move heaven and earth to build. Give me a break. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, yes, give me a break. That cannot be it. Tourism is more than just hotels, but we fed up talk that talk. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, allow me to outline what we intend to do with our 5 cents. Because when you look at tourism's ask, we are asking for 197.9 million on recurrent and 91 million on the DP. So it's 5 cents of the $5.80 that has been requested by the Chief Secretary. So 5 cents out of the $100 being spent nationally, we are asking for tourism in Tobago. Under infrastructure development, we have some key flagship projects. Top of the list being the Tobago Beach Facility Redevelopment Project. Tobago Beach Facility is close to the hearts and minds of Tobagonians, and it has been long overdue for an upgrade. And we are hoping that this new facility would become a flagship attraction for the island of Tobago and is intended to serve as Tobago's premier cruise ship attraction for visitors, similar to Rodney Bay in St. Lucia or the cruise port in St. Martin. And this transformation is anticipated to positively shift the business model of operations in that space for all the services currently offered: dining, shopping, diving, reef tours, etc.
You have 2 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. We have the home of the Blue Food Festival, which we hope to transform into a permanent space. We spend a lot of money every year taking infrastructure into that part of the island, and this project will create a permanent home for the Blue Food Festival, which has become a staple on our events calendar. The Minority Leader B, number 2, member for Roxborough Argyle, spoke about the light at Fort King George. Let me just indicate that the Tobago House of Assembly is not responsible for the light at Fort King George. The lighthouse is under Maritime Services Division, Ministry of Works and Transport. However, we have spoken to them, we have a partnership. I am pleased to say that that project is currently ongoing this fiscal year. It is due to turn this on next week, and we are hoping that within a very short time that light will go back on as a beacon of everything history related for Tobago. We will continue our beautification of Scarborough. The Division of Tourism has a number of activities that we are responsible for. What has been done already is the upgrade to the Lennox Noon Park and the refurbishment of the Scarborough Boardwalk, as well as the addition of all the garbage receptacles that people have been seeing around the capital. For this new fiscal year, we want to include the installation and supply of a Bella Forma monument. And for those of you who don't know what Bella Forma is, that is the She Becomes More Beautiful Tobago Heritage Lady. We want to include some tour signage, install a walk of fame for our local icons, as well as other enhancements such as benches and planters. The Chief Secretary spoke about the Highlands Nature Trail development, and this is our response to enhancing attractions for the visitors that focus on adventure and ecotourism. We also want to place heavy focus on community infrastructure.
Councillor, your speaking time has expired.
Thank you.
To move that the member be given an additional 10 minutes to complete her contribution.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As we speak about community tourism infrastructure development, we want to focus on 2 main projects that we are doing in collaboration with the Rural Development Unit under the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, and this is the establishment of a beach facility, pier and jetty in Louis D'Or, as well as enhancement of the Speyside Lookout. And we also intend very shortly to put out some expressions of interest for individuals and businesses to monetize key tourism sites on the island, including but not limited to Mount Dillon, Pirates Bay, and Fort King George. With respect to airlift and cruise, we intend to make some significant investments in attracting additional airlift into the destination over the next fiscal year, as well as in terms of growing our reputation in the cruise market as the next best destination to see. Our strategic focus with respect to cruise will involve participating in key missions to drum up direct cruise business, as well as training in areas such as service delivery, itinerary planning, and tour development for local stakeholders through the THTI, Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, and the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Institute. With respect to domestic marketing, and that was probably the only part of the minorities leader presentation that I listened to. And it's funny that he has all these ideas about domestic marketing because he actually sat on TTAL board and none of these things came out while he was there, so I don't understand. He had a perfect opportunity while he was sitting there, him and the minority councillor, to talk, to institute some of the things that they spoke about. But definitely we also realize that we have to pay tremendous focus on the domestic tourism market because by numbers it is our largest source market. So TTAL has already been engaged to create and roll out a very integrated and sustained domestic marketing campaign. In addition to that, over the next fiscal year, we will continue our collaborations and key partnerships with agencies such as the IDB in terms of new technical cooperation agreements, in terms of the Division of Education, Research and Technology alongside the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute for the creation of a scholarship program specifically focused on the tourism sector and ensuring that we graduate very high-level persons to service the sector. In addition to that, we are looking forward to a partnership with NEDCO where we want to start a cohort of persons who will be specifically going into tourism business and tourism entrepreneurship. And this program will be tailored to the tourism sector, to Tobago, and to the needs of these participants. And they will not just get access to training in different aspects of business management, marketing, and accounting, but they will also be provided with funding for their startups. With respect to product and policy development, we're going to be focusing on product enhancement and diversification. So we have to develop some robust policies with respect to return on investment, while new and diverse experiences within our communities, supporting how do we support those communities to stimulate economic activity and tourism growth. I'm pleased to say that the Assistant Secretary will have responsibility for our community tourism pilot, which will see us trying to replicate the Castara model that we all know about, that is so very famous outside of Tobago. And some of the communities that we have earmarked for that type of investment and support are Buku, Plymouth, Speyside, and Charlottesville in the first instance. In collaboration with the Division of Community Development, we will be looking at sports tourism policy development because the Assemblyman, Mr. Clark, indicated that this is a huge industry that with untapped potential from the Tobago space, and we're looking to see how we can tap into a $500 billion US market. With respect to the orange economy, we would want to continue our artist development program next fiscal, as well as institute our yard project, which is our answer to the jazz festival, except that we will not be paying millions of dollars for foreign acts to come and perform, but rather we are taking the performances to the communities and trying to unearth new talent within communities and support local businesses within these communities. Under transportation, we would want to create that department of that public transportation company that I brought a motion to the House to discuss. And certainly we want to work with EIDCOT because they have already started some work in terms of procuring some electric buses for Tobago. And we would want to engage in a series of public consultations across the island to determine our transportation needs and to see where the shortfalls are and where this administration can take up. On the antiquities front, we have done extensive work in doing the build-out for the antiquities unit. We've also had some partnerships with respect to our Rockley Bay Underwater Museum. We have renovated the space. It is now available for us to use. We have had one cohort of our Sea School, our Rockley Bay Project School, where we had divers from Latin America and the rest of the region coming to Tobago to learn about underwater archaeological museum type activity, and in terms of getting artifacts from Rockley Bay in Scarborough to place in that museum. We've been working with the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago to advise us on how do we restore some of our historical buildings, because we recognize the importance of the tangible and intangible heritage of Tobago, and we are going full steam ahead with all of that work during the next fiscal year. So as I wind up, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me say this. There are those among us who never wanted change. They never wanted freedom. They were simply swept along with the wave of change that came in December 2021. And further, there were those on the surface who appeared happy for the change, but they held on to some damaging and negative habits encouraged by the previous regime, the corruption, the laziness, the spite, the envy. And they were expecting us to do the same. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in order to unlock Tobago's development potential, we must categorically reject these habits. Tobago must reject these people. No one said this journey would be easy, because it is not. No one promised a land overflowing with milk and honey. What we promised was to serve without fear or favor, malice or ill will. What we promised was to fix this. And fixing this also involves doing the internal work to fix ourselves, transforming our minds and hearts to be part of the change we need to see on this island, making up our minds to put in the work. Change requires sacrifice. Change requires rejection of the old ways to usher in the new. Change requires that we are willing to endure discomfort and sometimes pain to create the paradise that we all want to enjoy. I urge us all not to turn our backs on the blessings that God has laid before us, and to never forget where we came from, lest we end up repeating the harmful mistakes of our unapologetic predecessors. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Member for Buku Mount Pleasant.
No, he waited for me.
Sorry. Member from Mason Hall, Mariah.
Mula fine from me. Oh, fine. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this budget debate of fiscal 2025. As Secretary of the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, I am deeply honored to present our fiscal projection for the upcoming year. I wish to thank my family, the staff at the Division of Public Utilities and Rural Development, some of who have been sitting here all day, my beloved resident of Mayston, which I have the privilege to represent. Also, I'd like to thank Assistant Secretary George, Deputy Presiding Officer, who worked along with me for 2.5 years at the division, and handed over to able-bodied Assistant Secretary Koo for his assistance in fulfilling the mandate of the division. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to state that the needs of my constituents and wider Tobago public are at the forefront of my passion for housing, public utilities and rural development. As an area representative, I share the distress felt by our community and the island as a whole, with 10 recorded murders thus far in 2024. The urgency to address this issue of crime cannot be overstated. This goes to the heartbeat of our society. Deputy Presiding Officer, because of the perpetrators all live somewhere that they call home, our collective mandate therefore must mainstream the goal that all Tobago households and dwellings must be free from violence. As the great civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. once said, we are all connected by the fabric of destiny. What affects one affects all, sick schedule or not. We therefore join the call, Deputy Presiding Officer, for widespread support of the initiatives of the THA to aid in the fight against crime in all forms in Tobago. In search of peace and happiness for the people of Tobago, the TPP will not rest or renounce its responsibility towards all the social and other crime suppression initiatives advocated in this budget by our Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine. Deputy Presiding Officer, in my budget contribution, I will demonstrate how our fiscal programs and projects, particularly those focusing on social housing, can serve as a crucial tool in combating the rising tide of crime. In fact, our initiatives will be intricately aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These goals, a universal call to action, embody our shared responsibility to end poverty, reduce crime, ensure peace and prosperity for all by 2030 in SDG 1 and 16. They call for universal access to resources, including land and other forms of property, and the building of institutions from the government to civil society and then to the family as the basic institution of the society. In SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. In summary, Deputy Presiding Officer, our projects and programs are closely aligned to some of the SDGs after the landmark motion presented by my colleague, Ms. Natisha Charles-Panting, in our last sitting. The alignment includes Sustainable Goal Development 1, no poverty, through the provision of affordable housing and access to land and financial support will help reduce poverty by ensuring that low-income families have access to secure and affordable housing. The anticipated construction boom will create jobs and stimulate economic activity in keeping with the provision of decent work and economic growth in SDG 8. By improving the living conditions of Tobago, we can contribute to reducing crime and fostering a more peaceful society as aligned in SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Overall, we intend to rely on effective partnership between the THA, private sector stakeholders, and the community, demonstrating the power of collaborative efforts in achieving sustainable development through the administration of our affordable housing program as outlined in SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. As it relates to the division and its mandate, Deputy Presiding Officer, the Division of Settlement, Public Utilities and Rural Development is tasked with a profound mandate to enhance the standard of living for Tobagonians. This mandate is crafted against the backdrop of some dire global trends. Deputy Presiding Officer, the United Nations estimates that 1 billion people will live in substandard living conditions in slums, as this fixed figure is expected to climb to 2 billion in 30 years. The proliferation of low-quality housing in and on the borders of cities and towns is a feature of all cities worldwide. Trinidad and even Tobago is no exception. Also, Deputy Presiding Officer, at the first of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, no poverty, highlights this plight as by 2030, with the current rate of social protection for the poor and the vulnerable, there will still be 575 million worldwide still living in poverty. This speaks directly to the urgency of the need to accelerate the intervention promoting the human rights approach to public policy formulation. In Tobago, Deputy Presiding Officer, poverty level jumped from 19% in 2005 to 24% in 2014, and this does not account for the economic loss associated with the pandemic, which has exaggerated the level to nearly 32%, or 1 in 3 households. This is the face of the heartless and recalcitrant central government refusing to capitalize the Tobago economy to afford pre-COVID economic stimulus to bring the much-needed relief to Tobago residents. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is the combined effects of poverty, a failed housing market system, and poor living conditions that have placed the rights of home ownership out of the reach of most average Tobagonians. And this is the mission of my division, to alleviate the systemic challenges and make the dream of home ownership and moving out of poverty a reality in Tobago. The affordability crisis in housing, Deputy Presiding Officer, has prompted my division to embark on developing a policy position of affordable housing, which has elements that address the needs of each cohort of individuals who are unable to meet the $23,000 per month average eligibility income to afford a mortgage on the open market. Review of the past performance 2022 to 2024. Reflecting on the past 2 years since our assumption in office, it has become evident that our journey has been marked by both challenges and triumphs. My site visits and ongoing communication with the public have laid bare the dire circumstances faced by countless families, underscoring the urgent need for swift and effective action. The COVID-19 pandemic has further exposed the extent of hardship endured by many, with families languishing in squalor for over 20 years under the previous administration. Such conditions are simply untenable and indeed inhumane. Despite meager funding allocation from central government, our approach has been one of innovation and partnership. We introduced the Social Affordable Housing Program to construct the homes of the most vulnerable, with our first beneficiary being a visually impaired single mother, thus demonstrating the multidimensional nature of housing investment, contributing to reducing inadequacies by empowering and promoting social and economic inclusion of all in keeping with SDG 10. Overall, the development program estimates for the Division of Settlements dictates 33% or just over $30 million to the protection and care for the most vulnerable, which is Pillar 8 of the greatest little island on the planet. Deputy Presiding Officer, collaboration with organizations like Habitat for Humanity, Trinidad and Tobago have enabled us to deliver essential services such as roof repairs to families throughout the island, especially in the rural areas which have been severely neglected. Over the past 2 years, we distributed over $25 million in grants and subsidized through the Home Improvement Program for families to assist in home repairs and improvement habitability. Distribution over 140 parcels of lands across development, including Blemin, Buku, Castara, Corlan, and Killigrew. Distributed 5 townhouses in Adventure Housing Development Phase 2. Constructed and distributed 2 houses under the Social Assistance Housing Program, with another 3 in progress at Milford Court, and 5 to be completed before the end of 2024. Approximately 75 families will benefit from over $3 million in roof repairs and retrofitting in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. With this in mind, this administration has officially advocated to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank to consider the higher cost of living, cost of construction, and low average income in Tobago to afford a variation on the policy for first-time homeowners in Tobago. The Assembly is hopeful that this will eventually translate into the movement of the $14,000 monthly salary limit as the cutoff for the preferred 2% mortgage to $18,000 per month, which will apply only to first-time homeowners in Tobago. In fiscal 2025, all our programs and projects are set to stimulate economic activity and growth in Tobago. We will continue to seek innovative solutions, including partnership, to deliver. The following programs and projects will be delivered under the following pragmatic themes of fiscal 2024-2025. Affordable Housing Program. This is against a backdrop of available data pointing to a higher dwelling unit construction rate in Tobago as opposed to Trinidad, despite the higher cost of construction. To support prospective homeowners unable to afford a mortgage on the open market, some graduated support is necessary to alleviate the structural barrier to home ownership. I am delighted to present, Deputy Presiding Officer, an overview of the Affordable Housing Program, a critical initiative aimed at addressing the housing needs of Tobagonians. Our vision is set to initiate an aggressive home construction trust that promises to ignite a construction boom in Tobago. This surge in construction actively will not only address housing needs, but also significantly contribute to mitigating one of the new rising challenges in our island, crime. Therefore, in fiscal 2024-25, we are proposing an investment of $46,159,104 to deliver the Affordable Housing Program. Social Assistance Housing Program. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I mentioned earlier, we have developed strategic initiatives and partnerships to fulfill delivery. The Social Assistance Housing Program encompasses the Home Project, a collaborative partnership between THA, private sector, and the community. I am pleased to announce that the division has crafted a comprehensive solution to address the pressing issue of housing for the most socially vulnerable groups in Tobago. Upon assuming office 2 years ago, I was inundated with and frankly overwhelmed by the unsafe, undignified, and deplorable conditions in which many Tobagonians were forced to live. In response to these challenges, on April 4, 2022, the Chief Secretary, Honorable Fali Chavez, mandated me as Secretary of Housing to develop a program to provide low-cost mortgage financing to prospective homeowners, develop social housing program to improve the delivery of housing services, establish a land for the landless program providing low-cost services, lots for low-income households. I am proud to announce that in fiscal 2025, we will roll out the Home Ownership Made Equal program, a pivotal component of Tobago's economy and social development strategy. The Home Project targets a range of vulnerable groups, including individuals with disabilities, mental or physical challenges, the elderly, single parents, and those living in unsanitary or overcrowded conditions. It also addresses the needs of those affected by domestic conflict or displaced by natural hazards and emergency. Emergency situations requiring immediate intervention includes earthquake, landslide and mudslides, fires, floods, hurricane, thunderstorm, fallen trees, poles and wire. The Home Initiative aims to assist individuals with a maximum income of $7,500, providing housing solutions ranging from 450,000 TT to 535,000 TT. The total project sum to construct these houses under the Social Assistance Housing Program in fiscal 24-25 is $14,280,000 TT dollars. Home Improvement Program. Deputy Presiding Officer. The Home Improvement Program continues to be the most heavily subscribed program executed under the Settlements Department. The program is a crucial part of our mission to improve the quality of life for homeowners across Tobago. Given the prevailing socioeconomic condition in Tobago, we have undertaken a strategic review of our Home Improvement Grant Program. This review ensures that our social relief programs are effectively meeting the needs of our communities. The various Home Improvement Grant Programs currently offers financial assistance to existing homeowners with disbursement ranging from $15,000 to $50,000. These grants are designated to help residents make essential Deputy Presiding Officer. We're moving on. In fiscal 2025, I give the resolute commitment to align our programs and projects with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The fiscal priorities of 2025 in the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development are as follows. To commence the construction and distribution phase of 54 homes in Riceland Housing Development in partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank. I want to pause here, Deputy Presiding Officer, because I heard the minority leader on the other side talking about the Secretary for Infrastructure must partner with the central government to deliver the Kilgreen Road, the Kilgreen Extension? Friendship.
Winston Murray.
Winston Murray. Boulevard. But I want to inform and notify Tobagonians that the Division of Settlements signed an MOU with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Ministry of Housing in Trinidad in 2020 to construct these same 54 homes in Riceland. You know, when we came into office, we had a draw. We selected 125% of the required 54 homes. We had consultation at Mount Pleasant Community Center. We got the feedback, we got everything. We had paid NIPDEC, who was supposed to be project manager, I think $1.1 million for designs. The central government approached the IADB for a loan to do major projects in Trinidad. And one of the criteria, they said, you had to do a project in Tobago too. In the document signed in 2020, the projects that they were identified were Riceland Housing Development and Adelphi in Mason Hall. We had the draw. We had exciting Tobagonians. because they said the draw was transparent. It was fair. It's the first time they see it. And me, being new to the job, I was so excited because my passion is to see people uplift themselves. But I noticed that we were not getting information from NIPDEC. One Miss Etienne was the project manager. And I keep telling my director of settlements, could you contact NIPDEC to see where we are with this development being started? Tobagonians, I got through some of the chase. Lo and behold, we had a meeting just about 2 months ago, or a month ago, only to learn that the government of Trinidad and Tobago did not access the meager $5 million US that is needed from the IADB, because the projected cost of the infrastructure, as determined by NIPDEC, was over 20 million TT. The government did not access the 5 million to start the infrastructure work at Riseland. This is the same government who are trying to tell my colleague to wait on, to let them come and do the road. So the 54 Tobagonians that was selected 28 months ago today, nothing has started. Nothing has started.
Eliminate the arrangement.
Nothing has started in Riseland. And we have to sit down and wait on central government to come and do things in Tobago. Well, as the words of the Prime Minister, are going to move heaven and earth to make sure houses start in Tobago for Tobagonians. I stated in the House here before, the lengthy delays for the Shervan housing project, 96 days by the planning director in Tobago, another 62 days for Adventure. You know, I asked for valuation for Shervan by the Valuation Department of Tobago. Because you know what is the trend is that the central government is giving you the cut, or any state agency in Trinidad, the property to use as collateral to access funding to do design build finance. It took the valuation department 6 months. On the 17th of January, I asked the administrator to ask the valuation department to do the valuation. They did it, sent it in Trinidad since February. She only responded on the 17th of June. It took us 6 months to get back a valuation report. If this is not a calculated attack on Tobago's development, well, only tell me what is. But we finally got it, and the RFP was already completed at Shervan, so the special purpose company will go into conversation or talks or negotiation along with the senior state council with the company that was awarded. Also today, the standstill period for the Adventure housing project, which is supposed to yield 120 or 140 units. So a contractor was already selected there, and negotiation will start between the division or the special purpose company and the contractor for the start of this 140 units. We also hope to complete the infrastructure works for 75 parcels of land at Bacalet, although we are still in discussion. If the chief has decided that if we want to do some houses out there, because to tell you the truth, settlements is the smallest division in the THA, but could be the most effective division in the THA. And everything that we have to do, the minority leader keeps saying we keep fettering away $300 million. But everything that we have to achieve in Tobago has to be done with design build finance, contractors' money, somebody else's money, in order to deliver to the people in Tobago. But we have over 8,000 persons on database waiting for homes. And as we speak more about this, you have more and more persons applying for homes. We have completion of infrastructure works and distribution of 35 parcels of lands at Adelphi in Mason Hall. We have 37 parcels of land in Castara still to give out. And that's a development that started since about 2013. The construction of 50 homes under the Social Assistance Housing Program. Tobagonians, I'd like to say to you, because of this shortfall in funding, as my colleagues, Secretary Clark and Secretary James and those before me alluded to, The 140 parcels of land we distributed, the revenue generated from the sale of those parcels will go back to construct houses under the social assistance housing program for Tobagonians who cannot afford to build homes. That's we are hoping to intake a revenue of about $13 million from the sale of those 140 parcels of land. In the process, Deputy Presiding Officer, the plans of the division should activate 838 home construction starting this year, accounting for the mobilization of $810 million, or 2.5 times the THA Development Parliamentary Appropriation for fiscal 2024, assuming an average cost of a unit being $800,000. Deputy Presiding Officer, this level of investment in home construction generates a multiplier of 2.0, realizing an economic impact of $1.3 billion. Deputy Presiding Officer, the importance of the housing sector as part of the economic infrastructure of the development process cannot be understated. To this end, the division will continue to promote the desire for home ownership on the top of the strategic priority of the Assembly. That's as far as they gave me to read. Now I'm going to go ad lib. You know, there's a metaphorical statement I would like to tell the minority leader. If you are not offered a seat at the table, be careful, you might be on the menu. It's the first person, because in 2005 when Ashok Jack was the only person who won his seat, I was sitting with him that night in Mariah. Then he realized he was minority leader. He was the face of the party. Brother, you are young. I know you have all kind of aspiration. You cannot be the only one who won your seat, and the executive of your party doesn't. You are not sitting nowhere on the executive. So, babe, brother, you may be on the menu. I'm just giving you a heads up. No, you are young. You see, brother, hear what is going on. Next week, Wednesday, God would have blessed me with 58 years on this earth, 48 of which have been in politics. So when I look around the room here, I've been in this game longer than anybody in this room. Oh, my brother Sonny and Secretary James, we were in the same year group. But you know what bemoans me mostly? I said it in my last contribution. We have 7 Tobagonians sitting in the upper and lower house in Trinidad, and Tobago is suffering and languishing like this. And you know what is painstaking to me? 5 out of the 7 have roots in the north or east of Tobago. You know, like Black Stallion song, like we had to change the words. Tobago had to keep on jamming for Tobago to get a lick or something. But the oppressor has become the oppressor. Because I remember in 1970, Mr. Rowley was in Tobago with his fist in the air, walking from Charlottesville to Scarborough. I could speak about that. The only female arrested in the Black Power movement was my cousin Lynette Balfour. The only female was arrested. But after Mr. Rowley lost his first election in 1981, like he swallowed a bitter pill for Tobago. Because I cannot see you being Prime Minister and knowing that we are 200 years behind and still we have these shortage of funding to develop the land space called Tobago that you love so much. But you see, this is nothing new to the PNM, because Mr. Orville London his favorite phrase was, at this budget time, he was not uncomfortable with the allocation. I have been in this race so long, and I want to say to Tobagonian, God is the provider of everything. I am tired of begging. I'm like Secretary James. Every year we go begging cap in hand. Could somebody really tell me, 62 years of this union, what has Tobago benefited out of it? I'm talking from independence. What have we really benefited from it? Every year we have persons having suffering from brain drain. Children have to leave to go here, and then we have to go cap in hand. You know, when you do the media review, with the budgetary allocation at the start of the fiscal, it's always about 60 billion, 60 something billion. And we are here championing and say, yeah, we get 2.5 billion. As Secretary James says, if you have to define Tobago, and your goodly colleague for Tobago West, she's on television talking about, we have to define Tobago by water space and air space, as we have to do in Trinidad. Why don't we approach that? Why don't we do it? It is not in the benefit of people in Trinidad or the PNM in Trinidad to do it as my colleagues rightfully said. Well, somebody had to do it, but we cannot continue like this. As Secretary James said, where do you see your children or grandchildren 20 years down the road? Where would they be? Still running cap in hand and begging for 4.03% of our budget? I could remember in 1982, Mr. Robinson was on the steps of the post office, if you all remember when post office was in Scarborough, and showing us the maps where the oil and gas reserves were located in Tobago. I will never forget that Friday night. And I know that everybody knew where the oil and gas is. But I always try to say to Tobagonian, it has to be some reason on this earth that this little piece of island was fought for 33 times. Nobody is fighting for a little piece of place for 33 times. Nobody. How much time does Trinidad fought for? Look at the difference in landmass. The only person who don't know what we worth is Tobagonians.
Member, you have 2 remaining minutes of speaking time.
Thank you. But you know, the minority leader was quick to jump out and say, I go on with $50,000. Like he's trying to put me up according to them young people. I go on and trip with $50,000. I heard her say that. But when I go visiting countries, I reach with the heads of states. I'm not the chief secretary, but I sit with prime ministers when I leave here. Sit with Ralph Gonsalves when I was in St. Vincent. I sit with Andrew Holness. And you know, strange enough, brothers and sisters, I knew the hotel talk was going to come up. Because on my courtesy call with Ralph Gonsalves, he was like, me have to talk to Rowley. He can't be so pig-headed, man. Want to hire Sanders deal. Because they gave me a personal tour of Sanders in St. Vincent. But the deal that they worked out in St. Vincent for the people of St. Vincent is, the deal in Tobago is pale in comparison to what they did. Pale in comparison. You know what Sanders did? Sanders purchased an existing hotel. Someone who was bankrupt and fled and went back to England. They purchased it and renovated it. Now they're building bungalows out in the sea. It is nestled between the mountains. It's beautiful. But we want to give them the land, 400 acres. We want to build it for $1 billion and give them 40 years concession. That wouldn't work, my brother. But one day, we will understand the power that we have. My brothers and sisters, my colleagues, let me just look at a quote. My wife gave me a quote this morning before I left home. And I would like to say it to my goodly friends on the other side, who thinking that money, 2.5 billion is a big thing. Hear what the Bible says, eh? A feast is made for laughter, and wine make it merry, but money answereth all things. Ecclesiastic 10, 19, 20.
Member, your speaking time has expired.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise to request that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be granted to the member to finish his very engaging presentation.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be allowed to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. All, any against? Member, you may continue your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. A feast is made for laughter, and wine make it merry, but money answereth all things. Because of the economic global situation, my brothers and sisters, no matter what side of the divide we are on, $2.5 billion cannot suffice in the development of our island. We are talking about increasing human capital. Make the noise. You know, mid-year review. Only
only an independent senator spoke up for Tobago? No Tobago. One independent, one of the 7 persons in Tobago. So none of look say, well, Ketos. Let me pull aside. In fact, look say Ketos. We need to have a discussion because this is woefully inadequate for Tobago. But you know when you're on the front Tobago, let me go quickly before my 10 minutes go. You know, they gave us $3 million in our budgetary allocation for this fiscal for housing in Tobago. But I'm going to read some figures for you. Cora Housing Development, 110 units, $117 million. Citrus Close Development, 191 units, $171 million. 600 free starter houses in 26 villages in Trinidad, $100 million. You know to the tune of how much? $388 million. And you gave the Tobago House of Assembly $3 million. $3 million they gave us. Wait, I'm coming to that. There's a high-rise car park in South, $160 million. The Emperor Valley Zoo, $57 million. Udicott headquarters, $57 million. And fiscal 24, 25, 23, 24, they gave Udicott $1.5 billion for 3 different sectors to pay off from old contractors and to build the new headquarters. What are we really saying? What are we really providing for our future generation? You know, boy, I go pack me Georgie Bungle and run. No, that is unacceptable. We also plan to increase the roof repair program with Habitat for Humanity, which is doing wonderful work. We did had some discussion yesterday, Chief Secretary, on things that we're hoping that they have a policy, brothers and sisters, and the wider Tobago, that they do the project management of home construction, whether it's small, 30 by 30, 30 by 20, and persons in Trinidad and other Caribbean regions pay as low as $800 a month mortgage payment. Yeah, they could enforce the fact that if you don't pay, they could come and seize your property, whatever. But we have to do something. We have to do something out of the box. Because $3 million with today's construction cost could only build like about 5 homes. We have to seek the help. You know when in St. Lucia, you know what I learned? St. Vincent, sorry? That the reason why we cannot access funding is because Trinidad and Tobago is, on the world index market, is rated as a high middle income. So we cannot access no funding. In St. Vincent, the public servants, through the St. Vincent Development Bank, is given 100% financing for the entirety of their loan at 2% interest. So it gives the public servant that impetus, that drive to work, because they are taken care of. We are left to the wolves, these commercial banks who are ripping us off and raping us and taking everything away from us at 12 and 14%. But that is St. Vincent as a caring government. Deputy Presiding Officer, going to my electoral district, I would like to thank my colleague and his division, Secretary James, for the 6 steps, as the representative for Roxburgh Argyle said, at King Peter Bay Hill. But in truth and in fact, it was 192 steps. And according to the Jamaicans, when mongoose used to run, Cara drive there now. Because all the senior citizens who live in on the hill don't have to trek that 192 steps to come down or to go back. I lost a constituent because she was living to the very end of that street and was sick. And when her husband put her in the wheelbarrow at the top of the 192 steps, because the ambulance had to stay to the bottom, she died in the wheelbarrow. But you know what's happening now? Because of Secretary James and Secretary Sampson at the time, now Secretary Baines, ambulance could reach right up there now, quickly. Division of Infrastructure partially upgraded 7 roads thus far in our constituency. You know, we don't have material, so all we could do is bring little relief to some of the constituents. Streetlights in places that never had streetlights, we are undertaking that. I'm sorry Secretary Pantin isn't here, but one project that we will entertain or undergo this year is the regularization of 82 persons living on the Adelphi estate. Because we have persons living on the Adelphi estate that have no claim. Nowadays you could use state lands as security to go to the bank and get mortgage, but yet we are denying persons in Tobago that. I have secretly been doing some work on the Adelphi estate south, I call it. That is when you're coming into Mason Hall. On the left-hand side, it's 142 acres. We just got back the evaluation report, which took a year. Nevertheless, we have it. It is valued at $30.5 million. I asked the Chief Secretary if he could undertake writing the Parliament to have it acquired for village expansion of Mason Hall. Now that is in keeping with the vast piece of land or amount of land they acquired for airport expansion. So it will be at the behest of the Prime Minister, who is from Mason Hall also, Mr. Hislop. Yeah, well, whoever owns it. But we are asking the Chief Secretary to write the Parliament to acquire it on behalf of the residents of Mason Hall for village expansion, because they have a number of families living on it that could get tenure. We also plan to start the Adelphi housing development this year. I've had discussion with Secretary James, the widening of the bridge at the foot of Big River Hill, because you know that bridge, even when you're going to Heritage, those of you who are living on the south and only come up on the north side when it's Heritage, where you have to stop on one car pass and then one car pass back. And so we're hoping that that bridge could be widened, Secretary James. Secretary Clark and I had consultation with the Village Council and all interested group in Moriah on Tuesday, because that recreation ground is one that has so much potential, real potential for international cricket, and we have to meet with the residents sometime soon again to come up with a drawing so that at least we could start building out that recreation ground. I've also had consultation with Secretary Hackett, or we are supposed to have consultation, the Division of Education, about the construction of a tech voc wing at the Mason Hall High School, because Mason Hall High School does not have a tech voc wing, and we know that some of the children who are not academically inclined could now do some kind of trade while they're in school. And also the construction of play parks in Mason Hall and Moriah. Those are some of my goals that I wish to achieve in 2025. Now, I really like helping people. I always like to say, I am not in politics as a minority leader, I like to say to help the self. It brings peace and joy and happiness to see that Tobagonians are uplifted. Because, truth be told, before December 6th, I am one Tobagonians, not different from many others, that took a $50,000 loan and turned it into a multi-million-dollar business. And I could go back to do what I love, which is real estate and land development. Tonight, if the chief tells me, you're relieved.
Remember, your speaking time has expired.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer. I will talk to you after.
Councillor Petal Daniel Benoit.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And as I rise to join the debate, I must admit that my emotions have run a gamut from disappointment to despair. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it was a bit difficult to listen to the member, Secretary Pollard, because instead of articulating the vision of his division to build homes and provide houses to the people of Tobago, The member took quite a long time minding the business of the People's National Movement, minding the business of the central government, minding everybody else's business instead of his business. So I was a bit disappointed. And the simple fact of the matter is that, Madam Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, my apologies, the minority leader went to great pains to explain the condition in which the economy was, which is in a growth state prior to this administration taking office, and what they have since done. And the simple fact of the matter is that this administration...
Member, could you pause to allow the presiding officer to take the chair?
Members be seated. Member, continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And as I was saying, the simple fact of the matter is that this administration inherited an economy that was on the upswing after COVID, and the minority would have explained an economy with growth of 4.2%. And from day one, they have, with reckless and gay abandon, been emasculating the Tobago economy. We are in successive declines, Madam Economy, and today the economy is much weaker than it was in 2021. And as I evaluate the performance of this administration, I will begin by reflecting on the Chief Secretary's approach to this year's budget and the impact of some of his disastrous actions on the people of Tobago. 2.5 years and approximately $7 billion in allocation. What do we have to show for that, Madam Presiding Officer? Destruction of the quarry. Now we're seeing trucks lined up waiting. Something that has been in the past has now come back to haunt us. Destruction of the quarry. Destruction of the construction sector. Destruction of the agricultural sector. If we look at TATCO, destruction of TATCO, we have farmers protesting in front of the TATCO organization. Destruction of the tourism and cultural art form in Tobago, and there's only destruction taking place, Madam Presiding Officer. And as we speak to tourism and the cultural art form, I want to take a look into the tourism sector. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I listen to the now former Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, who spoke about his administration's vision for tourism and the orange sector in Tobago, I was extremely baffled and disappointed. And I know many Tobagonians would also echo similar sentiments, that there is no vision for the tourism sector in Tobago. Can you imagine, Madam Presiding Officer, that this administration, after 2.5 years, cannot even produce, Madam Presiding Officer, more than 2 pages of plans for the tourism sector, Madam Presiding Officer? Where is the roadmap? Where is the framework? Nothing, Madam Presiding Officer. And the strategic plan that was promised very early in the Secretary's term, Madam Presiding Officer, and again early in the Secretary's term, and I will get to that point in great detail, the Secretary spoke about bringing 100,000 tourists. We have yet to see that, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary would have spoken in some detail about the tourist arrivals. And the Secretary boasts about, in particular, Tobago cruise passenger arrivals. And Madam Presiding Officer, yes, I agree that there was some growth in that area. Madam Presiding Officer, what the Secretary failed to point out to the people of Tobago is that if you are moving from 0 to 1, the percentage increase obviously is 100. And Madam Presiding Officer, if we are coming from a close in the sector coming out of COVID, there were no arrivals in 2001, and we started to reopen in 2002. So the cruise ship arrivals, which is normally from November to April, in 2022, Madam Presiding Officer, in January, there were no arrivals. In February, there were no arrivals because the borders were closed. In March, there were no arrivals. In April, there are no arrivals. So if you are comparing, Madam Presiding Officer, so the total November is where we started to see arrivals coming to the destination, and December. So in a period where out of 6 months, you had 4 months with no cruise ship because we were now reopening and the place was closed. Madam Presiding Officer, how you could come here and claim over 100 and without sharing the real data with the people? If you are moving from 0 to any number, the percentage increases obviously 100% and more. And Madam Presiding Officer, what I would have liked is for the Secretary to really come and provide the data and the information. And the base period that the Secretary should really be looking at is 2019, pre-COVID arrivals. And if you want to compare and speak to the fact of improvement, Madam Presiding Officer, then the base...
Councillor Benoit, she's standing on a point of order. Please give way. Yes, Councillor Boris.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to take the opportunity to correct the rule that we are on.
Not on a point of order, Councillor, on a point of clarification.
Sorry, I would like to correct the information that the Councillor is explaining at this point. I did indicate in the statistics that I provided the 2019 season, which is 18 to 19 arrivals for cruise ship. I also indicated seasons 22 into 23 and 23 into this year. Yes?
Continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary boasted about increases 2022 to 2023 of over 100 and something. And I am pointing out that in January, there were no cruise ship arrivals here. So if you move from 0 to 13,000 2023, then obviously it will be greater than 100%. And that's the point I am making, Madam Presiding Officer.
Continue.
So, Madam Presiding Officer, all I'm saying is be upfront with the people about the information and share the entire information. Madam Presiding Officer, and yes, we are happy to report increased tourist arrivals in relation to cruise ships to our destination. But Madam Presiding Officer, what I also want to look at is an article, a Guardian article dated the 20th of April 2024. And the arrivals, I am hoping that sometime in the near future, our efforts could rebound to increase spending by those persons who would have visited our shores via the cruise ship. And Madam Presiding Officer, the article quotes the Tourism Trinidad visitor surveys, and the average visitor spend that was estimated, and this is for the period 2023-2024, was US $431 per person, equating to US $3,356,193. And this is equivalent to TT over $22 million. According to the survey conducted by a local agency, the average spend on tours per person was a further US $25. So with 21,094 persons disembarking from organized tours, this equated to $526,225 US and over 3.578 million TT dollars. The article goes on, as it pertains to Tobago, the Tobago Tourism Agency estimated spend per passenger was $26 US per person, totaling US $2.58 million, and converted into TT 17.596 million for the season. So, Madam Presiding Officer, what we would like to see from all the initiatives over time of the Tobago Tourism Agency and the tourism sector is that if we could at least marginally increase, because that is the real benefit to the island of Tobago. When visitors come and they spend, we receive that benefit. So if all that is being done could increase the visitor spend, and it could be marginally when compared to Tobago, when compared to Trinidad, sorry, Madam Presiding Officer. So, if we go back to 2017, sorry, Madam Presiding Officer, and even before that, when the PNM administration was in office, there was a clear vision for the tourism sector. And it was evident with the alignment of culture with tourism, and it was also clear that the product offering of the island needed to be clearly defined, and culture was being used as a vehicle to aid in boosting visitor traffic and interest to the destination. The establishment of the Tobago Tourism Agency was to position Tobago in a particular way when compared to our Caribbean neighbors, which is why we branded ourselves as untouched, unspoilt, and undiscovered Tobago beyond ordinary. Madam Presiding Officer, these fundamental and important changes ensure that Tobago was well featured in our key source markets, which resulted in the beautiful island winning numerous international tourism awards, some of which this administration has been celebrating today, arising out of that vision. Pre-COVID, it was evident that growth was in the sector. We saw Sunwing providing direct airlift from Canada. There was Virgin Atlantic, Condor, and British Airways out of the European market. And this was as a result of strategic visioning. Madam Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago must take note that this administration has invested millions in overseas travel, which may account to the only investment this island has seen, unfortunately paid by the taxpayer under the disguise of marketing Tobago or seeking out investors for the island. To date, in this budget presentation, there is not one tourism or cultural investment that this administration can really meaningfully speak or boast about. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary spoke about investment in soca artists, but Madam Presiding Officer, this is something that would have occurred in the past under the PNM administration. There were soca competitions, competition for February Carnival, competitions for heritage. So Madam Presiding Officer, this is nothing new. It is very clear that this administration, from the onset, understood the value of pairing culture with tourism, and as such, the division remained tourism and culture, and they appreciated the PNM's vision for the sector. However, as much as they embraced it, they have single-handedly destroyed by leaving our cultural festivities in shambles. Our cultural festivals, Madam Presiding Officer, is currently in shambles. The budget presentation spoke to this administration focusing, and I quote, improvement of tourism infrastructure, product enhancement, ELF and human resource development and research capacity. So in one breath, they are focusing on human resource development, but the established supporting companies such as the Tobago Tourism Agency, TPAC, and the Tobago Festivals Commission, the core companies that drive the sector, are absent from leadership and direction. And most of the companies, and I say that in the context that most of the companies are without a substantive CEO, Madam Presiding Officer. In some instances, some of them may be without boards. And I would have seen today, Madam Presiding Officer, that a release came from the division where a new board was appointed to the tourism TTAL, Tobago Tourism Agency, and we wish them all the best. So, Madam Presiding Officer, with the absence of substantive CEOs and leadership, it is clear that we're not serious about the plans to develop the sector when our basic human resource capabilities are being dismantled. Madam Presiding Officer, we have seen an exodus, a high attrition of staff turnover within the organizations under the tourism, Tobago, the tourism division. Madam Presiding Officer, if we look at the festivals, what have they done? It appears as if they have systematically and deliberately attempted to destroy the National Carnival in February. Madam Presiding Officer, the once renowned jazz festival, after being rebranded by this administration, the return in 2023 has not returned in 2024. The Tobago Heritage Festival, one of the island's highly anticipated cultural festivals on the calendar, which is in its 37th edition, a festival that has been around for over 3 decades, is currently in ICU holding on for its dear life. It is noteworthy to mention that the villages that drew the largest crowds to the event, like the Salaka Feast in the cultural village of Pembroke and Lekito, folktales and superstitions would have had visitors coming from overseas, and our neighboring Trinidad has been wiped off the heritage calendar for 2024. And Madam Presiding Officer, I don't know what the reasons were for these villages not participating, but it is quite disappointing. And I don't know if it's because members from the Pembroke folk performers may have a song for not receiving payment timely. Madam Presiding Officer, I don't know what was the reason, but it's very disappointing not to see these signature villages appearing on the 2024 Heritage Calendar. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the budget statement spoke a lot of nothing, inclusive of continuing the strategy to attract ELF to the destination. And the question is, what has been the strategy over the last 2.5 years? As a matter of fact, Virgin was lost with no replacement to date. The arrival numbers have only increased marginally. The euphoria of the PDP winning the election, Madam Presiding Officer, I spoke to that earlier, where we are still awaiting the over 100,000 plus arrivals from the Secretary of Finance, the Secretary of Tourism that she promised. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Finance in his statement spoke about airlifts coming, and he would have mentioned as soon as July. I don't know if it's July this year or July next year. But the Secretary in her presentation spoke at the end of the calendar year. Madam Presiding Officer, we welcome new airlift to the destination, but we do hope that the necessary approvals are in train or have been received to ensure that the airlift comes to the nation, to Tobago. And Madam Presiding Officer, we didn't hear anything. We will be having a new airport. There's the airport expansion, and not one word as to how the policy of this administration in relation to tourism, what policy is put in place to capitalize on the airport expansion when it is opened. And we were hoping, Madam Presiding Officer, that we would hear a little bit more about the plans in that regard. So, Madam Presiding Officer,
Members,
it is clear that there's a lack of foresight and inability to rebuild the tourism sector. If we looked at our Caribbean islands in St. Vincent, Grenada, Barbados, their tourism sectors are on the rebound. And Madam Presiding Officer, we are hoping that they could settle down and put some plans in place, and we eagerly await the strategic plan that was promised 2.5 years ago in relation to the rebuilding of the tourism sector. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to turn my attention to housing. And in 2023, the Chief Secretary would have outlined, and as he called it, an ambitious housing program to provide 1,000 fully serviced housing lots in the first term, which was 250 units per fiscal year. In the budget statement of 2024, another unrealistic housing program of more than 500 housing units and 800 service lots were mentioned. The Secretary for Settlements was even mandated in that statement to supply 20 low-cost housing units before the end of fiscal 2023. There are no reports in the statement, there are no reports from the Secretary about the completion of those 20 homes. Yet, in this statement, Madam Presiding Officer, the proposal is to start the construction of 54 housing solutions in Riseland Development, 447 housing units at Shervan, and 140 housing units at Adventure. This bringing the total number of houses in the 2025 budget statement to 641 houses. Madam Presiding Officer, due to this administration's inability to deliver on its promised housing mandate, they have changed their language. So in the first two budgets, they spoke about completing houses and completing homes. But the wording in this statement has shifted to start or commence. So we're no longer able to complete. So we moved the language to start. So just imagine the secretary also promised to build, and this is the Secretary of Settlements, promised to build a house, one, singular, uno, in Bleming in 20 days. Madam Presiding Officer, we are still awaiting the report on that. I think 20 days has come and gone several times, months now. Madam Presiding Officer, he boasts about traveling to Jamaica and St. Vincent and meeting with prime ministers and presidents. But Madam Presiding Officer, the houses that were promised still remain unfinished and undelivered. And that is delivery.
Member, you have 3 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I recognize that this is the third consecutive budget that the member, the Chief Secretary, former Secretary of Finance, would have read, and he did not report to the people on the expenditure for the previous years. How did he spend? So we're calling for more money, more money, more money. But report to the people of Tobago how you spent the money. So Madam Presiding Officer, I just want to share with you in 2023, and this is being quoted from the statements laid in the House. So as at August 2023, the sum of 1.8 billion rounded was received for recurrent, and 366 million was received for development program under the central government. Madam Presiding Officer, in Tobago, we would have collected, as at the end of August 2023, $185 million on behalf of the Consolidated Fund, bringing total receipts at the end of August 2023 to $2.002 billion. Madam Presiding Officer, there are a number of items of expenditure for that fiscal 23 that stood out, but because of time, I want to point out one in particular. Madam Presiding Officer, if you look at the rent and lease vehicles and equipment, in 2021, that expenditure was $13 million. In 2022, it increased by $5 million to 18.81. And by 2023, that figure for rent and lease on vehicles and equipment ballooned to $39.346 billion, Madam President, dollars. And the Division of Infrastructure, it must be noted that the Division of Infrastructure would have accounted for the majority of the expenditure under rent and lease. So in 2021, under the Division of Infrastructure, rent and lease was 10.1 million. In 2022, it was 12.2 million. And Madam Presiding Officer, in 2023, it was a whopping $35.495 million. And Madam Presiding Officer, thank you. I will wrap up, and I hope that the member, the Chief Secretary, in his wrap-up, could tell us why the rent and lease and all the other things would have ballooned, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, you may now join this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Let me try to see if I can wake everybody back up, because it seemed I was hearing some snoring on the other side and I couldn't quite identify who was asleep. So, well, I'm a teacher and I believe that when you're presenting, if you're not encapsulating your audience, they will inevitably get bored and fall asleep. Madam Presiding Officer, let me start by thanking the Chief Secretary and my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this executive and to also contribute to this budget presentation, because it is a very important exercise, and I believe that most of Tobago is listening to us. So that when this exercise began this morning and the minority leader was talking, I had the fortunate privilege of being at my son's graduation ceremony. But recognizing the importance of this process, I felt that I needed to listen in on what was happening. And I don't know why I bothered to waste that time, because true to form, the same old rhetoric. Somebody named John who tell you something, and some woman who was unfairly dismissed in CPEP again.
Members.
And the same.
Members, please be guided by Standing Order 44. Allow Councillor Kirk to make his presentation uninterrupted, please. Thank you.
What is amazing, is that when they are talking, nobody do interrupt. Well, at least I don't. I can talk for me. But as soon as other people start to talk, they had to jump up, and I listened to a lot of the language that was used and who dishonest and whatever, and nobody on the other side didn't say in parliamentary language. Mr. Tate say you lie, and you jump up. But that's how we just go. Right. So enough about that, and because let me utilize my time wisely. Right? And what I recognized was two things happened this morning. A political statement was made, and then it was followed up by a manifesto. Right? That is what happened. So that you come into the house under the guise of coming here to debate about the people's business of Tobago, but when you are in fact coming here to score cheap political points. I sat and I listened to the minority, and I asked myself, I said, it's a good thing I'm not there, because I don't know if I could have made it through all that long hours of nothingness, nothing substantial. And again, this continued deception, this continued loyalty, not to the people of Tobago, but to a political party. And you know, I am hoping that by the grace of God, at some time, maybe in the next 50 years, because it's not going to be now, that the shoes will be on the other foot. When my former principal, Mr. Orville London, was chief secretary, and a different party was in power in Trinidad, and all of a sudden, everything that we are saying now was relevant then. But all of a sudden now, it's not relevant. And all of a sudden now, Tobago is getting enough. So I want to ask the minority a question. Are you satisfied with the budgetary allocations to Tobago? Because you dance around the question and you talk about who and spending what and what not happening and whatever. And you know, the dishonesty is what is bothering me. Because minority A and minority B. Well, I will talk about minority B shortly, because it touched me soul today. Because you see Tobago near and close to my heart. Near and close to my heart. And the disingenuous behavior to suggest about 7 billion and what you did with it. Guess what we did with it? We paid Tobagonians. Yes. Because most of that was spent on recurrent expenditure, and you all know that. You come into the house and you behave as though all the things that have been said, that you are not aware of it. And even the 300 million that was allocated 2 years ago for development, the lion's share of that was used to pay salaries in European CPEP. So don't come to this house and talk about how much billion and what we do with it and how each to be going to get $1 million. Go to your friends across the pond and tell them to release the financial stranglehold on the people of Tobago. That is what you need to do. I have sat and I've listened to a lot of commentators in the space about the budget. And I want to say this. Many of them come under the guise of being impartial. but many of them are minions of this government. When you listen to the rhetoric of some of these people, it is the same story that is being perpetuated by them. Listen to Minority B. What is the difference between what Minority B is saying and the PNM is saying? No difference. Imagine, what is the word he said? The Minority B or Representative Farouk Swagal has the unmitigated gall to come into this house and say that Tobago should not get anything more.
Disrespectful.
But I, as my Chief Secretary will say, that anybody who comes into this house and is saying to the people of Tobago that they must continue to remain as second-class citizens are traitors to Tobago. Let them hear me say that. I say that. Because if you come into this house, regardless of your political affiliation, your first and your loyalty should be to the people of Tobago, about lifting the standard of living of the people of Tobago. Any child who is born in Tobago must be able to self-actualize as any child that is born anywhere else in the country. And this notion that you are saying that Tobago only generates $200 and something million and continue to perpetuate these misguided, I don't know if it is that we don't know better, and try to say that we are not contributing to the national purse, so we are burdened. Why it is that Tobagonians who really care about Tobago will come to this house and try to let Tobagonians feel that they are less than. But I can say to you that I am one proud Tobagonian, and I'm not less than anybody who lives in Trinidad. And therefore, the resources of Trinidad and Tobago is for Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, Tobago must enjoy its fair share of the resources of Trinidad and Tobago. Imagine in 2024, right? Tobago still does not have an indoor facility in 2024. How many have in Trinidad? Right? And these continued injustices against the people of Tobago, and we have people who are coming here and are more or less saying that they agree with these injustices by the way they articulate themselves. They don't come out plain and say it, you know, but they continue to push this narrative. If you listen to them, that we are getting enough. But when you look at what is being given for the development of Tobago, let us be real people. We are saying that we want to push tourism on the island. But we are not willing to invest in the infrastructure on the island. Because certainly, what is being allocated to Tobago cannot and will not develop this island at the pace that we need to develop this island at. The reality is that they are more about deception than about trying to work with the THA to improve what is happening in Tobago. And I listened carefully, and you know what occurred to me while I was listening there? This is a deliberate strategy by the PNM. And let me tell you what they're doing. They are deliberately stymieing the development of Tobago, and then come to us and say that we promised to do certain things and we did not do it. But how can we do it if we do not have the resources to do it? How are we going to be able to do it? Yes. Right? And every single project that is done in Tobago, we have to do it under pressure. Secretary Pollard spoke about the loan that we were supposed to get from IDB to build houses in Riceland. That was in collaboration with central government. And central government deliberately did not pass the documents to the IDB. So we have Tobagonians, 54 Tobagonians who are waiting on houses for almost 2 years or 2 years and something. And central government did not do its part. And that is the pattern of behavior that we are seeing. And that is the reason why we are saying that we want our autonomy. Because we want to be able to determine the pathway for the development of Tobago. Because one of the things that we have seen is that politics trumps development in terms of what we have been experiencing with the people on the other side. I'm hearing so much about the concern. You know, they love Tobago, and Tobago is under so much pressure and whatever. But I always say, it's not what you say, it's what you do. Sure. and it's about your actions. And if you want to demonstrate that you really care about Tobago, then you are going to behave in a different way. So that I don't want to spend my whole time talking about that, but I want to say one thing. The minority councillor was corrected by the Secretary for Tourism because she did, in fact, talk about data from 2019. And this is a continued way in which they operate. They get so accustomed to bending the truth that even in the face of evidence, they still continue to try to bend the truth. And I want to say to Tobago, you don't have to take what I say. The technology is available. You can rewind to when the Secretary of Tourism was making a presentation. And you will hear very clearly in her presentation, she referenced data from 2019 and compared it to now. So I don't understand if it is that the minority council was asleep at the time, if they weren't paying attention, or if they are so concerned with peddling the narrative that regardless of whatever is said, they continue to try to disregard the truth. It is really very, very amazing. Let me just say one more thing, right? The Tobago Carnival was mentioned, and I realize it's a sore point for the people on the other side because it has become a success. And you know what? I have some good friends who are paying, because I'm a fellow, I could deal with anybody. And they usually whisper to me in my ears. They don't come out in public and say, but they just really admit to a lot of the things, right? And they are already planning for October Carnival to come back. They were here for last Carnival, they enjoyed it, and they're planning for October Carnival to come back, right? And many persons have already booked for October Carnival in Tobago. So I don't understand, and the information is there. The success of last Carnival, the Chamber spoke about it, and these people still fighting on the Carnival. Join with us, tell us how we can enhance the thing. But you all are so busy trying to play politics, you don't care about Tobago. So it doesn't matter how much persons in Tobago are benefiting from the Carnival, you all want to peddle a narrative that we kill February Carnival. But the reality is that it does not make sense to try to rival Trinidad for Carnival, because persons from Trinidad are not going to leave Trinidad and come to Tobago for Carnival for February.
Councillor Kerr, please have a seat. I'm going to caution all members of this House to allow members when they are presenting to present it without any interruptions as per Standing Order 44. Councillor Kerr, you may continue.
They say the truth does offend. And when they're exposing people, it does hurt. But the reality is, as I said, this is about Tobago. And I hope that at some point in time, that the minority could reach where we reach and where we are working for the people of Tobago. And I would be the first to admit that everything wasn't perfect and everything isn't perfect. But this way that the minority continues to say, well, you say you're going to fix it. So you mash it up and you turn your back and walk away, and we say we're going to fix it, and you find me fixing it fast enough, or you find me fixing it the way you want to fix it. So many grand ideas coming out from the minority now. You're wondering where the ideas were before. You did nothing. Nothing you all did. I cannot identify a single thing I live in Dalafort that you would have done in Dalafort for the last 21 years. You wanted, and I want to give you all some advice. I'm hearing that you all are referring to things that you did. Take this advice. In going forward, try to talk to the people about Tobago, about things that you think you could do if you get back in. Don't talk about what you did in the past. You see the past? Don't talk about the past. That ain't so good. Your track record ain't good. Right? Don't talk about that. Don't talk about what you used to do and don't go back there. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Take my advice. Because really and truly, nothing was happening in Tobago. Right? So don't reference that at all. But let me try to get specific to the division, because it's kind of late and I don't want to stay too long. Right? So that the division of settlements, my new division, and I heard the minority talking about the fact that the chief secretary would have shifted us around or whatever. That is not all the business. You're talking about business, that's not all the business. The kind of team that we have what we call What is called in cricket? All-rounders. Yeah, I talking about tourism, minor education, I talking about we are all-rounders. We could bat and bowl anywhere we go. So here what? Notwithstanding that I might be in settlements, I heard the minority talk about education. You talk about education? Also should shame to talk about education. When we inherited the ECC sector, no contract, we regularized all the ECC teachers and fixed the sector. All you come about talk about education. Don't talk about this teacher center that they had in Hope. Grand opening, I spoke at that when I was Tobago officer. What happened after they opened it? Not one thing. But you're talking about teacher center closed. Ask any teacher in Tobago if they ever utilized that. And what was there for them to utilize? That was just a gimmick, a show, papi show to say open something. But you're coming here to refer to that now to talk about how teacher center was closed and whatever. Come on, let's get serious now, man. Get serious. Right? So that we are about service to the people of Tobago. Right? And let me pause at this juncture to commend Assistant Secretary George, because Assistant Secretary George would have done, a tremendous job. Tremendous job. When I drive up to Speyside and Charlottesville now, I feel so proud to see something that I thought that I would have never seen in my lifetime, being someone who lives on that end of the island. Because for donkey years, as my Chief Secretary does say, if you were driving up in that area and your tire puncture, you remain nothing. You were not stopping to change no tire because you could not even see your hand palm. And now, there are lights from Kings Bay to Speyside and from Speyside into Charlottesville. Yes. Right? Secretary Pantin spoke about the other numerous communities in and around Scarborough, French Fort and all these places. I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't even know I was going into the waterfall one night in Roxborough, and I realized that light. I said, what? I said, George, are you walking? I didn't even know that. I think the part of the problem is that we do not market what we do. I think we just continue to work. We work for the people, and we don't say much about it, right? I was like, what? I was surprised, right? And my former principal, Mr. London, used to say performance beat old talk, right? That was it. I could borrow that from the painting. Performance beat old talk, because at the end of the day, right, a lot of what is being exposed by the minority, inaccurate, trying to sensationalize and talk about Tobago and Hooger Fire and all kind of nonsense. But the reality is that you all cannot compare, because more has been done in every single division in the 2 years. Secretary Hackett inherited a bill of millions of dollars of arrears to teachers for increments and gratuities. Over 25 million was paid. Right, well, you see, 30 now was paid to Tobago teachers who you claim that you so care about and wasn't paying. Right? So when I hear the minority coming out and talk about how them so care about Tobago and bread and butter issues, I don't be shocked, because you did not demonstrate that. And the reality is, right? I want to get back to my division, but the reality is, in every single division, there is so much left undone, so much fixing to do. I sat the other day and I said, you know, if we had inherited a THA with things more or less okay, I don't know what was going to happen now. We are going to meet the moon and the stars. Because we have spent so much time fixing things that were not being done. Most of the people who come to you now tell you that I had this problem 10 years now, 15 years now, and now you are at pains to try to figure out how you are going to treat with so many issues that have not been treated with for so many years. And it is difficult because you feel the pain of people and you're telling them, well, you know, I will try my best. But the reality is, Secretary James could tell you, How many times I've called him about drains and so nothing was being done in Tobago. So I am so flabbergasted to hear people referencing what used to happen in Tobago. Don't do that. Talk about what we made some mistakes, and if we get back, we're going to do like what TPP doing. We're going to do like what TPP doing. We're going to work for you. Because we weren't doing anything for you all, we got cocky. That's what you need to do. But to reference what was happening before, really and truly, that's not a good move. And you realize they can't take jammings, Because when you see them getting jammings, they'll get up and leave. Right? Yeah. When they get a little jammings, they'll get up and leave. But that is alright. They could go out and listen to it on their phone. Or they could play it back later. Right? But the reality is, 113 street lights were installed from Kings Bay to Campbellton in Charlottesville, within those stretches there. More than, I am sure, I was trying to get the statistics on how many they did, but I couldn't get it in time. Because I'm sure it might have been about 10 or 20 for the 20 years that they do. Because that is their track record. That is their track record, right? And we have earmarked 516 to be installed already approved and will be installed in communities of Glenmorgan, Scarborough, Canaan, Wim, Annosville, and Mount St. George. I know Assistant Secretary would like to hear that, right? Those are already approved to be installed. I took a cursory glance at the expenditure, because they like to say we don't like to compare. I wish she was here because she could come and say and compare. For 2017, 2018, right, and I looked at the expenditure for rural electrification. It was $254,253.13, right? That was 2017, 2018. 2018, 2019, $201,013.30. I don't want to bore you all with all the other days, all the other years, right? You know how much we would have spent so far? In 1 year? $1,032,102.34. And that is what we are talking about. We are about doing more for the people of Tobago. Because at the end of the day, right, about 90 families were impacted by this electrification. And that is what it is about. Improving the quality of lives of Tobagonians. So when we hear about budget and you know, they try to give the impression that even the 6 scheduled items they spend in Tobago, so you can't just look at what they give you and all the chalalu. And I had to tell my Chief Secretary that when you're fixing the 6 scheduled items in Tobago, let the public know, because we do that as well. Yes. But because we are concerned about the livelihood and the people of Tobago, we simply have no choice but to do these things. But the reality is that they come here and they try to give the impression that the money is not being spent the way it's supposed to be spent and all of that. And I wonder, the thing about it though, I think what we need to advise Tobagonians to do is to fact check the statements. Yes. Because no, I can't say lie, you go say anything. They bend the truth. Constantly, and they constantly have the same narrative all the time, right? Trying to let Tobagonians feel that they are second-class citizens. I listen to Secretary James because I like to listen attentive, and I like to learn a lot. And I think that we need to really educate our young people, because a lot of persons in Tobago believe that Tobago has no resources. Sure. Yes. It is something that they like to let Tobagonians feel that we are less than and that we have been given handouts, so shut your mouth, shh. We're giving you a little thing, take it and cool it, right? When the reality is that our resources are being channeled away. And when you look by comparison what is being spent on the other island, and when you look at where development is on the other island as compared to Tobago, then you are seeing a clear bias, a clear motive to keep Tobago in a particular place. As Tobagonians, we have to lift ourselves out of the gutter. And I'm saying to Tobago tonight, it does not matter who you support. It does not matter who you support. I know everybody will not support one party. But what I want Tobagonians to do is to do an introspection and ask yourself, if in 2024, how we have been treated here in Tobago, if that is what you want for yourself. And I think what struck me as well was when the question was asked about your children and grandchildren. I kind of won't know why you don't want much. But about your children and grandchildren, will your children and grandchildren have to go through the same struggle that we are going through? I went to college in 1995, and we had to pick up and go to Trinidad to study. And you know the reality is, our Trinidad counterparts could never understand what that is like, because they were at home. We had to pack up and go and endure all the hardships of not being in our comfortable space. So that therefore the Tobago condition can only be understood by someone who lives in Tobago and experiences what we experience. The disappointing thing, however, is that those who are supposed to represent us have failed miserably. The argument that we are being treated better, we are not being treated better enough. But we are willing to fight for Tobago. And whenever things are not going the way it's supposed to go, we are going to expose them. As opposed to them before, who was saying, what Ovilona was saying, what? He's not uncomfortable with the budget. We will not say that. We will call it out for what it is. And that is the difference. I remember that all the destruction that took place in Tobago, and I suspect that is why the rent and lease was so high, because of having to hire equipment to treat with all those landslides and whatever, that we get a cent from Trinidad, and you had the unmitigated goal to come in here and talk about how rent and lease went up.
Member.
So how are we going to
Member.
for the tractors and the
Member.
and so on?
I understand you're into the presentation, but you only have 2 minutes left.
All right. Right. So I suspect Secretary James, even not being intimately involved in what happens at the division, I know that will not, if you see an expenditure that is abnormal, it will usually say to you, there is something that would have happened to create that. So when I talk back, I said, but we had some really bad weather where we had to call out all sorts of equipment. I remember being in Argyle and whatever, flooding, landslides. You had to pay for that. But today you're trying to give the impression that something untoward is happening in works, and somebody here is being corrupt. I don't even want to talk about corruption, because we all know what was happening on a large scale before, right? But they have the unmitigated goal to come and talk about what went up and what didn't go up and whatever. Let me just quickly say that I want to talk about this, the bus shelters at Botanics, Market Square and Shore Park, the one that was demolished recently by accident. We want to treat those issues as emergency issues, because we recognize that a large number of persons utilize those bus sheds, and where they are, the reality is that there isn't any shelter for those persons. So we have done a site visit, and we are going to be treating with them as emergency. And we plan to partner with with Works and with tourism in terms of getting that done. Tourism is going to do a nice branding and so on for us, and Works is going to assist us where possible with URP. Right? Those that are at the secondary schools on the highway, Bishops, we started Bishops and Signal Hill, because we recognize that those are inadequate. When rain falls, it's really difficult for the children and so on. So we plan to treat with those 4 first, and we're going to go in a phase basis to treat with the others, because the one at Bacolet and all of and the one at
Member.
All of those, all of the bus sheds really need to be fixed, but we have to...
Honorable Member. Your time has elapsed.
Madam Presiding Officer, I rise to request an additional speaking time for Councillor Kerr of 10 minutes.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Well, to be honest, I didn't plan to take all the time, but when I was being harangued by the minority councillor, that has got you a little hot. So, right. So we plan to treat with those, and in keeping with the greatest little island on the planet theme, we are going to try our best to make them as modern as possible. The intention is to partner with corporate Tobago, and we want to provide like Wi-Fi and all of that, so that those children who may not have credit on their phone, they will be able to access Wi-Fi. So if there's need for them to contact their parents and so on, that can be done right at the bus shed. So the target really is for those two at Bishops and those two at Signal Hill first. And we're going to look at the others and try our best to see how quickly we can do the others. But as usual, the issue really is resources. Because we would have liked to be able to do all of them, because the reality is that all of them need to be refurbished. But we are going to cut and contrive, as they say, and do as best as we can with whatever we get in. But the reality is, as much as we're going to do as best as we can, we are going to make a lot of noise for what we want. Yes. Because we're not going to sit down and just accept it and say, this is how it is. I think Tobago, we need to understand that at some point in time, right? Because one of the things I realize is this. Whenever you try to make representation, they say you're fighting with central government. You ever hear anything so? So you not getting what you want, you ask nice, you try to be diplomatic, and if you only raise your voice a little bit, they say you're fighting. But the reality is that in order to get certain things, you have to go through a little struggle. And if it is that is what we have to go through, then we are going to do. We have a few projects that we have earmarked to partner with tourism, right? The project at Highland Trail north side, waterfall, that comes in at an estimated cost of about 3,100,000. Louisdor, we plan to do pavements, jetties, slipways, and boardwalk, in addition to restrooms and changing rooms to build out that tourism product at Louisdor, and it is organized in phases. So the first phase should be about 435,000. Phase 2 should be 3,675,000. And phase 2 is 3,675,000, and phase 3 will be 5,577,000. Because we are serious about improving and promoting tourism on the island. Additionally to that, we want to do gazebo, toilets, and installation of essential amenities, facilities for the community tourism and domestic recreation. Right? This is at Speyside Lookout. I don't know how many of you would have visited Speyside Lookout, but there isn't any amenities there. We plan to improve Speyside Lookout as well. All of these are geared towards enhancing the tourism product and also lifting up the rural areas and so on, and enhancing the rural areas. Right? Colleagues, I want to basically end at that point, but I want to say to Tobago that when I listen to persons on the other side, I get very concerned, because if it is that persons on the other side really and truly believe that in 2024, 2025, we still should be begging Trinidad and hoping that our Prime Minister, who is a Trinidadian who was born in Tobago, feels pity on us and for some reason give us more. But I think the challenge is that they are afraid of us. Yes. Because if they give us resources, they know what is going to happen. But if they are convinced that we mismanage money, then give us the money, right? And then expose us for mismanaging it. I want to challenge them and say that, give us more money for development and everything else that we are asking for. And then you can point out at the end of the fiscal that you gave us what we wanted and we weren't able to manage it. That is the challenge I want to leave with the minority. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege of contributing to the debate.
Have me the podium, please.
Member from Buku, Mount Pleasant.
Okay, a pleasant good evening, everyone. All right. Oops. All right. Thank you. I'll move it aside with that. Let me just arrange my 40-page document. All right. I must join my colleagues in just saying a pleasant night, and Madam Presiding Officer, Deputy Chief Secretary, and Secretaries and Assistant Secretaries. The minority is not here. Yeah, minority, because I imagine they are listening somewhere. Leader and the councillor. Second minority leader, wherever he is. Local and international audience following this discussion on radio, television, or what other medium there might be. Let me just say good evening. All right. Let me express my gratitude to the electoral district of Buku-Mount Pleasant, which includes Shervan and most of Canaan, who thought it prudent to espouse this requisite confidence in me to do this most important duty of area representative in this distinguished Tobago House of Assembly. I'm hoping that I could follow in the footsteps of Councillor Kerr in keeping your interest through my 40 pages. Madam Presiding Officer, it's no secret that the people of Tobago are experiencing truly momentous times as an island state, as activity once thought to belong to some other jurisdictions have come to our beautiful shores. These are the days when we are talking about shark attacks, something we never heard about before, oil spills, among other unwarranted invasions, have visited our shores. Events unbeknownst to us, to those of us of a certain age. Imagine Bad Rock has lived up to its name in our season. And after being its best behavior, we see it slipping away. I must also send out a clarion call to all the people of Tobago to listen to these conversations. Remain focused and vigilant and stay prayed up in the face of what I call constant clairvoyance, spin doctors and shapeshifters. They continually seek to reinterpret the narrative in an effort to take us back to Egypt. The minority leader spoke about a guy named John this morning. I wouldn't like to follow up on that in his absence. But John was a guy who was getting wrong information, and so he was confused. Now, during the 2.5 years that we have been in office, my district has seen its and continue to see marked improvements in key areas. We've been able to witness the renovation of the Mount Pleasant Recreation Ground and Pavilion, thanks to Assemblyman representative for Lambo Lowlands in his capacity in the Division of Sports. We see there are plans ahead to refurbish the hockey grounds, fix up the hard courts in Mount Pleasant, and from the Division of Works there are plans to open up that road on the eastern side of Dixieland Pan Theatre. We are seeing an inconvenience which I'm enjoying immensely at the Cove Claude Noel Highway roundabout being put in place. Well, it borders my district, it's my concern. The roundabout will serve as a primary traffic management system for the safe integration of traffic to and from the newly constructed Friendship Canaan Connector Road, the Dr. Winston Murray Boulevard, and it will also connect to the newly constructed thoroughfare. So the project will positively impact the movement of peoples and goods and services in that area. And I know the member for Lambo Lowlands, who is my neighbor just across the road, he will benefit immensely. Of course, I'm moving along quickly, all right? Jobs are created there, and as these roadways open, of course, we'll have more industry happening in these areas. We are still working on the restoration of the Buku Recreation Grounds. After years of neglect and being used as a grazing pasture for all kinds of ruminants, we are now seeing it being restored to its glory as a football and cricket grounds, and a place for athletics and so on for the youth of that area. The Buku Boardwalk, which is world famous now, was repaired with a very special team of tradesmen from URP, fixing what the professional contractors couldn't get right, and we are now in a position where we don't have that amount of slipping and trips by guests to the boardwalk because the repair is well on its way. All right, we had the resurfacing of the Buku main road just in time for the Goat and Crabgrace Festival. We also have the gala trace to complete, and the most demanding one at this time is for the roadway in the Buku Cemetery compound to be paved, and I know we'll get that before the end of fiscal 2025. Yeah, moving along. So, in my favorite book, there's a passage that I'll quote in the book of Genesis chapter 2 verse 15. It says, "Then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress and keep it." Why am I using that passage? Google seeks to interpret the passage. Google says, dressing and keeping it is an overall responsibility for everyone in what we are to do with life. It applies to life's spiritual and physical aspects. I have been given the glorious opportunity by the Chief Secretary, after serving in the Division of Health for almost 2.5 years, a journey which I enjoyed immensely, and thanks to Dr. Faith B. Israel for working. She wasn't working with me, I was working with her. Sorry. I had that privilege to work along with her. And as a man who never enjoyed flying in airplanes, it was under her tenure that she recommended I represent the division at conferences out of the country. And I was able to break that spell. Thank you, Dr. Faith. You're a doctor in more ways than you imagine. So thank you so much. And you know, it reminded me of a season in my life when I left high school, when I got my first really serious job, 1984. I was working with Attorney Deborah Moore McGinnis. I had to travel to Trinidad every single week. And during those seasons, for 4 years, I traveled every week. And I'm telling you something, Tobago and Madam Presiding Officer, the airline problems that persist now were the same problems in 1984. This is 40 years ago. It was there before, but you have a witness here who traveled every week, and from the time the Great Race came up and the Easter weekends, it's the same drill. And it says something about what we're working with and what we have to put up with in Tobago. The only difference now is the air condition levels are different in this new airport in Piaco. So it's more uncomfortable now than in those days. The Chief Secretary thought it prudent to have me work in the division as Deputy, bear with me, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm a bit hungry. All right, bear with me. Yeah, not surprising. All right, so there are persons who have credited me as being Deputy Chief Secretary, and I think this is a good forum to clear it up. I've enjoyed the kudos, but I must clear it up that I am not the Deputy Chief Secretary. I am the Assistant Secretary in the Office of the Chief Secretary, and he has thought it prudent to put me in a position to look over the DECCE program, which speaks to global warming and everything that goes with it. I'm going to try to run through it quickly so we have an appreciation for what it entails. Right? That's why I quoted the text. The text spoke to dressing and keeping the earth, and that's our responsibility. And that's what all the global warming conversations surround, right? In the statement, the Chief spoke about sustainability and its pivotal aspect of Tobago's development agenda. And to reflect this, the Chief has recently taken on direct responsibility for environmental matters. This pioneering move is in the local, national, and regional context aligns the environmental sector institutionally, enabling it to benefit from direct executive oversight by the head of the government. A unique and significant development. This move is informed by global trends and recommended policy position, which insists that the environment and climate change are prioritized, right, in development planning, and therefore must benefit from the highest possible executive oversight, which is in the Tobago context resides at the level of the Office of the Chief Secretary. So we have a proposal to streamline that operation, hence the DECCE has been brought to the fore, which speaks to the Department of Environment, Climate Change, and Energy, right? 4 different arms of the THA make up this department: the Environmental Management Unit, Climate and Environmental Change Unit, Energy and Energy Transition Unit, and the Coastal Zone Management Unit. The common thread that unites these synergistic functional units is their relationship to global climate change, the defining development challenge of our time. The department's focus is on managing the cumulative impacts of climate and environmental change on terrestrial and coastal social ecological systems, largely influenced by human factors. This will be achieved through the development and implementation of Tobago-specific policy prescriptions, programs, and projects related to the sustainable management of land, air, and water resources, carbon neutrality, and green energy transition. When the Chief Secretary introduced me to this, he spoke to carbon sequestration, and it's something I knew about, but the sequestration word I never heard about before. And it got me researching, and I realized that it's a part of our existence that speaks to our preservation of our forests and our wetlands, and all but plant life definitely gives off carbon dioxide. It's a very reliable gas that we could harness and use. Another conversation will be brought up with that as we proceed. Moving along, down to 34. Here we go. In what can also be considered pioneering in the local context, the department's structure features formal mechanisms through which the private sector and civil society can directly influence policies and actions. First, a climate change standing committee will be established to coordinate climate adaptation and mitigation across multiple levels of social organization on the island. Secondly, a climate change working group will be established to work along with the department to provide advice in the preparation of climate change adaptation and mitigation synthesis reports on the impacts of climate change on Tobago's key ecological systems, example, forests, coastal and marine ecosystems, surface and subsurface freshwater, and built infrastructure, and link these impacts to effects on households, communities, governments, and private business. As the Chief Secretary has indicated, effective environmental and climate change management necessitates a whole of government and whole of society approach. This approach involves working across public and private interests, departments, and agencies. All right, let me just move right down here. Right. In pursuing the all of government and all of society approach to addressing environmental sustainability and climate change, it is important to consider that both intra and intergovernmental collaboration is required. This approach requires the deliberate executive oversight of the Office of the Chief Secretary as the highest executive authority, The coordination of this approach can be best offered by the Office of the Chief Secretary, since it interacts with and impacts all public, social, and economic sectors of our society. It is the chief facilitator for collaboration across divisions, departments, and special purpose companies of the THA, and it is the focal point in Tobago for international cooperation with other governments and international development agencies and institutions. Disaster response is critical in this department, and here comes TIMA. TIMA, who has done such a yeoman service, and I think that when we assess where TIMA has taken this island, we could only be proud, and we could only wish the best for the team at TIMA as they proceed to do what they do best. Right? The focus areas for fiscal 2025 are: 1, the first thing is the derelict vehicles removal. Now, this initiative will be done in conjunction with the Public Health Department, and of course the Department of the DECCE would work along with all different divisions of the THA. So the derelict vehicles are an eyesore, and it's a passionate project of the Chief Secretary in getting these off the road. They hold water, they hold, sometimes people store contraband in them, and so consequently it works to our best if we could remove them and create the space for users of the thoroughfare that it was designed to facilitate. So we're working along with the Department of Public Health in accomplishing this. One of the challenges we imagine that does not have to be a challenge is that this department is going to have to interact with the average person who might be very comfortable in the way they do things. And because this is a reality in our space, we would have to find the best ways to educate the public and have them understand how critical this is for survival as an island, for us to deal with the realities of global warming and having clean and sanitary spaces everywhere you turn. The former Chief Secretary, one of our former Chief Secretaries, coined the phrase, clean, green, safe, and serene. And I think it's a good phrase, not because it came from him, but I think it's a good phrase that we could keep to work along with greatest little island on the planet. Our second objective is the revival of attempts to phase out the single-use styrofoam in the food and beverage industry. As a responsible administration, it is our responsibility to take all good policies and programs on board, regardless of who initiated it, once it benefits the people of Tobago. This initiative was a good one, piloted by the previous administration, but fell by the wayside. Styrofoam is widely used to manufacture food contact materials and disposable food packaging applications such as containers, bowls, plates, trays, cartons, and cups. Many restaurants and other businesses in the food and beverage sector use styrofoam as a one-time use for prepared food for takeout. It is also widely used in the entertainment sector and at cultural events, example harvest festivals in Tobago. Regardless of all that, styrofoam is not the healthiest option, and it's our intention in this new department to revitalize this program to remove styrofoam starting at THA functions. We are going to invest in biodegradable containers to use for food dispension and so on, dissemination and so on. When styrofoam comes into contact with warm food or drink, alcohol, oils, and acid foods, it leaches the toxin styrene, causing human contamination of food and posing a health risk to people. WHO and United States Department of Health and Human Services noted that this is a very dangerous option. So, moving along. Right in Tobago at present, the existing waste management infrastructure is inadequate to convert styrofoam containers into a secondary product. So, if we cannot convert it, we might as well eliminate it, right? So, through you, Madam Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago need to be informed that we are coming because of our love for you to introduce you to something better and to save you from the ills that could come from the use of styrofoam. According to the THA, intend to revive the initiative by implementation of a robust public engagement campaign, placing restrictions on the use of the product, beginning at THA functions and sites and so on, is establishing non-financial incentives to encourage the adoption of environmentally friendly alternatives to styrofoam. Commit to working with business associations to ensure a sustainable supply of environmentally friendly and affordable alternatives to styrofoam. The third option we are going to work on is the reusable shopping bags initiative. Reusable shopping bags have become increasingly popular in recent years. I was encouraged on my trip to Grenada last year. When I got to the cashier in the supermarket, she asked me, "Do you have a bag?" I said, "No, I don't have a bag." And she pulled a bag from below, she drew it across to the cashier, cost me $1, $2 I think, and she packed my bag, my grocery, and I left with a new bag, which was a biodegradable bag, not a plastic bag. So in Grenada and in St. Lucia, it's normal practice where the plastic bag has been removed from general circulation, and they are benefiting from that. I've had the pleasure, I don't know if it's a pleasure really, to visit the landfill in Tobago and to see the quantum of plastic bags that are stacked up there. They are not biodegradable, and it takes a very, the research said that it takes hundreds of years for plastic bags to disintegrate. But I don't think plastic bags have been around for hundreds of years. I don't know how the research came up with that finding. But since they have been produced, plastic bags that were produced years ago are still around in the landfill and other places as a hindrance and as a health hazard. So we are going to be initiating the use of reusable bags. Consumers can reduce their reliance on plastic bags, and this could help lessen the amount of plastic waste we generate. The production of plastic bags also has a significant environmental impact. The process of making plastic bags requires the use of fossil fuels, which contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. Right? So, moving along, furthermore, the use of reusable bags can also help conserve natural resources such as water and energy. The production of plastic bags requires the use of water and energy, and by using reusable bags, consumers can help reduce the amount of resources that are consumed in the manufacturing process. Curbside waste collection pilot project, and we're going to be going a different direction with this. All right. We're gaining popularity in cities. You know, if you travel, on most developing countries are going in this direction where they have color-coded bins and you sort your garbage at home or you pay a fine. These are simple changes, and the THA is going to be working along with persons to assist them in making the change. Educational program will start obviously in the schools. We know that once the children buy into a new idea and they understand the value of it, they could join us in educating the parents. One of the key benefits of curbside waste collection of the initiative is that they make it easier for residents to dispose of their waste in a responsible manner, providing designated bins for different types of waste, such as recyclables, compostables, and trash. Another benefit of curbside waste collection is that it can help to increase awareness and participation in recycling and composting programs. By providing residents with easy access to recycling and composting bins, they are more likely to participate in these programs and divert more waste from the landfills, right? So, of course, that will take us into the recycling program as we go along, right? Let me just jump here. Right. Number 5, we are going to be working closely with other divisions to improve their environmental performance and record. The DECCE will engage intimately with other divisions and departments to ensure that they work towards aligning their policies and practices with international best practice, international obligations in the context of environmental sustainability. This is intended to position the THA as a leader in environmental stewardship. In this regard, focus will be placed on waste management, energy efficiency, sustainable land management, and air pollution, to name a few. Those of us who have been to the landfill will appreciate the landfill is 10 acres of prime real estate that was converted into what is locally called a dump. Should we surrender that space and allow it to be recycled, we could end up with something that we could market differently Every time I go there, I imagine that space could be a beautiful campus for a university overlooking the southern coast of the island, and you get to see the movement of ships and everything that goes along with it. A very beautiful space up on the hill being used just to store garbage, right? Oil spill response and management, number 6, that this would be one of the responsibilities. We are all acquainted with the oil spill that recently affected us in February. 15 kilometers of our coastline was affected. Land, sea, rivers, wetlands, everybody was impacted by that oil spill. And this will be one of the responsibilities of the DECCE department. Yeah? So, to date, 59,682 barrels of liquid oily waste and 23,884 cubic yards of oily solid waste was collected and is being stored at the Studley Park landfill. An additional 30,000 barrels of oil were retrieved directly from the wreck and collected and transported to Trinidad. An unknown quantity remains in the wreck. Right? We have had economic fallout from the oil spill, and we know definitely this is something that we are going to have to deal with, as the leadership in Trinidad is not, at the moment, they are not giving us what we need to deal with this challenge. And that's one of the reasons we are conversing over the budget at this time. Fishermen have been affected, and this figure is not in as yet, as there's still some minor seepage coming from the wreck. Not the major black stuff that came out in February, but the constant movement of the ship in the tide will create some spillage, minor, right? It has impacted the tourism sector also, but due to timely action by the THA and all Fisher Folk Association, the Port of Scarborough was protected from any negative impact. Therefore, cruise ships and inter-island ferry movement is still possible, and that is something we could commend the TEMA group for also. All right, ecosystem and environmental impacts, as is already the case with incidents like these, the oil spill significantly impacted the environment. One major coral reef, the flying reef, was severely damaged with potential long-term economic impact. If you go down to Petit Trou area, you'll notice that the coastline and the rock formations are stained with the crude oil, and that would heal over time. Weathering is going to remove that, right? Right, so given the scale of the oil spill impact on the natural environment, a comprehensive environmental assessment and an economic valuation of the damage must be done. Evaluation of the socio-economic impact also. The oil spill has had significant socio-economic impacts which must be comprehensively assessed.
Member, you have 4 minutes.
Right, thank you. To compensating those directly and indirectly impacting the fishing, tourism and retail sector. Disposal of the waste at Studley Park is another matter we have to deal with. As indicated above, the disposal of the oily waste stored at the Studley Park landfill continues to be of concern. The THA developed a waste management protocol designed to limit the impact of the stored waste on the surrounding environment in the short term. This was followed up by developing a request for proposal, inviting documented solutions to dispose of the waste in a safe manner. Environmental research, education and restoration is part of the responsibility here, and we see, right, pursuant to the damage observed and assessed to date, it is incumbent on the THA to undertake efforts to restore the environment to its pre-impact status as far as is reasonably practicable. UNESCO Man on the Biosphere Program, as you may be aware, Northeast Tobago was designated as a UNESCO Man on the Biosphere Reserve in October of 2020. Among other things, the designation recognizes the significance of the natural and cultural assets in the area and provides opportunities for enhanced conservation of those assets in a manner that supports sustainable livelihoods among the stakeholders. Moreover, the designation provides a robust framework through which a progressive, ecologically focused, culturally sensitive, people-centered development agenda can be pursued not only for Northeast Tobago, but the island as a whole. And of course, we have to intensify our beach profiling and monitoring. The THA is engaged in the strategic monitoring of beaches around the island of Tobago. I remember as a young man going to Pigeon Point, the surface where they now hold the dragon boat and all those parties used to be sea. I used to bathe in the sea right on that spot. But the movement of the coast, the coastal movement is a real thing, and we need to continually monitor it with global warming and the rising of sea levels. The coastal arrangement is changing as time goes by. So we have to continue monitoring and profiling these areas. We have to install tidal gauges, and also known as tide gauges or sea level gauges, and these are instruments used to measure the changes in sea level over time. All right?
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want me 10 minutes.
Madam Presiding Officer, I rise to ask for an additional 10 minutes of speaking time for the member to finish his presentation.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member to conclude his presentation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
So thank you, team. Completion of the Milford Bay Coastal Planning Project. The Tobago House of Assembly recognizes the importance of the Southwest Tobago coastal region to the economy and livelihood of the people of Tobago and wishes to protect the natural beauty in a holistic manner. Via the authority of the THA, Executive Council, Smart One International Limited was contracted to conduct studies and develop a complete coastal engineering design solution from Sandy Point through Crown Point and Pigeon Point that avoids any adverse impacts of the Bonacor Lagoon, No Man's Land, Booker Reef, and the adjacent ecosystems. Okay? And my final concern is energy. All right, so as we prepare for the new fiscal year, the Department of Energy will need further support in advancing its agenda. Currently, efforts are led by a dedicated staff member who has successfully developed and coordinated the implementation of a series of impactful green projects, with more on the way by year end. Okay, so we have an energy specialist is needed who will provide expertise. A policy analyst is needed. We need electrical engineers and a whole team of professionals to really build out the energy unit, right? The focus will include 4 key components: institutional values, policy and regulatory frameworks, infrastructural development, public awareness, and financial incentives. Enhanced energy management culture need to be developed where persons are more conscious of what the cost is for behaviors by taking off lights and electrical modules when leaving areas. Retrofitting THA buildings where necessary with LED lights and using solar as an option to minimize our bill with the authorities, right? Training and capacity building, developing training programs to educate staff and stakeholders on renewable energy technologies and energy conservation practices, empowering local communities to embrace sustainable energy solutions. Solar system installations will become the norm in Tobago once we get the relevant funding to move our plans and projections forward. Madam Presiding Officer, it has been my pleasure to present this short report on where this department is going to take us. One of the things I enjoy on this job is just being a part of this team to take Tobago in this direction. I was telling the team recently that just being on the team is special. And we use the word team a lot. It was Councillor Boris that referenced the football team scenario. You know, when the chief moved me, I didn't have a say. It was like when the coach moves on a football team. And although I consider myself to be a big striker, he put me in defense. And many times in life, you know, the captain might move you to a place you don't want to be. But I'm enjoying defense, I must confess. And I want to encourage all the members of the team to continue to be strong and focused We have a big job to do on Tobago, and we will get it done. The horseshoe persists, and I wish I had those three guys across there to share some thoughts with them personally. But at the next sitting, I might just do that. Thank you for allowing me this privilege as we press forward. Thank you so much. Sorry. Who?
Assemblyman Hackett, you may join this debate.
Thank you.
Yes. That good?
Very good.
Lovely.
Wake up, colleagues, wake up. Madam Presiding Officer, colleagues of this esteemed House, thank you once again for the opportunity to contribute to what I think is one of the most important debates of any financial year. Of course, I can't start, until I give my gratitude, express my gratitude to the residents of Bethesda, Leketo, Golden Lane, Woodlands, and the homes of Adventia, and of course, to the hard-working staff of the Division of Education, Research and Technology, the second largest division in the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam Presiding Officer, it's a pity the minority leader, minority councillor, and Assemblyman Duke are not in here as usual when it's time for us to clarify, clear up, and bring some truth to the untruths that were spewed here today. However, let's wait and see if they'll return. I want to be able to face them when I bring clarity to some of the misconceptions brought in this House today. I rise to defend the budget and the holistic approach applied to realize the dream of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. The developmental program estimates of $58 million for DIRTEC indicates that this Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance is ready to reverse the ills imposed by the PNM on the people of Tobago through their relentless exploitation and underdevelopment for the last 2 decades. The emphasis that this visionary budget places on education and on the upskilling of our Tobago people is a clear indication that this administration understands that we must invest in human capital development to truly be able to prosecute autonomy as citizens of this great island. For far too long, the red shadows cast by the PNM have darkened our island's future, leaving a workforce where 17% have only completed primary school education, a damning statistic that reflects their failure to invest in our people. It is time for the minority leader and his friends in the PNM to accept responsibility for those statistics based on their dismal, destructive, and disappointing track record. This TPP administration stands resolute in its resolve to overhaul Tobago's education system and ensure that every citizen gains critical thinking skills and the ability to innovate, a stark contrast to the PNM's neglectful governance that right-thinking Tobagonians rejected on the 6th of December 2021. Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Education, Research and Technology, which we now so fondly call DIRTEC, is to be the supreme education district that delivers quality service to all citizens and unveils the potential of a people to fully participate in the process of sustainable development. We have aligned our projects and programs to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, emphasizing on goal number 4, quality education. And we will present the 4 strategic focus points that will provide the framework for decision making and build out the human resource team that will effectively prosecute autonomy. Madam Presiding Officer, DIRTEC will manage programs and projects, design, implement, and evaluate policies that will deliver quality education to our population, both within the formal school system and to the wider community of Tobago through our partnerships and also through our libraries.
Madam Presiding Officer, we will deliver this array of services through the following overarching areas of focus, namely, the much anticipated Tobago-centric curriculum, management of our students' outcomes, human capacity development through community impact, partnership with the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, and of course, through our research and technology departments. Firstly, Madam Presiding Officer, for fiscal 2024, DIRTEC has as its central concern the application of a Tobago-centric curriculum that better embodies positive Tobagonian values and a strong sense of identity, which are under threat by such external factors as the influence of media, societal problems related to family structure and function, poverty and its related issues of poor nutrition and lifestyle diseases, and of course, the influence of organized crime on youths, families, and communities. We will present the policy position to implement and evaluate the infusion of content of lessons with examples of our cultural, historical, technical, vocational, and political experiences in order to retain aspects of culture such as diligence, delayed gratification through personal sacrifice and collaboration, as we critically examine what we need our children to learn in order to be able to contribute meaningfully towards the development of society and to, of course, live fulfilling lives. We will therefore review the existing curriculum standards from every level of the education sector with a view towards infusing strategic strategies and examples that can be understood as being of Tobagonian origin or design. Emphasis will also be placed on our sports and education unit, or multicultural unit, or nutrition unit, or curriculum unit, or libraries, and of course our student support services unit. This process of infusing Tobago's culture and values into the curriculum will involve 1, wide-scale stakeholder engagements, 2, teacher training and professional development workshops, 3, extensive collaborations such as competitions involving other divisions or departments, and of course tourism, culture, antiquities, and transportation will be a focus here, and the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. 4, officially record and document authentic oral presentations, including stories and plays, folk songs, interviews, and speeches. And 5, publish, collect, and review content that has Tobagonian ideals, language, and processes. In essence, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration, after 28 years, will finally be taking full responsibility for Item 25 of the 5th Schedule of Act 40 of 1996, which is education, including curriculum. No other administration has ever dared to push that envelope. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority leader's contribution on the Tobago-centric curriculum should be noted by the people of Tobago. Innovative and strategic approaches to improving teaching and learning were not very high on their agenda. But Tobago can rest assured that this administration will put in the effort to both infuse and integrate the good Tobagonian values into each lesson in our classrooms. It is now Tobago's turn to learn. Madam Presiding Officer, I move on to the second strategic focus, which is managing students' outcomes. This is the most painful example of the failure of the Red Devils to develop our people through the formal education sector. Data reveals that under the PNM's watch, over 100 secondary school students graduated without any subjects annually, an appalling testament to their failed policies. Facts are facts. We will reverse this trend through strategic initiatives that empower our educators and students alike. Under the PNM's watch, an average, as I said, of 100 students were left in the education system without subjects, and this has been on the decrease since the TPP administration, led by an educator himself, has gained governance of this island. An analysis over the statistics of the last 5 years shows that the labor force in Tobago is estimated at 30,300, of which 12,000 citizens completed secondary school with 0 to 4 CSEC passes. It was called CXC before, now they're assessed through CSEC or CAPE. It is therefore the responsibility of DIRTEC to improve these students' outcomes from ECC all the way to tertiary if we are to transform the capacity of our people to develop our resources. Suddenly, the Prime Minister and the Minority Leader are concerned about the number of morning workers in the system. How now? Had you succeeded at deceiving Tobagonians for another term, would there have been a revolutionary approach to morning work? Madam Presiding Officer, a resounding no to them. Clearly, those on the other side had no plan for improving students' outcomes. They were more concerned with populating their voter banks than with upskilling the people of Tobago. It is the PNM that has created this dependency syndrome, Madam Presiding Officer, including their political leader and Prime Minister, and they are now condemning it. Madam Presiding Officer, under the watchful, caring eyes of the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, educator extraordinaire, and under my watch as Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, every child in Tobago will receive quality education. Let me repeat it. Under the careful eyes of educator extraordinaire and under my watch as Secretary of DIRTEC, every child in Tobago will receive quality education. Madam Presiding Officer, we must be accountable for all-rounded student achievement that includes academic, psychosocial, emotional, and spiritual. Therefore, at DIRTEC, we will be launching our island-wide literacy program that will engage schools, libraries, and collaborate with agencies that work with and for young people, such as our churches and NGOs, to fill that education gap amongst our parents as well as our students. We will set standards of performance for students, teachers, principals, supervisors, and managers at all levels of the Division of Education, Research and Technology. Madam Presiding Officer, we will also launch our program Teacher Leaders, Accountable Principals for Effective School Management in order to improve systems of monitoring student outcomes, improving teacher efficacy, and by upskilling principals to measure accountability. The last administration failed to design and implement successful systems, another mess we were left to clean up. And this, of course, redounded in the failure for teachers and students to have a routine basis of this student and teacher outcome. This program will begin with a comprehensive analysis of how students have performed over the last decade, and I just gave you some statistics there, and the systems used in schools to account for student performance. The methods that will be applied to ensure success will include, and we've already started at DIRTEC, extensive teacher training, monitoring and evaluation for data-driven interventions. We also want to place more emphasis on the programs that enhance literacy and numeracy, student discipline, parental involvement, and teacher efficacy as stated above. The first regional education conference for discourse on teacher efficacy, the accountability of principals in schools, strategies improving literacy and numeracy among children and adults, gender differentiations in teaching and learning strategies, linguistics and identity, and cultural transformation through the formal and informal education system is about to come. Prepare for it, Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, on this side, the sky is definitely the limit. The third focus of DIRTEC involves the continuation of the Community Impact Learning Enhancement Program, as I stated before, in partnership with the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. The allocation identified by the Honorable Chief Secretary reiterates this administration's commitment to undoing the damage done by the PNM to the adult population of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, again, I listened to the minority leaders' ramblings about the benefits of community impact and project impact. And I can only rejoice with parents, students, and teachers that there is a new administration that is moving heaven and earth to fix the systematic challenges that they have left behind. It is with envy and bad mind against the teachers in Tobago who receive a meager stipend for delivering this program that we heard those comments on the other side. Should Tobago teachers and the teaching fraternity continue to languish behind their counterparts in Trinidad? Again, a resounding no. This administration will prioritize student learning and will implement programs as advanced as those for remedial students in Trinidad. Not only will there be an opportunity to upgrade CSEC qualifications, but adults in rural communities will also have access to self-development courses in literacy, computer studies, tech work skills development, and entrepreneurship skills development. Madam Presiding Officer, the fourth focus of DIRTEC is to build out our research and technology departments for the following. 1, analyzing the latest data reflected through the CSO about the division of labor in the workforce and the implications of distribution of scholarships and bursaries, training and development workshops, seminars, and participation in conferences. And 2, analyzing data to improve in the supervision, administrative services, monitoring and evaluation capacity at our schools, libraries, and within our special purpose companies. Management software must be acquired and training facilitated for supervisors and heads of sections, also our principals and team leads, in order to improve regularity and punctuality of staff at all levels. The investment made in training of leaders based on data that is collected and analyzed will of course improve our capacity to detect social problems that are currently influencing us negatively as a society, such as poverty, student absenteeism, student underperformance, and low levels of parental involvement in the formal education of our children. We will be able to note whether a student is present at school, is engaged, and meeting all developmental goals at each stage, as already initiated at 2 of our secondary schools here on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, the online learning policy that is at the pilot stage opens the doors for hybrid education, a first of its kind in Trinidad and Tobago. Right now, DIRTEC is leading while MOE has to follow. Greater access for students with disabilities is also a priority. Less downtime for students and teachers who cannot physically attend school, but they can now continue the business of teaching and learning online. And I just want to speak to the fact that we had to learn a very serious lesson in that COVID period, and we invested heavily on devices. Chief Secretary spoke to it, almost 1,500 devices between teachers and students. And we cannot go back to that pre-COVID comfort zone of depending on a face-to-face modality. And so we took it upon ourselves at the division to invest in this hybrid education policy. We will therefore continue to invest in IT assessments at all schools and procure the devices needed effectively for online learning strategies to be implemented to therefore enhance teaching and learning, while simultaneously training our students and their parents to fully utilize this technology, and we have begun successfully. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me a few moments to share with the people of Tobago some of the achievements of the hard-working and committed staff of DIRTEC. At our ICT unit, with a release of only 1,350,000 $50,000 to date. The ICT unit has provided operational support, upkeep and enhancement of IT infrastructure, resources and applications. CCTV infrastructure has been upgraded at secondary schools across the island at a cost of $250,000. And new CCTV systems have been installed in primary schools and ECC centers at a cost of $370,000. We currently have a $500,000 budget to continue the enhancement of CCTVs at our 12 ECCE schools across the island. The Project Implementation Unit, or PIU, with almost $70 million already expended between fiscal 22 and 23 for the repair and maintenance of our aging schools. We still would require, former Secretary of Finance, more, because we have several challenges, including a lot of roof repair works that would have to be conducted on our schools. To ensure staff and student safety, smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, and fire suppression systems, things we take for granted but are costly, have also been installed at our secondary schools. Ongoing projects include electrical upgrades, and this is an expensive project, at 3 of our high schools. We also have work being concluded at the Kendall Aquatic Facility and the WIM Multi-Skilled Facility, which we will complete in collaboration with the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. We have plumbing concerns at several primary schools, but I'm pleased to announce that that is now a thing of the past. One of our newest primary schools on the island, Scarborough RC, we had to expend quite a tidy sum in clearing up not only the shoddy tile work that happened there, as you all know, but also some plumbing issues. And of course, we are now completing the Roxborough Secondary Indoor Facility. At our Student Support Unit, a unit that continues to assist in empowering students to succeed, we have, of course, assigned a social worker and guidance officer to all our schools, including the 12 ECCs. In collaboration with OJT, 19 student aids were provided for students in need. Financial assistance for 894 students, totaling $500,000, was also expended last fiscal. The unit has completed several programs, such as the anti-bullying campaign, the Choices and Consequences Caravan, and this, of course, is to improve student behavior, and this came at a cost of $100,000. Let me just spend some time on our special purpose companies, THTI. Madam Presiding Officer, remember when THTI languished with low student intake, inadequate branding, and underutilized facilities? Well, I am pleased to announce that the swift turnaround by the board and CEO have produced rebranding of the campus by installing a new entrance sign and the wrapping of buses and their panel van. And this has resulted in an increase in the presence of the institute, both face-to-face, in person that is, and online, increasing student intake by 50%, and they now have the highest intake in the history of the institute. Of course, a lot of Trinidadians are now coming to Tobago and utilizing what is being offered there at our Mount St. George campus. We have also at THTI operationalized a new admission portal and upgraded the website and provided business cards for management firms across the island. Madam Presiding Officer, there has also been a strict curtailing of all the excessive spending and a prevention of wastage across all departments, cutting expenses by as much as 25%. Students have also benefited from study tours, outreach programs for primary school students, just as the recently concluded SCA Brain Cooler. It was an oversubscribed project, and of course there was the expansion of the curriculum offerings, such as the one-day event management course. In collaboration with the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, as Secretary Boris spoke, we are about to engage in some scholarship programs. I now quickly wish to move to TITL, fondly known as 211. Madam Presiding Officer, the financial report of this company shows a consistent growth trajectory drawn from significant increases in facility rentals and ICT services revenue, positioning the company to generate for the first time over $1 million in profits. Let me say it again. For the first time in the history of TITL, the company has generated over $1 million in profit. Madam Presiding Officer, there has also been a 48% increase in revenue generated from the facility rental fields between 2021, when we assumed office, and 2023. The education segment for fiscal 2024 thus far has already achieved 91% of the total revenue generated in the previous year, which is an indication of a robust revenue trajectory. Madam Presiding Officer, there has also been significant improvements in operational efficiency through the implementation of an HR information system, the development of an operational plan, and adoption of the strategic policy. Additional achievements include 115 international exams through the Pearson VUE Testing Center, website development, expansion of the STEM program, and partnership through MOU with CTS College of Business and Computer Studies. There's also the Girls in ICT project that's ongoing. I now wish to move on to the Training Awards Committee, a committee that when I assumed office as Secretary of Education had been dormant for quite some time. Madam Presiding Officer, the Training Awards Committee reviewed 85 applications and made recommendations to award bursaries to 82 people in 2022 and in 2023. They awarded bursaries to 66 persons from these 89 applications. These commitments are expected to cost an estimated $560,000 from fiscal 2024 to fiscal 2025. Madam Presiding Officer, the allocation for this DATA's Department of Advanced Training and Advisory Services is a meager.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
That's okay. Madam Presiding Officer, other achievements include revising the process of non-traditional awards and increasing the maximum allowance from 10,000 now to 20,000. They have also increased the number of guaranteed spaces from 8 through negotiations with the University of the West Indies to 12 in the pre-health professions program. They have also reviewed policy guidelines and crafted the scholarship framework for technical vocational education and training and special inclusive education. And they've also explored the establishment of a Training Awards Committee Student Development Fund. Madam Presiding Officer, the projected recurrent estimates of $565 million is justified as the Department of Education continues to demonstrate all-roundedness and excellence from the ECC level to tertiary level here in Tobago. The Sports and Education Unit has supported primary and secondary schools to ensure victory at the national level in netball, football, and of course, track and field. Our secondary school students continue to outperform their counterparts in the Caribbean at the CSEC and Cape levels, dominating the non-traditional fields of study, as was noted in the recently concluded award ceremony at Shaw Park, where several of our students placed on that merit list in the Caribbean. The restructured multicultural unit has supported an exceptional music festival with students from as young as ECC level, primary and secondary levels, topping their class in the national competition. Tobago is therefore poised to take off with a Tobago-centric curriculum to share our talents and values with the world. Madam Presiding Officer, I hope that our friends who are absent from the chamber at this time see the potential of our people to excel and to contribute meaningfully to the development of the Tobago's economy. The DP estimates of $58 million are critical to support improvements in primary and secondary schools and the implementation of the Pan in the Classroom project and the provision of resources for e-testing. I'm on the home stretch here, Madam Presiding Officer. Disaggregated, the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure for fiscal 2025 as follows. Total estimate, $564,973,586. And so for personal expenditure, $261,751,100 will be placed there. General administration, $15,930,000. Primary, secondary, and vocational education, $241,604,000. For library services, $915,000. Or school feeding program, $49 million. The Tobago Council for the Handicapped Children, of course, that's Happy Haven, $1,112,000. Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech, and Language Impaired, $2,140,000. Goods and services, $185 million. Minor equipment purchases, $3,298,800. Educational institutes, $20 million. And I want to move on quickly to the DP estimates. Improvements to primary schools, $15 million. Reconstruction of Scarborough Secondary School, which at this point in time we should not even be having a conversation on, Madam Presiding Officer. I was reminded that in 2020, then Secretary of Finance Joel Jack estimated at $200 million to build a new Scarborough Secondary School as he presented his 2020 to 2021 budget. So why are we in 2024 still discussing the building of a Scarborough Secondary School?
Member, your time has elapsed.
Madam President Officer, I beg to move that the member be given an additional 10 minutes.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member to conclude her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, members, for the additional speaking time. I was speaking to the fact that it's 2024 and we're still having a discussion about Scarborough Secondary School, and I realized with the previous administration, the Scarborough Secondary construction conversation only came up in or around an election period. I'm going to have the Chief Secretary expound a bit more on how we're here at this point in time and what we're going to do to ensure that we deliver the school, a long-awaited school, to the residents of Tobago. As it relates to improvements to secondary schools, and I'm still speaking to the DP here, $15 million to be allocated. Construction of early childhood centers, $8 million, and we're about to begin, and it's going to be by design, build, finance modality, the COLAN, the ECCE, and of course we're going to spend some time concentrating on our PAN in the classroom project. $3 million will be allocated there. Resources to schoolie testing, I don't know if Tobagonians know, but currently our exams, both CSEC and CAPE, are moving towards the e-testing modality, and so an investment must be made there. And the total DP estimates is, of course, as I stated before, $58 million. Madam Presiding Officer, colleagues, the Division of Education, Research and Technology must admit that we have at this time a secretary who is focused on ensuring that the wrongs, the ills, the destruction, the dismay is actually at this point in time going to find some relief in the fact that my colleague on my right here has himself been an educator, and he's going to ensure that DIRTEC receives the allocations DIRTEC is requesting. I also want to end by saying that it's my opinion, and I believe it's the opinion of my colleagues in here, that Tobago made a wise choice in entrusting this administration with the future of all aspects of the economy and with the education of our people in general. I want to also now use this time to thank the Chief Secretary for yeoman service given to the people of Tobago in his dual capacity, and now with focus on the former role of Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy. I think he was stellar in the role. I think we need to be able to appreciate the fact that holding both portfolios was a Herculean task, and I think he excelled at it. Chief Secretary, thank you so much. You didn't have to, but you did, and we are proud of your accomplishments. And we also want to wish Ms. Petal and Roberts welcome to the best team. You've made the right decision. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you, colleagues. Do have a good evening. It is what? 10:08 p.m. Chief, would you like it?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Before I wind up the debate, I want to start by expressing some gratitude for those who were part of this process. Because we have robust debates in the House as part of a very robust democracy that we have. And sometimes we don't remember the people who work to ensure that this democracy works. And I know how it felt being here all day since morning. I had to take 2 Tylenol while the minority leader was speaking. But I can only imagine what it has been like for the support staff of this House, of this Parliament. And so I want to start the winding up by thanking you, Madam Presiding Officer, thanking the Clerk of the House, thanking the administrative staff, the Hansard recorders, those who work in hospitality in and around this Parliament, and all other support staff, those in audio, visual, security. We have changed the guards a couple of times during the day, but I want to thank you all for being here and being part of this process. You are very much a part of this democracy, and I want you to know that we appreciate that you have been here with us throughout. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to address a few concerns. The minority leader spoke earlier. Nothing much really that is substantial enough and warrants much of a response. He didn't really probe the budget statement in any real way. He simply made a phone call to Trinidad and they sent up, well, I heard they sent up the people to meet him at Magdalena to plan the budget's response. But if that's what they went to Magdalena to do, they could have just stayed home, to be quite honest. There are a couple of things I want to start with. The first is I want us to bear in mind the figure 56.65 billion. 56.65 billion represents how much the PNM received between 2001 and 2022. Really? $56.65 billion from 2001 to 2022. He spent his time talking about a $7 billion for this administration. They have had the benefit of $56.65 billion across 21 years. And we're still in this house talking about the absence of public ECCE schools in some villages. It was not so long ago in the minority I represented the member for Roxborough Argyle because he was absent. He's an absentee landlord long time. He was absent and they were doing site visits for ECCEs. One was to be built in Roxborough opposite the Police Youth Club, right in that cocoa field, somewhere between the police station and the new hospital. There is no ECCE there. And that was long before the police station got started. Another was supposed to be in Bell Garden. Still no ECCE. $56.65 billion plus 21 years. And they're coming to the house to say that we don't have sufficient public ECCE schools. We are about to build one in Corland. And I'm guaranteeing it will be finished before our term in office ends. $56.65 billion. And we're still discussing Roxborough Hospital. If they built a hospital and they cut ribbon for a hospital, I am sure my name is not on the cornerstone on that building, on that hospital. Why the hospital not 24 hours? They built a hospital. Why didn't they open a 24-hour hospital when they gave it to the public to Tobagonians? It's because they didn't build a hospital. They built a hospital, borrowed some equipment, take out some picture, pose up, and the next day they send back the equipment. That's what they did. And we are diligent in ensuring that we do it right. Healthcare comes with risk, and the risk has to be managed. and we have to be responsible in managing the risk. We could open overnight 24 hours, and then we see deaths, and then we have to face litigation. You have to manage the risk involved. And so in my budget statement, I made mention of the fact that we are looking at from July 1 to begin running the A&E 24 hours and have it as part of a testing phase where external examiners will look at the operation, give us an analysis, and so by the time we get to September 1, we'll be able to open for full services 24/7. We're doing this thing the proper way, taking our time to do it well. Secondly, he spoke about Manta Lodge, and I want to correct some errors there. He spoke about Manta Lodge as if we took the Manta Lodge Hotel and gave it to some foreign company to run. Madam Presiding Officer, the assent collection is part of our branding. The franchise does not own the hotel. The hotel is still owned by the people of Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly. There were only 2 bids in the tender, and none of those bids were suitable, Madam Presiding Officer. And so this executive took the decision to actually retain the hotel, have EIDCOT operate as managers of the hotel, and find an international brand for the hotel. The procurement legislation is about the disposing of assets. It's about the purchase of services. That does not fit when it comes to this context. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, one will appreciate that most international companies will never register on our OPR list. What does that mean? Does that mean that we should never buy a plane ticket with British Airways because they're not registered on our OPR list? Does that mean that we should not sit down and hammer out a deal with Condor Airlines because they are not registered on an OPR list? I wonder if the Indian businessman Rowley parade around Tobago today on the OPR list. I wonder how much people tender. Right? They already went, handpick, find a man in there who Google say have fraud charges, drag him here, parading him around the country, and already make up their mind. They're giving him assets, they're giving him investments to do here. Where the OPR in that? I wanted to write the OPR about that and about that process. And let me say this. I am very much in support of foreign direct investment. I believe if this Indian businessman has what it takes to revolutionize some industries in the country, we should do business with him. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But what I abhor is hypocrisy. What I abhor is a kind of arrogance that says, if I do it, it's okay, but if you do it, it's wrong. And that we must reject and reject fully. And I want to tell you a bit about this Manta Lodge Hotel and what is happening at Manta Lodge. Because it was raised, and I want us to appreciate how they do business. So after the 2 tenders, none of which was successful or met the minimum requirements, the decision was taken that EIDCOT would operationalize and manage the property in the meanwhile. EIDCOT then commenced a recruitment process with the public search for an operations manager. Of the applications received, the top-ranked candidate was engaged and commenced the pre-opening activities in January 2024. And I say this because I heard the next one said that we just open the hotel for mostly the rich and famous to romp, or is a romping shop or some story like that, right? But then again, I shouldn't take anything those people say seriously. Subsequently, so January, we start pre-opening activities. Subsequently, EIDCOT continued public recruitment. Thus far, approximately 25 staff members have been recruited across all positions. All positions. The majority of those, and don't feel no way, colleagues, the majority of those employees are from Delaford, Charlottesville, and Speyside. Right? Simultaneously, with the recruitment process, Iadicott sought to complete renovations on the property, which was left incomplete by Udicott, although Udicott handed me a golden key, sometime a very giant gold key at the opening. It was still incomplete. Insufficient water storage. The hotel was running out of water because they only had like about 2 tanks. Insufficient water storage. That's a $370,000 problem to fix plumbing. Inadequate security measures, $310,000 plus. You have to install all kind of camera and security system to meet today's age. Incomplete outfitting of guest rooms to ensure they have patio furniture, safes, irons, bins, pillows, lamps, coffee machines. That is $377,000 plus. Incomplete outfitting of the commercial kitchen, another $195,000. Improperly seized equipment, improperly sized equipment at laundry and bar has resulted in us having to spend $125,000. Termite treatment. The secretary spoke about termite. A billing on that year and a termite, which means they utilized wood that was untreated, right? That's $111,000 plus problem. Inadequate rain protection at reception and restaurant. Madam President Officer, I was there soon after the opening. We were all there because we decided to save the money and use the hotel for our retreat. And when the rain falls, you cannot sit down in the only dining room in the hotel. That cannot be an appropriate design for a country, for an island where we have 2 seasons, wet or dry. Thank God it doesn't snow. Incomplete installation of, the rain protection, the rain issue, the weather issue is a $71,000 plus problem. Incomplete installation of HVAC, that's a $51,000 plus problem. Inadequate provision of office accommodation, $55,000 plus problem. You see, generator, Udicott has failed to connect the generator to the property. And in Speyside, power outages are typically 4 to 5 times per week. That's regular up there. Can't tell us set the lights when they want to. Winky, blinky, and nod. That's what they are. So if you're running a hotel in that area, you better have generator access. They have to do that too. The point I'm making, Madam Presiding Officer, is that we have to spend millions to fix what's supposed to be a complete structure. And this is not a unique circumstance, Madam Presiding Officer. Collar Hall, Officer Chief Secretary. You know it leaking? You know we have to fix roof on the new wings. It leaking. The only reason I haven't posted photos of the chief at desk is because it had confidential papers that went up on the woman's desk. This is a new building. That's how they just do things. They just make mess and we just clean up the mess. And so this attempt to mislead the public about this little hotel is really to try everything in their power to ensure that the hotel fails. That's what they want. Thirdly, the minority leader gave data without giving a single context from where the data came from. Single context. I believe, Madam President Officer, he make up all them data there.
As usual.
He made up all those quotes. Tobagonians don't talk so. All them quotes they make up.
John.
Right? All them quotes they make up. The names make up, the quotes make up, all of them make up. None of them valid, Madam Presiding Officer. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, let's touch on some of those made up things that he brought. He spoke about lack of consultation, and Assistant Secretary Tate bear me witness that we consulted with those in Paltavere for the fishing depot, and not even We consulted with them inside the community center. Then we went outside with the designs and we stood on the site and we showed them and we consulted. And after the first phase, a few weeks ago, we were back there going through with them before the second phase even went to tender with the project managers. More than that, he spoke about the Blue Food Ground. The last consultation for Blue Food Ground was on the 21st of September 2023. You know why I remember the date? Because the villagers were so indecisive about where to put our dirt oven and delayed the whole project that the most we could have done for last year was to provide concrete platforms. But you know what's the minority leader's problem? When that project is completed, we no longer have to rent tents, we don't have to rent stage, we don't have to rent platform, we don't have to rent lights, and we don't have to give friends and family money in their pockets to host a Blue Food. That's the problem. And I know where you get the information from. I know where you get it from. Because Northside is small communities. I know everybody. I know the family is there. So I know those were the mischief makers, Madam Presiding Officer. And they are members of his own party. So that's quite expected. Madam Presiding Officer, he also spoke about the connector road. And maybe I'll use the connector road to bring home a specific point to Tobagonians. He spoke about the connector road that we will name after Dr. Winston Murray. And I agree with him that a university for Tobago is certainly something we must do in the legacy of Dr. Murray. But when I listen to what's happening in THTI, we are heading in that direction. We didn't talk about the fact that we actively are looking to have UNESCO University in Tobago so that we could have biodiversity studied on this island and that we have persons talking to foreign universities including Cambridge and so on. Right? So I agree, that's good. But that connector road, one has to be the most self-hating, kind of self-loathing, lack of self-esteem kind of Tobagonian to believe that it is always better for somebody else to come and do it for you. The Tobagonians I know are always proud to work for themselves. We don't have to have much. We just need to know that we have the power to work for ourselves. And I spoke with the PS in the ministry in Trinidad a few months ago. I was at a meeting at the Ministry of Works there. And she mentioned the need to extend the road going to the airport directly, passing behind the restaurant, that's Apex and so on. All of those lands, they are private lands. None of those lands, they are public lands. And I said, well, send us the money. We will pay for the land and we will build it. But if you don't send the money, then we are stopping right at the junction to Strawberry Local Road, because that's where our money run out. They bar out the road. They incite people to stop the road. They send PNM party groups, aka EMA and Tongue and Country Planning and whoever else, to stop the road. They do everything to make the road not happen. Because they haven't built a single proper road in the 21 years that they're here. The best they could have done was finish the road that Hutchoy started between Hope and Mason Hall and Big Hole in Goodwood. And it's Hutchoy start them road there. I drive into Tongue long time. Right? I drive into Tongue long time. So they can't fool me. And perhaps the north side connector road, the little road by Garden side, right? That's the best they could have done. So I understand the jealousy that has caused a kind of anxiety among them and in the person. So you have to stop the road. And now that the road look like it's going to actually be finished, the same people who did not want the road want us to extend the road. You understand how that works? And then on top of that, why can't the member argue that instead of you coming to Tobago to do the road, give us our rightful allocation and we will conceive and build any road we want. So you're not giving us the allocation, you're keeping back the money for yourself and then turn it back and say if you want it, beg me and we will do it for you. Beg me nice enough, behave nice enough and we will do it for you. How does that work? you know, I wrote a word on my paper here, which is arrogance. There is a point when hypocrisy graduates to arrogance. And it's a kind of arrogance in this country that says, if you're not paying them, then you're not right. If you're not paying them, then you are not God's party. If you're not paying them, then you should not be in government. If you're not paying them, then you should never get a chance. Because it must be we and we and we and we alone. Because one and one is enough. That's arrogance, Madam Presiding Officer. This country have talented people, and they come in all shapes, size, all ethnicities, from all religious persuasions, and everybody must have an opportunity to sit in the office I now hold. PNM birthright is not the Tobago House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, the THA is like a bastard child to the PNM. They never supported it. When Robinson and Murray was looking, if I have my way, them can't participate in a THA election, you know. You talk about the hypocrisy. When Robinson and Murray was trying to get THA, they were running around having petition and signing with right hand, left hand, to say that Tobagonians don't want a THA. And the same hypocrites, after the THA come, run and try to be members of the THA. They wanted Island Council. They wanted nothing better than what you see in Trinidad, some little municipality. That's how low they think of themselves and how they think of Tobagonians. But you have to be empathetic or rather sympathetic towards them. Because they are house slaves.
Yes.
And the house slave always feels he's better than the field slave. The house slave feels because he's closer to the master and he might get a little bit more meat on the bone. And he's not eating chicken back and chicken foot. That somehow he's more privileged. He might be a little brown in complexion because of the mixing with the house owner. But he doesn't realize he's still a slave. And so because their party is down in Trinidad and their masters are down in Trinidad, who calls the shot for them, they don't see Tobago. And I have no apologies about saying that if you do not want Tobago defined in the Constitution, you are not a real Tobagonian, you are anti-Tobagonian. And I will say it again, in and out of this house, anybody who does not support that is not a real Tobagonian. And here are the hypocritical. When Mrs. Pasal Bissessa was Prime Minister, they run around saying, give it 200 miles. Where did 200 miles gone now? All of a sudden they want 200 miles. And the little 6 miles we have in Act 40 of 96, they want to take it out and say, you shouldn't get any miles at all. Madam Presiding Officer, that is the most anti-Tobagonian approach you could ever think of. And I hope to God that another party rises up in Tobago that is not PNM. For a healthy democracy, I don't want a one-party state. But certainly for a healthy democracy, we do not need the PNM. Not in Tobago, we do not need them. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, this year, our budget is titled Unlocking Tobago's Development Potential. Yes. That's a hard task. A hard task that tomorrow I will officially hand over to Councillor Roberts.
Sorry.
I believe she is fit for the job.
Agreed.
I believe she has the mettle, yes, the backbone, the temerity,
Yeah, I said testicular fortitude.
the gumption. I can't say testicular fortitude, the ovarian fortitude to handle this job. And I want to say to Tobagonians fan-wide, give her your support in the same way you gave me your support.
Chief Secretary, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes is more than enough. Give her the support, Madam Presiding Officer. And I also want to say to Tobagonians that some doors, sometimes the keys just don't work. And you have to kick down the door. You have to break it down and build a new door sometimes. And in this relationship called Trinidad and Tobago, there are some days I feel like we just have to break down some things and build it back. I came into this office as a centrist on the issue of Tobago autonomy. Very middle of the road, very cautious, very polite, very diplomatic. But 2.5 years in this job has changed my perspective. And it's not an anti-Trinidadian perspective. It is just a very strong pro-Tobago perspective. At times it might be an anti-central government perspective, but it is not an anti-Trinidadian perspective. Because I believe if Trinidadians have to live in Tobago for one day, for a week, and appreciate what we have to go through, stand up in the airport like I saw last week. You went long for a medical procedure and you can't even get a name listed on the standby. And we have cabinet members who are Tobagonians and they wouldn't even tell cabinet, change the policy so we go back to pre-COVID number of flights. At least give us some extra flights on some days of the week. Do something. But no, they're questioning numbers. And guess what? We have half the amount of flights today than we had in 2019. And we, in 2020, 300,000 domestic travelers on the air bridge. While in 2019, we only got 400 and something thousand. With half the amount of flights. Percentage-wise, we have done better on half than we have done with the full amount that they gave us. There is no other argument for giving us more flights than that. But that is just another example in a long list of bad treatment that we receive from the central government. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to tell this House and the people of Tobago thank you. I stand alongside A&R Robinson. Well, Mr. London in some instances, in this instance, and Mr. Ochoa Charles, as one of 4 of us in this House that also took the portfolio of finance, of Secretary for Finance. And I feel grateful for the support from my colleagues and family members and Tobago at large, and of course, the strength that God gave. My job now is to double down, Madam Presiding Officer, on ensuring that we have a strategic development plan that takes us to 2045. To double down on ensuring that we are sustainable, to double down on ensuring that we have built out the Department of Safety and Security for our citizens. And all of those systemic challenges that we have, ensuring that we fix those. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move the motion standing in my name and to ask that this House move speedily towards the committee stage so that we can have approval of the draft estimates for recurrent capital development and also for revenue of the Tobago House of Assembly. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and I wish everyone very good holidays when it comes for the next 2 months. I know the staff here will miss us dearly. You'll enjoy seeing us when we come here on a Thursday, and we hope that you have a good rest in the intervening period. Thank you, and God's richest blessings.
Honorable members, the House will now go into Finance Committee stage for further deliberations on the budget. I will now ask all the visitors in the gallery to leave the chamber. To our viewing population online, the cameras would be turned off as the House goes into Finance Committee stage. This House is now suspended and closed for deliberations.
Assembly legislature wants you to be a part of Tobago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly legislature located?
Opposite courts, Birmingham Street. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month. Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson. No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay. Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor. I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one, the other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What the name of walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And my son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem. And after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome. And this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March. And then that is it. We are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and look after for the whole year, not just this one day. We are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out. Get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in so that they will bring awareness to the community. The love they have, the love they give is so much more. They are such loving children. So let's celebrate them today.
Happy World Down Syndrome Day!
Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Sill Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development, it includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. Added to the sun, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. It's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. I had to work harder for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nuts, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Not say you look so nice, what different about it?" Because they are accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others, and I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements, we're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage because, you know, we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we would have toured Pigeon Point, myself, along with the Secretary for Tourism. And what I saw was disheartening because it's a world famous beach. And the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup. Because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, you know, loving, cool, calm and collective. And that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
Charles Pantin. I am from Mason Hall and I am the Secretary of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Growing up in Mason Hall was like a very humble, natural experience. I grew up in farming, going to plant corn and peas with my father on the farm in Belmont. My father, he was the one that oriented me to, you know, agriculture. And my mom, she was the disciplinarian. She was the one that, you know, shaped me into who I am today. Teaching you those life skills, and I maintained that throughout my entire life. I began my career at the Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, and then I went on to study ecological sciences and forestry at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, and then I went on to study public health at the University of Liverpool in England. So all my life I've been very close to the earth. I enjoy everything that is natural. I grew up with one sibling. It was always, you know, me looking up to my sister, looking up to her for guidance as a young lady. I'd follow everything that she would do, but it was very nice having a sibling that, you know, you could relate to and, you know, have all those experiences being a woman. My favorite dish as an adult is crab and dumpling. Crab, dumpling and provision. And if you throw in some pigeon peas or callaloo, even better. The first meal I cooked as a young person was curry fish and dumpling. And my father left me, went to the garden, he left me to prepare the meal, and I tried to remember everything that he did step by step. And the one thing I didn't do correctly was to squeeze out the coconut milk and use the milk. I actually used the entire coconut. grated it everything and then threw it into the fish. And I will be excused for that because I was 12 years old. And when he came back, he didn't scold me because it tasted good. It wasn't like it was an entire coconut, it was just a bit of coconut. And he said, you know, everything tastes good, you know, but it's the coconut milk you're supposed to use, not the coconut. My journey in politics so far, while it is rewarding, it is challenging. I am grateful for all the experiences. I'm grateful for all the highs and lows. Under the division, we will have rolled out a lot of initiatives. Even within the district, we will have tried our best to manage our limited resources to get things done. But for me personally, bringing out the best in others makes me feel that this entire journey was worth it. Bringing out the talents in the children that I work with under the Reading with Expression program, even with technical officers that were not empowered to do things, you know, differently. Just taking them along the journey of understanding that these things can be done and bringing out the best in them. I consider that to be the biggest achievement. Trying to make people comfortable within their own space first and then moving on to bigger things within the community. I think it's a collective approach to everything, and so far all of us would have decided that this district would need waste management structures. A lot of the community areas within the community are not well lit, so a lot of community members would have said they just need lights, they need lamps. We would have had deplorable roads, brace walls, drainage. People want to be comfortable in their own space to begin with. The Chief Secretary would have indicated that we have plans for the indoor sporting complex, and all these things are remarkable. It would get children, you know, it would embrace the talents of the children. So that is one plan, and I consider it to be a mega plan given the amount of money that would be needed. But trying to make people comfortable within their own space first, and then moving on to bigger things within the community. I would say I'm jovial because many people refer to me as the woman that is always smiling. Regardless of how challenging things might be, I'm always smiling. And I am always smiling because there are always people that look at me.
Members, be seated. Delia. Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to report that the House met in committee stage and approved all of the draft estimates for recurrent expenditure, development, CPEP, URP, and revenues of the THA as deposited in the books. So I beg to move that we proceed to vote on the motion.
Honorable House, the question put is, be it resolved that this House approves the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I rise to move that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, have a pleasant
recess
night and get home safely.